Welcome. We're so happy you tuned in tonight. Before we get started, I'd love to know, where are you watching from? Drop it in the comments. Now, let's get comfortable and drift into deep, peaceful sleep together. Rain turns the parking lot into a mirror of broken neon, and Marcus Reeves stands at the edge of it, watching red and blue letters stutter across the shallow water. The laundromat sign keeps losing its middle syllables. Wash becomes WSH, becomes nothing, becomes wash again. Like the night itself can't decide what it wants to say. His duffel bag pulls at his shoulder, heavy with 3 days of unworn clothes and the kind of exhaustion that doesn't wash out. He's been awake since 4 a.m, drove 6 hours for a job interview that lasted 20 minutes, and now he's back in this strip mall at the edge of town where everything smells like wet asphalt and failing businesses. The laundromat is the only thing still open. Everything else, the tax place, the nail salon, the sandwich shop with its windows papered over, gave up hours ago. Marcus crosses the parking lot and pushes through the glass door, and the warmth hits him like a wall. Damp air thick with detergent and fabric. Softener. The mechanical hum of dryers spinning in their slow hypnotic circles. Fluorescent lights overhead making everything look slightly unreal, slightly too bright and too flat at the same time, like a memory of a place instead of the actual place. There's one other person inside, an older woman folding towels at a table near the back, moving with the careful slowness of someone whose joints hurt. She doesn't look up when Marcus enters. He walks past the rows of washers, most of them dark, a few spinning with someone else's abandoned loads, and heads toward the change machine mounted on the wall near the bathroom. He needs quarters. The job interview didn't go well. They said they'd call, which means they won't. He has $40 left until Friday and rent is due Tuesday, and he just needs to wash his interview shirt so he can wear it again tomorrow at the temp agency. Simple. Practical. Nothing dramatic. The change machine is old, one of those boxy metal units that looks like it's been bolted to the wall since the 80s. Scratched glass front, coin slot at chest height, return tray at waist level. Someone has carved initials into the metal casing. JR plus MK, surrounded by a lopsided heart. Marcus pulls a 20 from his wallet, smooths it out, feeds it into the bill slot. The machine takes it with a mechanical whisper, pulls it inside. Then nothing. Marcus waits. The machine hums quietly, a sound so low he feels it more than hears it. 10 seconds. 20. The fluorescent lights overhead flicker once, not dramatically, just a brief stutter that makes his vision swim for half a second. When they settle, they're dimmer, softer. The whole laundromat looks like it's been wrapped in gauze. He presses the coin return button. Nothing happens. Presses it again, harder. The machine continues its low hum. "Come on," Marcus mutters. He presses the button 3 more times, then slaps the side of the machine with his palm. The metal is warm, not hot, just warm enough to notice, warm enough to feel wrong. He pulls his hand back and looks at his palm like it might show him something, but it's just his hand, same as always. The return tray opens. Not all the way. Just a couple inches, then it stops. Opens another inch. Closes halfway. Opens again. The motion is regular, rhythmic. Marcus stares at it. The tray looks like it's breathing. In, out, in, out. A slow mechanical respiration that has nothing to do with dispensing change. Inside the machine something clinks, metal on metal, one clear note, then another. Then a third. Marcus's chest tightens. He counts his own heartbeat without meaning to, feels it pulse in his throat. 1, 2, 3. The clinks inside the machine match exactly. When his heart rate picks up, the clinks speed up with it, patient and precise, like they're waiting for him to understand. "Jesus," Marcus says. His voice sounds too loud in the quiet laundromat. He glances back at the woman folding towels, but she's not there anymore. The table is empty, the half-folded towels abandoned in a pile. He didn't hear her leave. The dryers keep spinning, keep humming, but when he looks closer, they're all empty. Just drums spinning around nothing. He turns back to the change machine. His reflection stares at him from the scratched glass. Tired eyes, hair plastered to his forehead from the rain, t-shirt collar stretched out and faded. He looks like someone who's been treading water for months and just realised the shore isn't getting any closer. His reflection lifts its hand. Marcus hasn't moved. His hands are at his sides, fingers twitching slightly but still. In the glass, his reflection reaches into a pocket he's not reaching into and pulls out something that glints between its fingers. A coin. The reflection holds it up for a moment. Marcus can see it clearly, can see the worn silver edge, the profile stamped into the face, and then the reflection slides it into the coin slot with calm, deliberate certainty. Marcus jerks backward, and his reflection lags. For a full second, it stays where it is, arms still extended, still feeding the imaginary coin into the slot, like the action has to be completed before it can sync back up with him. Then it catches up, snaps into position, and Marcus is looking at his own face again, pale and shocked. The return tray breathes wider, opens all the way, stays open. Warm air rises from inside the machine, and Marcus smells it, metallic and organic at the same time, like pennies and wet electricity, like blood on a chain-link fence. He gags, covers his mouth, stumbles back another step. The clinks inside the machine change. They're not random anymore. They're deliberate, patterned, almost rhythmic, like someone tapping out Morse code with a socket wrench. Tap, 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 tap. Pause. Tap, tap, tap. The pattern repeats, and Marcus feels something rising in his chest, something he's been pushing down for weeks. I just need one more chance, the thought. Arrives clear and raw, stripped of all the rationalizations he usually wraps it in. Not a chance at the job. They're not calling back. Not a chance with Sarah. She blocked his number 6 months ago. Just a chance. One more attempt at not being the person he's become. One more try at being someone who doesn't fuck everything up. The machine seems to hear it. The clinks pause for a moment, then resume, softer now, almost polite. The return tray continues its slow breathing, and in the warmth rising from inside, Marcus swears he can see shapes forming. Not quite visible, not quite invisible, like looking at something through layers of heat shimmer. Something small and hunched and patient. His phone buzzes in his pocket. Marcus fumbles for it, desperate for any interruption, any reason to step away from this machine and this feeling. The screen shows a text from his brother. "You good? Haven't heard from you in a while." Marcus stares at it. He hasn't answered his brother's last 4 texts. Hasn't answered because he doesn't know how to explain that he's not good, hasn't been good in a long time, and doesn't know when he stopped being able to pretend otherwise. The machine clinks again, and this time Marcus hears it clearly. A sound that could be syllables if syllables were made of metal. Something that could be words if you knew how to listen. He shoves his phone back in his pocket and looks around the laundromat. Still empty. Still just him and the spinning dryers and the fluorescent lights that won't settle into their normal brightness. Rain streaks down the windows, and outside in the parking lot, the neon sign continues its broken rhythm. Wash. Beware hate. Nothing. Wash. Marcus takes a breath and steps back toward the machine. His reflection watches him approach. This time it doesn't move independently. It matches him exactly. But there's something in its eyes that he doesn't like. Some expression that isn't quite what he's feeling. It looks knowing. It looks like it's waiting. He reaches out slowly, carefully, and touches the coin slot. The metal is warm, warmer than before, almost hot now. Hot enough that he should pull his hand away but doesn't. His fingers rest against it, and for a moment he feels something impossible. The texture of skin, warmth and softness, and the faint sensation of a pulse underneath. Then it's metal again. Just metal, and he yanks his hand back with a gasp. The return tray snaps shut, then opens again. Shut. Open. Shut. Open! The rhythm is faster now, urgent, like something trying to communicate, like something hungry. Marcus remembers, suddenly and completely, the conversation he overheard 2 weeks ago. He'd been here before, same laundromat, same late-night exhaustion, and 2 men had been talking near the detergent vending machine. One of them older, wearing a security uniform, the other younger, maybe early 20s, holding a basket of clothes that smelled like kitchen grease. "Just don't use the change. Machine when it's raining," the older man had said, not quite joking. "What, it breaks?" "Nah, worse. It works." The older man had laughed, but it wasn't a comfortable sound. "My cousin Eddie used it during a storm last year. Said it started acting strange. Breathing, he called it, making noises that matched his heartbeat." "Fuck off. I'm serious. He said there's something inside it. Something that listens. Belltither, some people call it. Lives in the machines. Change machines, vending machines, anything with a coin slot and a return flap. Feeds on something, I don't know what. Eddie wouldn't talk about it much after. Just said he stopped using machines at night. Marcus had dismissed it as the kind of bullshit people tell each other in laundromats at 2 a.m, the urban legend equivalent of campfire stories. But now, standing here with the machine breathing at him and his reflection acting on its own, the memory takes on weight. He digs into his pocket, not sure what he's looking for. His fingers find a loose change, 3 quarters, a dime, 2 pennies. He pulls them out and stares at them in his palm. The quarters are worn smooth, their edges soft from thousands of transactions. One of them has a date he can barely read, 1987, older than he is. The machine clinks again. The sound is expectant now, almost eager. The return tray opens fully and stays open, waiting. Marcus's throat is dry. He swallows, tries to work up some saliva, fails. "What do you want?" he says to the machine, to his reflection, to whatever's inside making those sounds. The clinks stop. The silence is worse. Marcus can hear his own breathing, fast and shallow. Can hear the dryer still spinning, though when he looks, he sees that they've all stopped in the exact same position, doors all facing the same direction like eyes. Can hear the rain outside, steady and patient. Then the machine makes a new sound. Not a clink, a whisper, soft and multitonal like several voices speaking, at once, all saying the same thing at slightly different speeds so the words blur and echo. He can't make out what it's saying, but the cadence is familiar, the rhythm of a plea, a request, a bargain. His reflection in the glass lifts its hand again. This time, Marcus feels his own hand twitch, feels the impulse to mirror the movement. The reflection points to the top of the machine, to the flat metal surface above the coin slot. Then it makes a gesture, placing something down. Then it raises one finger to its lips. Shh. Marcus understands, or thinks he does. Some part of him, the part that still remembers his grandmother's superstitions and his mother's warnings about not tempting fate, knows what he's supposed to do. If the coin slot starts chiming in your rhythm, you must place one coin on top of the machine, keep your mouth closed, and silently name your real need without bargaining. He doesn't know where the rule comes from, it's just there, complete and certain, like it was always in his head and he only just remembered it. His grandmother used to say things like that, rules for avoiding bad luck, for appeasing things that shouldn't exist but did anyway. Don't whistle at night. Don't open an umbrella indoors. Don't count crows unless you're willing to hear what they say. This feels the same. Old knowledge. The kind that survives because people who ignore it don't. Marcus looks at the quarters in his palm, chooses one, the oldest one, the 1987, because it feels right somehow. He reaches up and places it on top of the change machine, in the centre of the flat metal surface. The coin sits there, small and real and refusing the slot. Not payment, an offering, a gesture that says, "I'm listening, I'm following the rules, please let me go home." The machine hums, the sound changes pitch, goes lower, becomes something he feels in his bones rather than hears. The return tray closes slowly, almost gently, and stays closed. Marcus presses his lips together, closes, his mouth. The urge to speak is overwhelming. "I just need one more chance, please. I just need one more chance." But he clamps down on it, holds it behind his teeth. His jaw aches with the effort. Instead, he names his real need. Silently. Honestly. Without bargaining or conditions or promises he won't keep. "I need rest," he thinks. "I need to stop feeling like I'm drowning. I need to believe things can get better without needing them to get better right now. I need to stop measuring my worth by how much I'm failing." The thoughts come clear and simple, and with them comes a kind of exhaustion that's different from the usual tiredness. This is deeper. This is the bone tiredness of someone who's been running on empty for so long they forgot what full feels like. He doesn't promise to change, doesn't promise to do better, doesn't try to trade his honesty for an outcome. He just lets the truth exist in his chest, raw and unconditioned, and waits. The warmth in the coin slot fades. The metal cools. The machine's hum drops to its normal frequency, becomes just another appliance sound in a room full of appliances. The return tray stays closed for another few seconds, and then it opens with a simple mechanical click. Quarters fall into the tray. Marcus counts them automatically. 20. $80 in quarters, which is wrong. He only put in a 20, but he's not going to argue with the math. The coins are cold and normal, and they sound exactly the way quarters should sound when they hit metal. He scoops them up with shaking hands, shoves them into his pocket. The quarter on top of the machine stays where he left it. He reaches for it, hesitates, decides to leave it there. Offering made, offering accepted. Don't push your luck. The fluorescent lights overhead flicker once, then stabilise at their normal brightness. The laundromat snaps back into focus. Sharp edges, clear colours, the ordinary reality of a place where people wash clothes. The dryer starts spinning. Again, and Marcus realises there are clothes inside them after all, someone else's load tumbling through the cycle. The woman who was folding towels is back at her table, though Marcus didn't see her return. She's humming something under her breath, something that might be a hymn or might just be a tune. Marcus loads his clothes into a washer, adds detergent, feeds quarters into the slot, regular quarters, in a regular machine, that accepts them with regular mechanical sounds. The washer starts its cycle, and he sits down on one of the plastic chairs bolted to the wall and watches his clothes tumble through soapy water. His hands are still shaking. His heart rate is still elevated. But the pressure in his chest, the thing that's been sitting there for months, heavy and insistent, feels lighter, not gone, just less. Outside, the rain continues. The neon sign keeps flickering. Wash, wunge, wash. But it feels like weather now, like ordinary light, like the regular chaos of things, breaking down and continuing anyway. Marcus closes his eyes and lets the sound of the machines wash over him. Somewhere in the building a pipe clanks. Water rushes through ancient plumbing. A dryer buzzes to signal the end of its cycle. Everything is exactly what it should be. When he opens his eyes, the woman folding towels is looking at him. She doesn't smile, doesn't acknowledge him, just holds his gaze for a moment with an expression he can't read. Then she goes back to her folding, and Marcus goes back to waiting, and the night continues its slow progression toward morning. His phone buzzes again. His brother, still waiting for an answer. Marcus pulls it out, stares at the screen, types, "I'm okay. Sorry I've been quiet. How are you?" He hits send before he can second guess it. The message goes through. 3 dots appear as his brother starts typing back. Marcus watches them pulse, feels something in his chest unclench another fraction. The washer cycle ends. He transfers his clothes to a dryer, feeds it more quarters, sits back down, waits. The woman finishes her folding and leaves, carrying her basket of clean towels. The door swings shut behind her, and Marcus is alone. Not quite alone. He can feel it. The awareness of the machines around him. The sense that they're watching in the way only inanimate objects can watch. But it's not malevolent. It's just present. The laundromat exists in its liminal space, the middle ground between day and night, between one thing and another, and Marcus is just passing through. The dryer buzzes. He pulls out his clothes, warm and clean and smelling like generic detergent. Folds his interview shirt carefully, smooths out the wrinkles. Tomorrow he'll go to the temp agency. Maybe they'll have something. Maybe they won't. Either way, he'll be wearing a clean shirt. He packs everything back into his duffel bag, slings it over his shoulder, walks toward the door, pauses with his hand on the handle and looks back at the change machine. The quarter is still on top of it, small and silver in the fluorescent light. The machine hums its normal hum. The coin slot is just a coin slot. The return tray is just a return tray. Marcus pushes through the door and walks out into the rain. It's colder now, sharper, the kind of rain that wakes you up instead of weighing you down. He crosses the parking lot, gets into his car, sits there for a moment with the engine running and the heat struggling to life. In the rearview mirror he can see the laundromat through the rain-streaked back window. The lights are still on, the machines are still running, and on top of the change machine, barely visible from this distance, the quarter catches the light and gleams like a small star. Marcus puts the car in gear and drives home. But there are other nights, and there are other customers, and not everyone knows the rules. 3 days later, a woman named Jessica Kwan pulls into the same parking lot at 11:30 p.m. She's been driving for 8 hours, running from an apartment she shares with a boyfriend who drinks too much and apologizes too little. Her car is packed with everything she could fit in 20 minutes. Clothes, laptop, the photo albums her mother gave her, the stuffed rabbit she's had since she was 6 and can't quite bring herself to throw away. She has $400 in cash and a cousin in Portland who said she could crash on their couch for a few weeks while she figures things out. But she's exhausted. Wired and exhausted at the same time, running on gas station coffee and adrenaline and the shaky feeling of having finally done something she should have done months ago. She needs to pee, needs to splash water on her face, needs 5 minutes in a brightly lit public space before she gets back on the highway. The laundromat is open. She parks, locks her car, checks twice that it's locked, all her possessions visible through the windows, and goes inside. Warmth, the smell of detergent. Fluorescent lights that flicker slightly but hold. There's no one else here. Jessica heads straight for the bathroom, relieves herself, washes her hands and face in the rust-stained sink, looks at herself in the mirror. Her eyes are red. Her hair is a mess. There's a bruise on her collarbone, dark purple and finger-shaped, from 2 nights ago when he'd grabbed her during an argument she can't even remember the content of anymore. She pulls her collar up to cover it and walks back out into the laundromat. She should leave. She knows she should leave. But there's a vending machine near the back, and she realises she hasn't eaten since lunch, and maybe a candy bar would help. Maybe sugar would give her enough energy to drive another few hours before she has to stop. The vending machine has the usual options: Snickers, Kit Kat, Cheetos, pretzels. She has someone's in her wallet from the gas station. She pulls out a 5, then realises the vending machine only takes ones or quarters, folds the 5 back up, turns toward the change machine mounted on the wall. It looks old but functional. Scratched glass, metal casing, a coin slot at chest height. Someone has carved initials into the side, JR plus MK. Jessica touches them absently, traces the heart with her finger. Then she feeds her $5 bill into the slot. The machine takes it. Pauses. The fluorescent lights overhead flicker once, and Jessica glances up automatically, but they settle. When she looks back down, the lights in the laundromat seem softer somehow, like they've been dimmed just a fraction. She waits. 10 seconds, 20. Presses the coin return button. Nothing happens. Presses it again, harder. "Come on," she mutters. "Don't do this. Not tonight." The return tray opens just a little, then a little more. Then it closes halfway and opens again, like it's testing the motion, like it's remembering how breathing works. Jessica stares at it. The tray moves in a steady rhythm. In, out, and she feels her own breath trying to match it. She forces herself to breathe differently, faster, but the tray doesn't change its pace. It's not following her. It has its own rhythm. Inside the machine, something clinks. Metal on metal, clear and precise. One note, then another, then a third. Jessica's pulse jumps and the clinks speed up slightly, adjust to match her new heart rate. "What the fuck?" she whispers. The clinks continue. They're not random. They're patterned, deliberate, like someone tapping out a message she doesn't know how to read. She looks around the laundromat, still empty, still just her and the machines. The dryers are spinning, but when she looks closer, they're all empty. Just drums rotating around nothing. She turns back to the change machine. Her reflection stares at her from the scratched glass. She looks worse than she did in the bathroom mirror. Pale. Scared. The bruise on her collarbone is visible again. Her collar has slipped down. Her reflection reaches up and adjusts the collar to cover the bruise. Jessica hasn't moved. Her hands are at her sides. In the glass, her reflection's fingers carefully pull the fabric up, smooth it down, hide the purple mark. The motion is gentle, almost tender. Then the reflection's hand moves to its pocket, Jessica's pocket, and pulls out something that isn't there. A coin. The reflection holds it between thumb and forefinger, examines it for a moment, then slides it into the coin slot with slow certainty. Jessica jerks backward, and her reflection lags for a full second, still feeding the imaginary coin, before it snaps back into sync. "No," Jessica says. "No, fuck this. I'm leaving." But she doesn't leave. She stands there, rooted, because the return tray is opening wider now, staying open, and warm air is rising from inside the machine. She smells it, metallic and wrong, like blood and ozone, like the air right before a lightning strike. The smell makes her gag, makes her think of the night he'd split her lip and she'd tasted copper for hours afterward. The clinks inside the machine change pattern. They become almost musical, rhythmic, like someone drumming fingers on metal in a complicated pattern that means something. And Jessica feels it rising in her chest, the thought she's been carrying since she packed her car and drove away. I just need one more chance to make him understand. Not a chance to leave, she's already leaving. A chance to make him see what he's doing, to make him acknowledge the damage, to get some kind of closure or apology or recognition that this thing between them mattered even if it ended badly. One more conversation that doesn't end in slammed doors and broken promises. The machine hears it. Jessica can feel it listening, can feel the attention of something small and hungry and patient, focusing on her like a beam of light. The clinks soften, become almost gentle, almost inviting. The return tray breathes at her. In the warmth rising, from inside she sees shapes forming. Not quite real, not quite hallucination. Something hunched and small with too many joints, with fingers that might be fingers or might be wires, with a face that might be a face or might be the suggestion of one. Belltither, she thinks, and doesn't know where the name came from. That's what it's called. That's what lives in the machines. Her phone rings. Jessica fumbles for it, desperate for any interruption. The screen shows her cousin's name. She answers. "Hey," her cousin says. "Just checking that you're still coming? You should have been here like 3 hours ago." "I'm coming," Jessica says. Her voice sounds strange, too high and too tight. "I just stopped for a break. I'll be there soon. You okay? You sound weird." "I'm fine, just tired." She's watching the change machine while she talks. The return tray is still open, still breathing. The clinks have stopped, but she can feel something waiting inside, patient and attentive. "Okay, drive. Safe. Text me when you're close." "I will." Jessica hangs up, shoves the phone back in her pocket, looks at the machine. She should walk away, should write off the $5, get in her car, drive to Portland, start the new life she's supposedly starting. Should leave this place and this machine and whatever's inside it. But $5 is $5. She's down to $400 in cash and no idea when she'll find a job. Every dollar matters. And besides, it's just a machine. Machines malfunction. The rain probably got into the electronics or something. There's a rational explanation. She steps closer, reaches out, touches the coin slot. The metal is hot. Too hot. Hot enough that she should pull her hand back immediately, but she doesn't. Her fingers rest against it, and for a moment the texture changes. Becomes soft. Becomes skin. She feels a pulse underneath. Slow and strong. And then it's metal again, and she's gasping. The return tray snaps shut. Opens. Shut. Open. Faster. Now. Urgent. Jessica remembers something. A story she heard once. Maybe in college. Maybe from a roommate who believed in urban legends. Something about machines that listen. About offerings and rules. She can't remember the details, just the shape of it. The sense that there are ways to navigate things that shouldn't exist. She digs in her pocket and finds change. 2 quarters, 3 dimes, a nickel. The quarters are warm from being pressed against her leg during the long drive. She pulls one out, looks at it. 2003, the year she graduated high school, the year before everything got complicated. She reaches up and places the quarter on top of the machine. It sits there, small and solid, refusing the slot. Not payment, something else. Keep your mouth closed, she thinks. Name your real need. Don't bargain. She doesn't know where the thought comes from, but it feels true. Feels like a rule that's been around longer than she has. Jessica closes her mouth, presses her lips together. The urge to speak is overwhelming. I just need one more chance to make him understand. Just one more conversation. Just one more. But she holds it back. Her jaw aches. Her throat aches with unspoken words. Instead, she thinks about what she really needs. I need to stop needing his understanding, she thinks. I need to believe that leaving was enough, that I don't need him to validate my decision or acknowledge the hurt. I need to let go of the idea that closure comes from him and not from me. The truth of it hurts worse than the bruise on her collarbone. She lets it sit in her chest, doesn't try to soften it or bargain it away, just lets it be true. The machine hums, the sound shifts, goes lower, becomes something she feels in her teeth. The return tray closes gently and stays closed. Then it opens with a simple click and quarters fall into the tray. Jessica counts them. 20. $5 in quarters. Exactly what she put in. The coins are cold and normal, and they sound exactly right when they hit metal. She scoops them up with shaking hands, shoves them into her pocket. The quarter on top of the machine stays where it is. She doesn't take it back. The fluorescent lights overhead flicker and brighten. The laundromat snaps back into focus, sharp and real and ordinary. The dryers are spinning with actual clothes inside them now, someone else's load making its slow rotation. Jessica blinks, and there's a man sitting in one of the plastic chairs near the wall reading a magazine. She didn't see him come in. Maybe he was always there and she just didn't notice. She walks to the vending machine, feeds it quarters, selects a Snickers bar. The machine dispenses it with a simple mechanical thunk, and Jessica catches it as it falls. Tears open the wrapper, takes a bite. The chocolate and peanuts and caramel taste exactly the way they're supposed to taste. Sweet and salty and grounding. She finishes the candy bar, throws the wrapper away, walks back outside into the rain. It's lighter now, just a drizzle, the kind that mists rather than falls. She gets into her car, locks the doors, sits there for a moment with the engine running. In the rearview mirror she can see the laundromat. The lights are bright. The man is still reading his magazine, and on top of the change machine, barely visible from this distance, the quarter gleams. Jessica puts the car in gear and drives to Portland. She doesn't look back. But not everyone follows the rules. Not everyone knows them. A week later, a man named Tom Delacroix pulls into the parking lot at 1 a.m. He's drunk. Not falling down drunk, but enough that his vision has soft edges and his thoughts move in loose, comfortable spirals. He's been at the bar 6 blocks away, celebrating a promotion he probably won't get and flirting with a woman who probably isn't interested. Now he's here because he spilled beer down his shirt and it's starting to smell, and he has a meeting in the morning and he needs to wash the shirt before he passes out. The laundromat is open. Tom staggers inside, carrying his shirt balled up in one hand. He's wearing an undershirt, and the fluorescent lights make his skin look pale and sweaty. He walks to a washer, throws the shirt in, realizes he needs detergent. There's a vending machine near the back that sells single-use pods. He needs quarters. He pats his pockets, finds a 20. Walks to the change machine on the wall. Feeds the bill into the slot, the machine takes it. Pauses. Tom leans against the wall, waiting. He's not thinking about much. Just the comfortable fuzz of alcohol and the vague plan to wash the shirt, dry it, maybe sleep for a few hours before the meeting, maybe jerk off before he sleeps, maybe text the woman from the bar one more time, see if she's still awake. The fluorescent lights flicker. Tom barely notices. The return tray opens, closes, opens again. He watches it with dull interest, like it's a mildly entertaining malfunction. Inside the machine, something clinks in rhythm with his heartbeat. Tom doesn't notice. He's too drunk to notice. His reflection in the glass lifts its hand and feeds an imaginary coin into the slot. Tom sees it happen, processes it slowly, decides it's the beer playing tricks. He laughs. His reflection laughs a half-second later, the sound slightly out of sync. The return tray breathes at him. Warm air rises from inside the machine, smelling like blood and metal. Tom wrinkles his nose but doesn't step back. He's too drunk to be properly afraid. "Come on," he says to the machine. His words slur slightly. "Give me my quarters." The clinks inside speed up, become eager. Tom feels something rising in his chest. A thought he's been carrying all night. Maybe longer. I just need one more chance with her. Not the woman from the bar, someone else. Someone from 6 months ago who stopped answering his texts after the third date went badly. He doesn't even remember her name clearly, anymore. Christina? But he remembers the way she looked at him when he'd gotten too drunk at dinner and said something he shouldn't have. He wants a chance to take that back, to prove he's not that guy, to get her to see him the way he sees himself. Decent, charming, worth a second look. The machine hears it. The clinks become precise, almost rhythmic, like a counting mechanism engaging. Tom should place a coin on top of the machine, should keep his mouth shut, should name his real need without bargaining. But Tom doesn't know the rules. Tom is drunk and impatient and tired of machines that don't work. "I just need one more chance," Tom says out loud, speaking to the machine, to his reflection, to the empty laundromat. Just one more fucking chance with her. The coin slot warms. The warmth spreads through the metal casing, welcoming and eager. The clinks inside speed up, become almost frantic, like something counting money. The return tray opens, not all the way, just not. Enough for something to come out. But what emerges isn't quarters. It's Tom's voice. Soft and tinny, like it's playing through a small speaker, but unmistakably his voice saying, "I just need one more chance." Tom stares at the machine. His drunk brain tries to process what he's hearing. It's his voice, exact in cadence and tone, repeating the sentence back to him like a recording. "I just need one more chance." Again and again, each repetition identical to the last. "What the fuck?" Tom says. He giggles, a nervous sound. Is this some kind of joke? The machine doesn't answer. It just keeps playing his voice. "I just need one more chance. I just need one more chance. I just need one more chance." Tom reaches for the return tray, thinking maybe there's a speaker in there. Maybe someone's fucking with him. His fingers touch the warm metal, and the voice gets louder, clearer, more insistent. "I just need one more chance." "Stop it," Tom says. He's not giggling anymore. "Seriously, stop it." The machine doesn't stop. The voice continues its loop, and now the dryers are joining in, their motors changing pitch to match the rhythm of the words, creating a kind of mechanical harmony. The washers start sloshing in time, the fluorescent lights flicker in sync. Tom stumbles backward. His shoulder hits a folding table and he spins around, looking for whoever's controlling this. But the laundromat is empty. Just him and the machines, and his own voice echoing from the change machine. He pulls out his phone, tries to call 911, but his fingers are clumsy and he can't make them hit the right numbers. The voice from the machine gets louder. "I just need one more chance. I just need one more chance. I just need one more chance." "I said stop it," Tom shouts. The machine goes silent. The dryers stop humming, the washers stop sloshing, the lights stop flickering. For a moment, the laundromat is completely quiet. Then the return tray opens fully and quarters start falling out. But they don't fall normally. They fall in a stream, one after another, far more than 20 quarters, far more than the machine should be able to hold. They hit the tray with a sound that's almost musical, almost like laughter. Tom watches them fall. 50 quarters, 100, 200. They pile up in the tray, overflow onto the floor, roll across the linoleum in all directions, and with each coin that falls, the voice returns. "I just need one more chance." Not from a speaker anymore, from everywhere, from the walls, from the machines, from the air itself. Tom's voice, begging and desperate, filling the laundromat like a physical presence. Tom runs for the door. His foot hits a rolling quarter, and he slips, goes down hard on one knee. Pain shoots through his leg, but he doesn't stop, just scrambles up and lunges for the door. Gets his hand on the handle, pulls. The door doesn't open. Tom pulls harder. The door rattles in its frame but stays closed. He can see outside, the parking lot, his car, the rain falling in sheets, but he can't get to it. Behind him, the change machine continues its dispensation. Quarters fall and fall and fall, and his voice echoes with each one. "I just need one more chance. I just need one more chance. I just need one more chance." Tom pounds on the glass door. "Help!" His voice cracks. "Somebody help me!" But the strip mall is empty. The other businesses are dark. There's no one to hear him except the machines. He turns back to the change machine. Quarters are everywhere now, covering the floor in a silver carpet. The return tray keeps breathing them out, inexhaustible. And in the scratched glass front of the machine, Tom sees movement. His reflection isn't synced anymore. It's doing its own thing, reaching into its pocket, pulling out an imaginary coin, feeding it into the slot. Over and over, the same motion, repeated with mechanical precision. And each time the reflection feeds the imaginary coin, a real quarter falls from the machine. Tom understands with sudden, terrible clarity. The machine is going to keep this up until he feeds it what it really wants. Not money, something else. He digs in his pockets frantically, finds change, a handful of quarters mixed with dimes and nickels. He doesn't know what he's supposed to do with them, doesn't know the rules. He just knows he needs to make it stop. He grabs a quarter and tries to feed it into the coin slot. The slot is too hot to touch. His fingers blister on contact and he yanks his hand back with a yelp. The quarter falls to the floor, joins the hundreds of others. "I just need one more chance." The voice is different now. Still his voice, but degraded somehow, like it's been copied and recopied until the fidelity is gone. It sounds desperate and mechanical at the same time, inhuman in its precision. Tom sinks to the floor, sits there surrounded by quarters. His knee throbs where he fell. His fingers throb where they touch the hot metal. The machines around him hum and breathe and pulse, and his voice keeps echoing, keeps begging for something he can't even name anymore. Hours pass. Tom tries the door every few minutes, but it won't open. He tries breaking the windows, but his fists just bounce off the glass like it's made of something harder than glass should be. He tries his phone again, but there's no signal, just a screen full of static. The quarters keep falling. His voice keeps echoing. And slowly, as the night wears on, Tom starts to understand what the machine is doing. It's not punishing him. It's not trapping him. It's giving him exactly what he asked for. One more chance. Over and over. An infinite loop of chances, each one identical to the last, each one reducing his request to currency that can be counted and dispensed and spent. He wanted one more chance, and the machine is making him pay for it, making him hear it, making him understand that some needs, when spoken aloud to things that shouldn't listen, become transactions that never end. By the time the sun rises, Tom is hoarse from screaming. The quarters have stopped falling, but they're everywhere. Thousands of them, maybe tens of thousands, piled up against the walls like drifts of metal snow. His voice still echoes from the machines, but it's quieter now, almost background noise. The door clicks. Tom's head snaps up. The lock is released. He doesn't think about it. Just scrambles to his feet and lunges for the door. This time it opens. He stumbles out into the morning light, into the rain that's turned to drizzle, into the parking lot that looks exactly the same as it did when he arrived. His car is still there. He gets in, starts the engine, drives away without looking back. His hands are shaking so badly he can barely hold the wheel. In the rearview mirror, he catches a glimpse of the laundromat. The lights are still on. Through the windows, he can see the change machine on the wall and covering the floor beneath it, glinting in the fluorescent light thousands and thousands of quarters. And faintly, so faintly he might be imagining it, he can still hear his own voice. I just need one more chance. The laundromat continues. People come and go. Some follow the rules, and some don't. Some walk away with clean clothes and a lighter feeling in their chest. Some walk away changed in ways they don't understand until later. And in the machines, in the change machines and vending machines, in the coin slots and return flaps, something small and patient continues to listen. Belltither, the regulars call it. The thing that feeds on the moment when you almost say what you really want but swallow it instead. The thing that loves one more chance the way a slot loves a coin. It doesn't take money. It takes the words you shouldn't speak to machines that listen. It takes your requests and replays them until they sound like sentences you can't stop paying for. In the neon rain, in the fluorescent glow, in the late night spaces where people drift when they're too tired to pretend anymore, Belltither waits. It knows you'll come eventually. Everyone does. Sooner or later. Everyone has something they're carrying, some need they haven't named, some plea they're holding like loose change. And when you arrive, when you feed your bill into the slot and wait for the coins to fall, Belltither will be there, listening, hungry, patient as metal, old as the first machine that learned to take payment and dispense comfort. Just remember the rules. Place your coin on top. Keep your mouth closed. Name your real need without bargaining, or don't. Belltither doesn't mind either way. It's been fed on chances for longer than you've been alive. It can wait for yours too. 2 months pass. The laundromat gets a new sign. The middle letters stop flickering, and now it says wash in steady, reliable neon. But the change machine stays the same. Same scratched glass, same worn casing, same coin slot that sometimes feels warm when it shouldn't. A teenager named Maya Chen comes in on a Tuesday night. She's 16, wearing a school hoodie and carrying a backpack full of textbooks she hasn't opened. She's here because her mother sent her to wash a load of towels. But really she's here because her house feels too small and too loud and she needed an excuse to leave. She loads the towels into a washer, realizes she forgot to bring quarters from home, walks to the change machine, feeds in a $10 bill. The machine takes it, pauses. The fluorescent lights flicker and Maya glances up automatically. When she looks back down, the lights seem softer and the return tray is moving, opening, closing, opening again, like something breathing. Maya takes a step back. She's heard stories. Kids at school talk about this place, about machines that act strange and things that watch from inside coin slots. She'd dismissed it as bullshit, the kind of urban legend people tell to make boring places interesting. But now, standing here with the return tray breathing at her, and the lights dimmed like someone's turned down a dial, she's not so sure. Inside the machine, something clinks. 1 note, 2 notes, 3. Maya's heart beats in her throat, and the clinks match it exactly. She thinks about running. But she needs those quarters. $10 is all the money she has until Friday, and if she doesn't wash these towels, her mother will be angry, and there will be another fight, and Maya is so tired of fighting. In the scratched glass, her reflection stares back at her, and then, while Maya stands completely still, the reflection moves. It reaches into a pocket Maya isn't reaching into and pulls out a coin that isn't there, holds it up, feeds it into the slot with careful certainty. Maya watches this happen, watches her own face in the glass, calm and purposeful, completing an action she's not taking. And she understands, suddenly and completely, that this is a choice. The machine is showing her a choice. She remembers a conversation she overheard last week. 2 women in the bathroom at school talking in low voices while they touched up their makeup. "My cousin used the change machine at that laundromat on Morrison Street," one of them had said. "Said it started acting weird, breathing or something. That's creepy as hell. She said there's a rule. If it starts breathing, you have to put a coin on top and keep your mouth shut. Just think about what you need, but don't say it out loud. Don't bargain with it. What happens if you do?" She wouldn't say. Just said she knew someone who did, and now he can't stop hearing his own voice. Maya had rolled her eyes at the time, but now, with her reflection moving independently and the machine breathing at her and the clinks matching her heartbeat, she thinks maybe there are things in the world that don't care whether you believe in them or not. She digs into her pocket and finds change. 3 quarters, a nickel, 2 pennies. She picks the oldest quarter, she doesn't know why it matters, but it feels like it does, and reaches up. Places it on top of the machine, in the centre of the flat metal surface. The coin sits there, small, real, refusing the slot. Maya closes her mouth, presses her lips together hard enough to feel her teeth behind them, and she thinks about what she really needs. Not quarters, not clean towels, not even peace and quiet, though that's what she came here for. I need to stop being afraid of my mother, she thinks. I need to believe I can survive her anger without breaking. I need to know that her moods aren't my responsibility. The thought is so clear and so true that it hurts. Maya has never let herself think it that directly before, has never named the fear that sits in her chest every time she hears her mother's voice rise, every time she sees her mother's face tighten into that expression that means someone's about to get hurt with words. She lets the truth sit there, doesn't try to soften it or qualify it, just lets it be real. The warmth in the coin slot fades. The machine's hum changes pitch, drops to something normal. The return tray closes gently and stays closed for 3 heartbeats. Then it opens and quarters fall. Maya counts them. 40. $10 in quarters, exactly what she put in. The coins are cold and ordinary and they sound right when they hit metal. She scoops them up. Her hands are steadier than she expected. The quarter on top of the machine stays where it is, and she doesn't take it back. The fluorescent lights brighten. The laundromat snaps into focus. Real and normal and exactly what it should be. Maya loads quarters into the washer, starts the cycle, sits down in one of the plastic chairs to wait. Her phone buzzes. A text from her mother. "When are you coming home?" Maya looks at it for a long moment. Then she types back, "When the laundry is done." "I'll be a while." She doesn't apologise, doesn't explain, just states a fact, and hits send. The washer churns. The dryers hum. Outside, the rain has started again, turning the parking lot into a mirror of neon. Maya closes her eyes and listens to the machines, and for the first time in weeks, she feels like she can breathe all the way down, but there are others who come to the laundromat, and not all of them leave so easily. A man named Robert Kim arrives on a Friday night 2 weeks after Maya. He's in his 50s, wearing a suit that's seen better days, carrying a gym bag full of clothes that smell like cigarette smoke and failure. He lost his job 3 months ago, lost his apartment 2 months ago, has been sleeping in his car and using the gym shower and trying to maintain the appearance of someone who has their shit together. He needs to wash his interview clothes, has another interview Monday morning. This one might be different. This one might work out. He just needs to look presentable. Just needs one more chance to prove he's still valuable. Still. Worth hiring. He feeds a 20 into the change machine. The machine takes it. The lights flicker. The return tray starts breathing. Robert doesn't notice at first. He's thinking about the interview, running through his prepared answers, trying to remember if he should mention the gap in his resume or pretend it doesn't exist. By the time he realizes something's wrong, it's too late. The clinks start. His reflection moves independently. The return tray breathes warm air that smells like blood and metal, and Robert feels the thought rising. I just need one more chance. He doesn't know the rules, doesn't know about the coin on top, about keeping his mouth shut. He's too tired and too desperate and too defeated to navigate invisible rules. Please, Robert says to the machine, I just need one more chance, just one more interview that goes well. Please. The machine accepts his words. The coin slot warms, welcoming. The clinks become eager, and the return tray opens, and instead of quarters, it dispenses Robert's voice. I just need one more chance. Over and over, again and again. Until the words don't sound like a plea anymore. They sound like a curse, a sentence he can't stop serving. Robert tries to run, but the door won't open. Tries to break the windows, but they won't break. Sits down on the floor, surrounded by quarters that keep falling from the machine, thousands of them, while his own voice echoes through the laundromat and the hours stretch into something that feels like forever. By the time the sun comes up and the door finally unlocks, Robert is different, quieter. His eyes have a distant quality, like he's listening to something no one else can hear. He gets in his car and drives to a motel, pays for a room with some of the quarters he carried out in his pockets, and sits on the bed staring at the wall. On Monday, he doesn't go to the interview. He never goes to another interview. Because every time he thinks about trying again, he hears his own voice in his head, repeating the same plea with mechanical precision, and he knows that some chances, once spoken to the wrong listener, become debts you can never finish paying. The laundromat exists. The machines run. Belltither waits. A woman named Sandra Torres comes in on a Sunday morning 3 weeks after Robert. She's pregnant, 7 months along, belly round and heavy, and she's here because her water heater broke and she can't afford to fix it until payday. She needs to wash her work uniforms, needs to be presentable for her shifts this week, just needs things to work out a little longer. She feeds a 10 into the change machine, the lights flicker, the return tray breathes, but Sandra knows the stories. Her grandmother told her about things that listen, about offerings that aren't payments, about the importance of naming truth without condition. Sandra grew up with rules for avoiding bad luck, for appeasing things that shouldn't exist but do anyway, so when the machine starts breathing and the clinks match her heartbeat, Sandra doesn't panic. She reaches into her purse and finds a quarter, places it on top of the machine, closes her mouth, and silently, honestly, without bargaining, she names her real need. I need to trust that I can do this, that I can be a mother even though I'm scared, that being afraid doesn't mean I'll fail. The truth settles in her chest, raw and simple. The machine hums, accepts it, releases her. Quarters fall. Sandra takes them, takes a deep breath and starts her wash. By the time she leaves, the sun is higher in the sky and her uniforms are clean and folded, and she feels steadier than she has in weeks. Not fixed, not transformed, just a little more capable of carrying what she needs to carry. And the pattern continues. Some people follow the rules, some don't. Some leave with clean clothes and quiet epiphanies. Some leave with their own voices echoing in their heads, a loop they'll hear for the rest of their lives. The laundromat doesn't judge. It just is. A liminal space where people drift when they're too tired to pretend, where machines hum and water churns and detergent covers the smell of everything that's harder to wash away. And in the machines, particularly in the change machine with its scratched glass and worn casing, Belltither waits. It feeds on hesitation, on the moment when you almost say what you really want but swallow it instead. It loves the phrase, "one more chance," the way collectors love rare coins. It takes your requests and turns them into currency, makes you pay to hear yourself beg. But it also teaches, in its way, teaches that some needs, when named honestly without bargaining, lose their power to hurt you. Teaches that the difference between a plea and a prayer is whether you're trying to make a deal. teaches that machines listen, and what you say to them matters. On a Thursday night, 6 months after Tom Delacroix stumbled out into the dawnlight with his pockets full of quarters and his voice still echoing in his ears, a young man named David Park pulls into the parking lot. He's 19, flunking out of college, hasn't told his parents yet. He's here because he spilled coffee on his only clean shirt and has a meeting with his advisor tomorrow, and he needs to look like someone who has their life together. The laundromat is nearly empty. One old man reading a newspaper near the back, the machines humming their familiar hum. David loads his shirt into a washer, realises he needs quarters, walks to the change machine. He's about to feed in a 20 when he notices something. On top of the machine, placed carefully in the centre of the metal surface, is a quarter. It's old. The date is worn almost smooth, and it sits there like it's been waiting. David stares at it. He's heard stories about this place. Upperclassmen talk about it at parties, swapping urban legends about machines that breathe and reflections that move on their own. He'd always assumed it was bullshit, the kind of thing people make up to scare freshmen. But something about that quarter sitting there alone on top of the machine makes him pause. He reaches out and touches it. The metal is warm, not hot, just warm enough to feel like it's been held recently, like someone left it there on purpose, like it means something. David pulls his hand back, looks at the change machine, looks at the quarter, and makes a decision. He pulls out his wallet and counts his cash. $37. Not enough for much, but enough. He takes out a 20, folds it, puts it back in his wallet. Then he takes out $1, feeds it into the change machine instead. The machine accepts it without incident. No flickering lights, no breathing return tray, just a simple mechanical process. 4 quarters fall into the tray with ordinary metallic sounds. David scoops them up, feeds them into the washer, starts his cycle. As he walks away, he glances back at the change machine. The quarter is still on top of it, waiting for whoever needs it next. David doesn't know why he changed his behaviour, doesn't know why he felt the need to be cautious, to take less than he wanted. Just knows that some instinct, some warning he couldn't name, told him to be careful with machines that hold offerings on their surfaces. He sits down in a plastic chair and waits for his shirt to wash. The old man near the back turns a page in his newspaper. The dryers spin. Outside, rain starts to fall, turning the parking lot into a mirror of neon. David pulls out his phone, scrolls through messages he hasn't answered, thinks about the meeting tomorrow with his advisor, thinks about what he's going to say when they ask why his grades have dropped, thinks about the truth he's been avoiding, that he's not sure college is right for him, that he's not sure what he wants, that he's terrified of disappointing his parents, but equally terrified of spending 4 more years pretending to be someone he's not. The washer buzzes. David transfers his shirt to a dryer, feeds it more quarters, sits back down. The old man folds his newspaper, stands up with careful slowness, and walks toward the door. As he passes David, he pauses. "Good choice," the old man says quietly. David looks up. "What?" But the old man is already walking away, pushing through the door out into the rain. David watches him go, confused. Good choice about what? About using the dryer? About washing his shirt? He looks back at the change machine. The quarter is still there, gleaming under the fluorescent lights. Good choice, the old man had said. David thinks about the $20 in his wallet, about feeding it into the machine, about what might have happened if he'd asked for more than he needed, if he'd approached the machine with demands instead of caution. He'll never know for sure. But sitting there in the warm laundromat with his shirt tumbling in the dryer and the rain falling outside, David feels like he dodged something. Feels like he made a choice he didn't know he was making and somehow made the right one. The dryer buzzes. David pulls out his shirt, warm and clean and smelling like generic detergent. He folds it carefully, puts it in his backpack, looks one more time at the change machine. The quarter is still there, still waiting. David doesn't know who left it or why, but he understands now that it's not just decoration. It's a warning, a reminder, a sign that says, be careful what you ask for. Be careful what you say out loud. Be careful with machines that listen. David leaves the laundromat and walks to his car. Gets in, starts the engine. Sits there for a moment with the heat running and the rain drumming on the roof. Tomorrow he'll meet with his advisor. He'll tell the truth, that he's struggling, that he's not sure this is the right path, that he needs help figuring out what comes next. Not one more chance. Not a plea for something he can't name, just honesty, simple and unqualified. He puts the car in gear and drives home through the rain. In the rearview mirror, the laundromat grows smaller and smaller until it's just another lit window in a dark strip mall. But the image of that quarter stays with him, small and warm and waiting on top of a machine that breathes when it shouldn't, in a place where people go when they're too tired to pretend anymore. The laundromat continues. The machines run. Belltither waits, patient as metal, old as the first coin that ever fell through a slot. It doesn't take money. It takes the moment when you almost say what you really want but swallow it instead. It takes one more chance and turns it into currency, makes you pay to hear yourself beg. But it also offers a choice. Follow the rules. Place your coin on top, keep your mouth closed, name your truth without bargaining, and the machines will give you what you came for. Quarters and clean clothes and the quiet certainty that honesty, when spoken to the right listener, can be its own form of freedom. Break the rules, and the machines will give you something else entirely. They'll give you exactly what you asked for over and over until the words stop sounding like hope and start sounding like a trap you built yourself. In the neon rain, in the fluorescent glow, in the late-night spaces where exhaustion strips away pretense, Belltither listens. It knows you'll come eventually. Everyone does. Everyone carries something. Some need they haven't named, some plea they're holding like loose change. And when you arrive, when you stand in front of a machine that breathes and clinks and watches you with glass that reflects things that haven't happened yet, you'll have a choice. You can follow the rules, or you can bargain. Belltither doesn't care which you choose. It's been fed on chances for longer than anyone remembers. It can wait for yours too. Just remember, in the strip mall at the edge of town, in the laundromat that's always open, the change machine takes more than bills. It takes requests. And what it returns, quarters or voices, relief or repetition, depends entirely on what you're willing to pay for and how you ask. The quarter on top of the machine waits. The coin slot breathes. The return tray opens and closes like lungs remembering rhythm. And somewhere inside the metal and wires and mechanisms that shouldn't be conscious but are, Belltither hunches and listens and feeds on the space between what you want and what you say, between asking and begging, between need and bargain. It doesn't judge, it just is. And it will be there, waiting, the next time you need change and the night is too quiet and you're too tired to guard your words. Just remember the rules. Place your coin on top, keep your mouth closed. Name your real need without bargaining. Or don't. Belltither doesn't mind either way. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. Rain hammers the marquee glass like fingernails on a coffin lid, each drop spreading its wet shine across the bulbs that spell out Paramount in letters that haven't all worked since 1987. The missing letters make it read Para-ount, which seems about right for a place that exists somewhere between here and wherever broken things go to wait. The carpet in the lobby has that sweetness to it, the kind that comes from decades of spilled soda soaking into padding that was never meant to last this long, mixing with popcorn butter that's gone rancid in the fibres and something else underneath. Something organic and patient that might be mould or might be the building's own slow decay. Marcus Holloway stands under the marquee with his jacket pulled tight, watching the rain create temporary rivers in the gutter, carrying cigarette butts and candy wrappers toward the storm drain like little boats with nowhere good to go. He's been standing here for 20 minutes, which he knows because he's checked his phone 7 times, each time hoping for a text that hasn't come and won't come because Emily doesn't text anymore. Not since he told her he was fine when she asked how he was doing after the funeral. That was 6 months ago. The phone stays dark except for the time glowing back at him like an accusation. The theatre's warm breath keeps fogging the glass doors, condensation running down in streams that make the poster for some action movie look like it's crying. Marcus can see someone moving around inside. The ticket counter clerk, probably, counting drawer money or cleaning the soda machine or doing whatever people do in empty theatres on Tuesday nights when the rain keeps everyone home. He should go home too. His apartment is only 4 blocks away, a studio with walls so thin he can hear Mrs. Chen next door talking to her dead husband every night, around 9:30, always the same conversation, always ending with her saying she's fine when the silence asks how she's holding up. But Marcus doesn't want to go back there yet, doesn't want to sit on his couch that still smells like his brother, even though Jake has been dead since April, doesn't want to see Jake's jacket still hanging on the back of the door, because taking it down feels like erasing him, and leaving it up feels like pretending he might come back. so Marcus pushes through the theatre doors instead, letting the warm air wrap around him like something hungry that's been waiting. The lobby smells exactly like he remembered. Popcorn and artificial butter and that sweet rot underneath. Plus something else now. Something he can't quite name. Velvet, maybe. Old fabric that's held too many bodies, absorbed too much sweat and perfume, and the particular smell of people sitting in the dark trying not to think about their lives. The clerk at the counter is a woman in her 50s with grey hair, pulled back in a bun so tight it seems to lift her eyebrows into a permanent expression of mild surprise. Her name tag says Dolores, and underneath it, in smaller letters, since 1998. "Just you tonight?" she asks, and her voice has that particular quality of someone who's asked the same question 10,000 times and knows all the answers already. "Just me," Marcus confirms, pulling out his wallet even though he's not sure what movie he's even here to see. The board behind Dolores lists 3 options. A superhero thing that came out 2 months ago, a romantic comedy that reviewed poorly, and something called The Night Remembers in a slot marked Late Show. 10:45 p.m. It's 10:38 now. The Late Show, Marcus says, because it feels appropriate somehow, watching something called The Night Remembers. On a night when he can't stop remembering Jake's face in the hospital bed, Jake's voice getting quieter, Jake asking if Marcus was okay, and Marcus saying yes, saying he was fine, saying it right up until Jake stopped breathing and the machine started screaming. Dolores nods like she expected this, like everyone who comes in alone on rainy Tuesday nights picks The Late Show. She doesn't tell him what the movie is about. She just takes his 20, gives him back a 10 and 3 ones, and slides a ticket across the counter. The ticket is old style, the kind that comes from a roll. Purple with gold lettering that's half rubbed away from handling. Section E, seat 14. Theatre 3, down the hall and to your left. Show starts in 7 minutes. Dolores pauses, her hand still on the ticket roll. If you need to step out during the film, that's all right. Sometimes people need air. The lobby stays open. It's an odd thing to say, oddly specific, but Marcus just nods and takes his ticket and heads down the hallway that's decorated with posters from movies that came out when his parents were young. Jaws and The Godfather and something called Night of the Velvet Curtain that Marcus has never heard of. The poster showing a darkened theatre with something tall and draped standing in the aisle, though the image is too faded to make out details. Theatre 3 is smaller than he expected. Maybe 60 seats arranged in 8 rows, all of them empty except for the ghosts of old stains on the velvet upholstery. The whole room is done in burgundy and gold, the kind of colour scheme that was probably elegant in 1952, but now just looks tired, like a fancy dress worn too many times. The screen is dark, showing only the faint grey of standby mode. The exit signs on either side glow red but dimly, like dying stars. Marcus chooses a seat in the middle of row E, seat 14, just like his ticket says, and settles in. The velvet is worn smooth under his hands, the nap rubbed away by decades of nervous fingers and restless palms. The seat groans as he sits, not quite a creak, more like a sigh, like it's been waiting for weight and is relieved to finally have purpose again. The lights are still on, those small aisle lights that run along the floor to keep people from breaking their necks in the dark. They glow a soft amber, maybe a dozen of them creating little pools of light down each aisle. Marcus watches them and notices something odd. They're not all glowing at the same intensity. Some are brighter, some dimmer, and as he watches, he swears the pattern changes. Brighter, dimmer, dimmer. Like breathing. Like the theatre itself is drawing air in and letting it out, using these little lights as lungs. He tells himself it's just old wiring, fluctuating current, nothing to worry about. The whole building is probably one bad storm away from violating every electrical code in the city. But he keeps watching anyway, counting the rhythm. In, out, steady and patient and almost comforting in its regularity. The screen flickers to life without warning. No countdown, no studio logo. Just straight to previews. The first one is for a horror movie, all quick cuts and jump scares, a family moving into a house where terrible things happened, the mother asking the father if everything's okay, the father saying yes, saying they're fine, saying it while the camera zooms in on a dark stain spreading across the ceiling of their new bedroom. The second preview is stranger. It's for a movie that Marcus has definitely never heard of, something called Acceptable Losses. and the footage is grainy, almost home movie quality. A man sitting at a dinner table smiling at someone off camera. A woman in a hospital waiting room, her hands folded in her lap. A child's birthday party, everyone singing, everyone wearing frozen smiles. The tagline appears in white text, "Some things we bury. Some things bury us." Marcus shifts in his seat, making it groan again. The preview bothers him in a way he can't articulate. Something about those smiles, about the way everyone in the footage looks like they're performing happiness for an audience that isn't there. He's seen that look before. He's worn that look. He wore it at Jake's funeral when people asked how. He was holding up and he said fine, said he was managing, said all the things you're supposed to say when your little brother dies at 24 from an overdose that everyone wants to call accidental, even though Jake's note made it pretty fucking clear it wasn't. The third preview starts and Marcus goes still. It's his apartment. His actual apartment. The one 4 blocks from here with the thin walls and Mrs. Chen next door. The camera moves through his living room, past his couch, past Jake's jacket on the door, into his kitchen where dirty dishes are piled in the sink because he can't seem to care about dishes anymore. Into his bedroom where the sheets haven't been changed in 3 weeks. The whole thing is shot in that same grainy quality, and there's no music, just ambient sound. The hum of his refrigerator, the drip of his bathroom faucet, the muffled voice of Mrs. Chen through the wall saying, "Henry, are you there, Henry?" Marcus's hands grip the armrest. This isn't possible. This is not fucking possible. But there on the screen is his bathroom mirror, and in the reflection is Marcus himself, looking exactly like he looked this morning. Unshaven, dark circles under his eyes, wearing the same shirt he's wearing right now. The Marcus on screen is brushing his teeth, and someone off screen says, "How are you doing?" And screen Marcus spits and rinses and says, "I'm fine," and the camera zooms in on his reflection's eyes, which are red and wet, contradicting everything his mouth just claimed. The preview cuts to black. No title, no release date, just black, and then the feature presentation begins. Except, it's not The Night Remembers. The title that appears on screen, in elegant script, is Marcus Holloway, The Fine Years. Marcus stands up fast enough that his seat slams back with a bang that echoes through the empty theatre. His heart is hammering against his ribs, his breath coming quick and shallow. This is wrong, this is all wrong, this is some kind of sick joke or hidden camera show, or he's having a breakdown. Finally, after 6 months of holding it together and telling everyone he's fine, his brain has decided to shatter in a movie theatre at 11:15 on a Tuesday night. He needs to leave. He needs to get out of here right now. But when he turns toward the aisle, the lights have changed. They're dimmer now, barely glowing, and in that dimness he can see that the aisle isn't empty anymore. There's something in it. Someone. No, not someone. Something. It's tall, maybe 7 feet, maybe more, draped in what looks like burgundy velvet, the same colour as the theatre seats. The fabric hangs in heavy folds, creating a silhouette that's vaguely human, but wrong in the proportions, too long in the torso, arms that hang too low. Where the face should be, there's just more velvet, darker, with 2 indentations that might be eyes, or might just be places where the fabric drapes inward. The thing doesn't move. It just stands there in the aisle 2 rows behind Marcus, perfectly still. Marcus's throat has closed up. He can't breathe right. His vision is starting to tunnel. This isn't real. This cannot be real. He's having some kind of episode, some kind of trauma response. His therapist warned him about this, said that grief can manifest in all kinds of ways. But she didn't say anything about manifestations that wear velvet and stand 7 feet tall in empty movie theatres. A sound breaks the silence, soft and measured, rhythmic. Click, pause, click, pause. Footsteps. Professional, unhurried footsteps, like an usher making their rounds, checking for people who need to be escorted out or told to silence their phones. But the velvet-draped thing hasn't moved. The footsteps are coming from somewhere else, somewhere deeper in the theatre, but Marcus can't see anyone. Just the sound moving closer. Click, pause, click, pause. On the screen, the movie that is somehow about Marcus's life continues to play. He's watching. Himself at Jake's funeral, standing by the casket in his black suit that he borrowed from a co-worker, because he doesn't own a suit, didn't think he'd need one for another 30 years. Emily's beside him on the screen, her hand on his arm, her voice low. Marcus, are you okay? You can cry. You're allowed to cry. And screen Marcus says, I'm fine. I'm holding up fine. The camera zooms in on his face, which is dry and composed and completely empty, like someone has scooped out everything inside him and left just the shell. The footsteps stop. They've stopped right next to where Marcus is standing, but there's nothing there. Just empty aisle, empty air, and the faint smell of old velvet. Marcus runs. He stumbles over his own feet, catches himself on the seat in front of him, keeps moving toward the exit. The velvet thing doesn't follow. It just watches, or seems to watch. It's impossible to tell, with no visible eyes, as Marcus crashes through the theatre door and back into the hallway. The hallway lights are on, normal and fluorescent and beautifully mundane. Marcus leans against the wall, gasping, his whole body shaking. Panic attack. This is a panic attack. He's had them before, after Jake died, in grocery stores and at work, and once in the middle of the night when he woke up and forgot for 3 beautiful seconds that his brother was dead, and then remembered and felt the knowledge crush him all over again. But panic attacks don't create movies about your life. Panic attacks don't put velvet-draped things in theatre aisles. He needs to leave. He needs to walk out the front door and go home and forget this ever happened, write it off as stress or lack of sleep or a bad combination of grief and the weird smell in that theatre. But when Marcus looks down the hallway toward the lobby, it's longer than it should be. Much longer. The lobby is visible at the far end, Dolores still at her counter, but the hallway between here and there stretches like something from a dream, perspective all wrong, distance all wrong. Behind him the theatre door is still closed. Beyond it he can hear the movie still playing, his own voice saying, I'm fine, I'm okay, I'm managing, all the lies he's been telling for 6 months, played back at theatre volume. Marcus closes his eyes and tries to remember what his therapist taught him. Ground yourself. 5 things you can see. Hallway, carpet, poster, lights, door. 4 things you can touch. Wall, shirt, phone in pocket, his own racing heart through his ribs. 3 things you can hear. The movie, his breathing, and underneath it all very faint. That clicking of invisible footsteps, still moving, still patient, like someone waiting for him to make a decision. This isn't real, Marcus whispers to himself. This isn't real. But his phone is real, and when he pulls it out to call someone, Emily, his mum, 911, anyone, the screen won't turn on. It's not dead. He charged it before leaving his apartment. It just won't respond to his touch, like the device has decided it's done being useful. A door opens to his left, one he didn't notice before. It's marked Employees Only, and through it comes Dolores, still wearing that expression of mild surprise, still moving with the deliberate slowness of someone who's worked the same job for 26 years and knows there's no point in hurrying. You stepped out, she says, and it's not a question. There's something wrong with the movie, Marcus says, and his voice sounds high and thin, not like his voice at all. There's something in the theatre. I can't. You need 3 breaths, Dolores interrupts, gently but firmly. Not here, in the lobby. 3 full breaths, in and out. I don't understand what's happening. The theatre is showing you something. Sometimes it does that. But you can stop it if you follow the rule. Dolores looks at him with eyes that are kind but tired, like she's had this conversation before, like she has it every Tuesday night with different people who all look like Marcus does right now, scared and confused and coming apart at the seams. 3 breaths in the lobby, then you name 1 honest feeling you're allowed to have tonight. Silently. Just in your head. Don't say it out loud. That part is important. This is insane, Marcus says. But even as he says it, he's already walking toward the lobby, because nothing about staying in this hallway feels safe, and Dolores is at least giving him instructions, something to do, a rule to follow when everything else has stopped making sense. The lobby is exactly as he left it. Popcorn machine glowing red and yellow in the corner, candy counter stocked with boxes of junior mints and milk duds that are probably older than he is. The rain is still hammering the windows, making the whole world outside look like it's melting. Marcus stands in the middle of the sticky tile floor and forces himself to take a breath. In, out. His chest is tight, resisting. But he makes himself do it again. In, out. The 3rd breath comes easier. Or maybe he's just getting better at pretending. Name 1 honest feeling you're allowed to have tonight. The instruction seems simple, but it's not. Because Marcus has spent 6 months not allowing himself to feel anything honest. He's allowed himself to feel busy and functional and fine, allowed himself to feel like someone who's handling things, but honest feelings, the raw, ugly ones that live underneath all his careful composure, those are supposed to stay buried where they can't hurt anyone or make anyone uncomfortable or prove that he's not actually fine at all. But here in the lobby, with rain hammering the windows and a velvet-draped thing waiting in the theatre, and his own lies playing on a screen, Marcus lets himself think it. Scared. He's scared. He's been scared since Jake died, scared that he should have noticed something was wrong, scared that he could have stopped it, scared that he's going to forget what Jake's laugh sounded like, or the way Jake used to fold pizza in half before eating it, or the exact shade of blue Jake's eyes were, scared that grief is going to hollow him out and leave nothing behind, scared that it won't and he'll have to carry this weight forever, scared that everyone can see how not fine he is, scared that no one can see it at all. The lobby air shifts. Nothing dramatic, just a subtle change in pressure, like someone opening a window. The rain sound gets quieter. The fluorescent lights stop their barely perceptible buzz. Marcus opens his eyes. When did he close them? And Dolores is back behind the counter, counting bills from the register drawer. Better? She asks without looking up. I don't know. Maybe. What the fuck was that? Now she looks up, and her expression is still kind, but underneath it there's something sad, something that knows too much. The theatre has a way of finding people who are pretending. It doesn't like lies, especially the ones we tell ourselves. Velvet gasp, that's what the old-timers call it. It feeds on the performance, on the I'm fine we say when we're not. Marcus laughs, and it comes out bitter and sharp. So what, this place is haunted by a thing that punishes people for not falling apart in public? That's the stupidest fucking thing I've ever heard. Not punishment, Dolores says quietly. More like witnessing. It wants to see what you're hiding. And if you keep hiding it, if you keep saying you're okay when you're not, it will keep you here. Keep showing you your own lies until that's all you are. Just someone sitting in a dark theatre, watching themselves pretend forever. That's insane. Yes, Dolores agrees. But you're standing here having this conversation instead of walking out that door, which means some part of you knows I'm telling the truth. She's right. Marcus hates that she's right, but he can feel it. The knowledge sitting in his chest like a stone. The movie in theatre, 3, isn't finished. The thing in the aisle is still waiting, and if he walks back in there and sits back down without acknowledging what he just named in the lobby, without letting that honesty exist, he's going to become part of this place. Another quiet presence in a seat that never empties. I did what you said, Marcus tells her. I took 3 breaths. I named a feeling. Can I leave now? Dolores tilts her head, considering. Did you say it out loud? No, I kept it in my head, like you said. Then you can go back in. The movie will finish. You'll be all right. She pauses. But Marcus, and I know your name because the theatre knows it, don't ask me how. You should consider actually telling someone what you named in here. Not me, someone who matters to you. Because the theatre will let you go tonight, but next time you're not honest, next time you say you're fine when you're breaking, it'll find you again. It always does. Marcus wants to tell her to fuck off with her mystical theatre bullshit, wants to walk out into the rain and never come back. But his feet carry him back down the hallway instead, back to Theatre 3, and this time the hallway is the right length, normal length, and when he pushes through the door, the velvet thing is gone. The aisle lights are steady now, no more breathing rhythm. The seats are just seats, and on the screen, the movie has changed. It's actually The Night Remembers Now, some noir thing with actors in fedoras and women with victory rolls, nothing to do with Marcus or Jake or grief at all. Marcus sits back down in seat E14, and the velvet is just velvet, worn and old and holding no secrets. He watches the movie without really seeing it, his mind elsewhere, on Jake's funeral and Emily's text messages he never answered, and the jacket hanging on his door and the word he named in the lobby, scared. He's still scared when the movie ends 90 minutes later and the lights come up. Still scared when he walks back through the lobby and Dolores nods at him like a question, and he nods back like an answer. Still scared when he steps out into the rain, which has softened to a drizzle, the streets washed clean and reflecting every light. His phone works now. When he pulls it out, there are 3 missed texts from Emily, all from earlier tonight, all saying variations of, "I know you said you're fine, but I'm here if you need to talk." Marcus's thumb hovers over the keyboard. Every instinct he has says to text back, "I'm good, thanks," or "Don't worry about me," or any of the other deflections he's perfected over the past 6 months. But he can still feel the weight of that velvet thing watching him, still hear his own voice on the theatre screen saying, "I'm fine, I'm fine, I'm fine," until the words stop meaning anything. He types, "I'm not fine, I'm scared and I miss him, and I don't know how to do this." He sends it before he can talk himself out of it. Emily texts back in less than a minute, "I'm coming over." Marcus walks home, in the rain with his phone in his hand and something loosening in his chest, something that's been clenched tight since April. The theatre's marquee glows behind him, the broken letters still spelling paramount, and in the reflection of a puddle, just for a second, he thinks he sees a tall figure draped in velvet standing under the awning. But when he turns to look, there's nothing there, just rain and old glass and a building that's learned to be patient with people who aren't ready to tell the truth. Marcus dreams that night, for the first time in weeks. In the dream, he's back in the theatre, but it's different. The seats are filled with people, all of them sitting perfectly still, all of them staring at the screen where their own lives play on repeat. He recognises some of them, the guy who worked at the coffee shop near Marcus's apartment who disappeared last summer, the woman who used to sit in the park feeding pigeons until one day she just wasn't there anymore, a teenager, who went missing from Marcus's high school when he was a junior, her face on posters stapled to telephone poles for months before people stopped looking. They're all still here, in the theatre, watching themselves lie. The woman from the park is watching herself tell her daughter she doesn't need to visit so often, watching herself say "I'm fine" alone over and over while her hands shake and her eyes dim, and the pigeons stop coming because she stopped feeding them, stopped leaving her apartment, stopped doing anything except sitting and saying "I'm fine." The teenager is watching herself at the dinner table with her parents, smiling and eating and answering questions about school, with carefully crafted responses that reveal nothing about the razors in her backpack, or the pills she's been saving, or the note she's writing in her head, every second of every day while saying "I'm good, everything's good." And there, 3 rows from the front, is Jake. Marcus tries to call out to him, but his voice won't work. He stumbles down the aisle, climbing over seats, knocking into knees, but the distance between them never changes. Jake just sits there watching the screen, watching himself in Marcus's apartment on that last visit, 3 days before he died, Marcus asking, "Are you okay?" and Jake saying, "Yeah, I'm fine, I'm just tired," while his eyes beg Marcus to see what he's not saying. On screen, Marcus says, "Okay, good," and offers Jake a beer, and the moment passes, the chance to push harder and ask real questions evaporates, and Jake leaves and Marcus doesn't see him again until the hospital, until it's too late, until all that's left is a body and a note, and the terrible knowledge that Jake said he was fine and Marcus believed him because it was easier than the truth. The velvet thing appears at the end of Jake's row. It's just standing there, draped and patient, and when Jake finally turns to look at it, Marcus can see his brother's face. Jake looks exactly like he did at 24, soft brown hair, crooked smile, eyes that were always a little sad even when he laughed. But now those eyes are empty, watching and re-watching that last conversation, trapped in the moment of his own lie. The velvet thing reaches out with an arm that seems to have too many joints, and it touches Jake's shoulder with what might be tenderness, or might be possession, and Jake turns back to the screen like he's forgotten Marcus is there. Marcus wakes up gasping, his sheets soaked with sweat, Emily asleep on the couch where she passed out after they talked until 3 a.m. He'd told her everything, about Jake's note, about the guilt, about how he can't get rid of Jake's jacket because it's the last thing that still smells like his brother, about how he's been saying he's fine because admitting he's not means admitting he failed Jake, failed to see the signs, failed to push past Jake's performance and find the truth underneath. Emily had just listened, didn't try to fix it or absolve him or tell him it wasn't his fault, just sat there and let him be not fine in front of someone who mattered. Now Marcus gets up and goes to the window. It's almost dawn, the sky turning that pale grey that comes before sunrise. The rain has stopped completely, leaving the streets glossy and clean, and there, down on the corner, under the one working streetlight, stands a tall figure draped in burgundy velvet. Marcus's heart kicks into overdrive. He blinks, looks away, looks back. The figure is still there, perfectly motionless, facing Marcus's building, facing his window. He's not going back, Marcus thinks fiercely. He told the truth. He named what he was feeling. He fucking followed the rules. But even as he thinks it, another voice whispers underneath. Once. You told the truth once. How long until you slip back into saying you're fine? How long until the performance becomes easier than honesty again? The figure doesn't move. It just stands there as the sky gets lighter, as the city starts to wake up, as the first cars begin moving through the wet streets. Marcus watches it until the sun rises enough to spill real light across the pavement, and when he blinks against the brightness, the figure is gone. Maybe it was never there at all. Maybe it was. Emily stirs on the couch, groaning awake. What time is it? Early. 6, maybe. Marcus turns from the window. Want coffee? God, yes. She sits up, rubbing her face, hair sticking up in wild angles. You okay? The question sits between them, simple and loaded. Marcus feels the weight of it, feels the easy lie ready on his tongue. Yeah, I'm good, don't worry about me. Feels how simple it would be to slip back into the performance, to smooth over the ragged honesty of last night with a fresh coat of, I'm fine. But he thinks about Jake sitting in that theatre forever, watching his own lies on repeat. Thinks about the velvet thing standing on the corner, patient and waiting for Marcus to hand it. Another ticket. No, Marcus says. I'm not okay, but I'm here. That's something. Emily smiles, small and sad and real. Yeah, that's something. 3 weeks pass. Marcus goes to work, comes home, talks to Emily, calls his mum more often, starts seeing his therapist twice a week instead of once. He doesn't say he's fine when people ask how he's doing. Instead, he says, it's hard, or I'm struggling, or sometimes just, I don't know. And it turns out people can handle that. Don't crumble or flee when faced with his not okayness. He doesn't go back to the Paramount, doesn't walk past it even though it would save him 3 minutes on his route to work. He thinks about it sometimes, about Dolores and her sad knowledge, about the velvet thing and its patient hunger. Mostly he thinks about Jake, about whether his brother is really still there in some metaphysical sense, trapped in a seat watching his final lie on repeat, or whether that was just Marcus's guilt manifesting, his brain's way of processing the unbearable. Then, on a Friday night, Emily invites him to a birthday party for a mutual friend. Marcus almost says no. Parties mean questions, mean having to explain about Jake, mean people looking at him with pity or discomfort or both. But he's trying this new thing where he doesn't automatically say what's easiest, so he goes. The party's loud and crowded, full of people Marcus half knows from college or work, or that weird period after graduation when everyone was still pretending they'd stay in touch. Someone hands him a beer, someone else asks how he's been, and Marcus says rough year instead of fine, and the person nods and says, I heard about your brother, man. That's fucking awful. And Marcus says yeah, and the person squeezes his shoulder and moves on, and it's not comfortable, but it's honest. He's thinking maybe he can do this. Maybe he can exist in the world without his protective shell of I'm okay, when he sees her across the room. Jenna Matsuda, he, hasn't seen her since Jake's funeral, where she stood in the back and cried harder than almost anyone because she and Jake had dated for 6 months back in high school and stayed friends after. The kind of friends who texted each other memes at 2 a.m. and remembered each other's birthdays. At the funeral, she'd tried to talk to Marcus, but he'd been in his protective shell, saying he was fine, saying he was managing, not letting anyone close enough to crack him open. Now she's at this party, drink in hand, laughing at something someone said, and Marcus feels his chest constrict because seeing her means seeing another piece of Jake, another person who loved him and couldn't save him. He should go say hello. He knows he should. But his feet won't move. Instead, he watches Jenna from across the room and thinks about the last time he saw Jake alive, thinks about that conversation his dream self watched on repeat. Jake had seemed tired but okay. Quieter than usual maybe, but not, in a way that set off alarms. Marcus had asked if everything was all right, and Jake had said, yeah, I'm fine, just need to catch up on sleep. And Marcus had said, okay, cool, let me know if you need anything. And Jake had said, will do, and then he'd left. 72 hours later, Jake's roommate found him on the bathroom floor with an empty bottle of his anxiety medication beside him, and a note on his phone that said, I'm sorry I said I was fine. I wasn't. I'm not. And now I'm tired of pretending. Marcus's hands are shaking. His beer sloshes against the rim of the bottle. He needs air, needs to step outside, but the apartment is packed and getting to the door means pushing through bodies and he can't. He can't do it, so he heads for the bathroom instead. The bathroom is small and bright, harsh fluorescent light bouncing off white tile. Marcus locks the door and sits on the edge of the tub and puts his head in his hands and tries to breathe like his therapist taught him. 4 counts in, hold for 4 counts out. But his lungs won't cooperate. His chest feels like it's being squeezed by something with too many arms. Someone knocks on the door. "You okay in there?" "Fine," Marcus says automatically. "Just a minute." The word hangs in the air like smoke. Fine. He just said he was fine. Another knock, softer this time. "Marcus, it's Jenna, can I come in?" He should say no. Should tell her to go away, that he needs privacy, that he's got this handled. But what comes out instead is, yeah. She opens the door and slips inside, closing it behind her. In the bathroom's brutal lighting, she looks older than Marcus remembers, more tired, shadows under her eyes that makeup only partially hides. She sits on the edge of the tub next to him, close enough that their shoulders touch. "You looked like you were going to bolt," she says. "Was I that obvious?" Only to someone who's felt that way. She's quiet for a moment, then. "I keep thinking I should have known. About Jake. We texted like 3 days before. He sent me a stupid meme about coffee and we joked around and he seemed normal, fine. There it is again, that word. He told me he was fine too," Marcus says. His voice sounds hollow, scooped out. "I asked if he was okay and he said, yeah, just tired. And I believed him because believing him was easier than pushing." We all believed him. Everyone at the funeral. We all stood around saying, if only I'd known, if only he'd said something, but Marcus, he did say something. He said he was fine. And we're trained to accept that answer. We're all trained to perform it. Marcus looks at her. Really looks. "Are you fine?" Jenna's laugh is sharp and broken. "No, I'm a fucking mess. I barely sleep. I keep checking my phone expecting texts from him. I'm seeing a therapist who's trying to get me to stop feeling guilty about not noticing. But I can't stop because what if I could have noticed? What if everyone who said they were fine and then died could have been saved if someone had just pushed harder, asked better questions, refused to accept the performance?" The bathroom is too small for this conversation, too bright, too sharp-edged. But Marcus finds himself saying, "There's this theatre downtown. The Paramount. It has a thing about people who say they're fine when they're not." He tells her about that Tuesday night 3 weeks ago, about the velvet thing and the movie of his lies and the rule Dolores gave him. He expects Jenna to look at him like he's lost his mind, to make an excuse and leave, but instead she just listens with the intensity of someone who's been waiting for a story that matches the weird shape of her grief. When he's finished, she's quiet for a long time. Then, "Do you think Jake went there? Before?" The question hits Marcus like a fist. He hasn't let himself think about that, about whether Jake found his way to the Paramount, whether he sat in one of those velvet seats and saw his own lies projected back at him, whether he followed the rule or whether he said "I'm fine" out loud and got trapped. "I don't know," Marcus says. "Maybe. Probably. The thing Dolores said, about the theatre finding people who are pretending. Jake was so good at pretending. Better than me. We should go there." "What?" "The theatre. We should go. I want to see it." Jenna's voice is fierce now, urgent. If there's even a chance that Jake's, I don't know, still there somehow, or if the place can show me what I missed, what I should have seen. "Jenna, I don't think that's how it works. It's not a time machine. It's not going to let you save him. I don't want to save him. He's dead. I know he's dead. I just want to understand. I want to see the truth he wouldn't show us, don't you?" Marcus does. God help him, he does. Even though he knows it's a bad idea, even though going back to the Paramount feels like volunteering to be hurt, he wants to see Jake's real face, the one underneath the performance. Wants to know what his brother was thinking in those final days when he was texting memes and saying he was tired and planning his own death. "It's late," Marcus says. "They're probably closed. Then we'll go tomorrow. Jenna? Please." She's looking at him with eyes that are raw and desperate, eyes that look like Marcus's feel. "I can't keep not knowing. It's eating me alive. You said this place shows you the truth, so let's go see it." Marcus thinks about the velvet thing standing on his corner, patient and waiting. Thinks about Dolores' warning. Next time you're not honest, it'll find you again. Has he been honest? Really honest? He's told Emily and his therapist about the guilt and the fear, has stopped saying he's fine when people ask. But has he let himself look directly at the worst of it? at the specific moment he failed Jake, at the conversation he didn't have, at the questions he didn't ask. Maybe the Paramount isn't done with him yet. Okay, he says, tomorrow, but I'm not promising anything. I don't know if it will show us what you want to see. It's more than I have now, Jenna says. They leave the party together, making excuses about early mornings and work and other places to be. Outside, the night is clear and cold, November starting to remember it's supposed to be winter. They stand on the sidewalk and Jenna pulls out her phone. What's the address? I'll meet you there tomorrow. Marcus gives her the street corner, watches her type it into her phone. He's about to say goodnight when he sees it. Across the street, partially hidden by a parked car, a tall figure draped in burgundy velvet. His heart stops. He grabs Jenna's arm. Do you see that? She follows his gaze, squinting. See what? There, by the grey Honda, the tall... But when he looks again, it's gone. Just empty sidewalk, just November darkness, just the city being itself. Marcus? Nothing. Thought I saw something. I'm just tired. Jenna nods slowly, looking at him with concern. That's probably warranted. Get some sleep. I'll see you tomorrow. She walks away and Marcus stands there on the sidewalk, searching the shadows for velvet that isn't there. Or is there? Just better at hiding than he is at seeing. He walks home the long way, avoiding the corner where he saw it this morning. Inside his apartment, Jake's jacket still hangs on the door. Marcus touches the sleeve, presses his face against the fabric that doesn't smell like Jake anymore, just smells like dust and time and the particular sadness of objects that outlive their owners. I'm trying, he tells the jacket, tells Jake's ghost, tells whatever's listening. I'm trying to be honest, but it's so fucking hard. The jacket doesn't answer. Of course it doesn't. But somewhere in the building, Mrs. Chen is talking to her dead husband, saying, Henry, I'm fine. Don't worry about me. And Marcus thinks about how many people are having one-sided conversations tonight talking to ghosts and saying they're okay, when they're anything but. He sleeps badly, dreams of theatres and velvet and Jake's eyes going empty. Saturday dawns grey and threatening rain. Marcus texts Jenna at 10. Still want to do this? Her response comes immediately. Yes. What time? The Paramount's marquee listed the night remembers for late show at 10:45. Marcus doesn't want to wait that long, doesn't want to spend all day dreading this, so he suggests 3 in the afternoon. They meet on the corner at 2:45. Jenna is wearing Jake's old Radiohead t-shirt, the one she borrowed years ago and never gave back. Marcus recognises it immediately. Jake wore it constantly senior year of high school, wore it so much it got holes in the armpits and their mother tried to throw it away but Jake rescued it from the trash. Seeing it on Jenna does something complicated to Marcus's chest. I don't know if they'll let us in, he warns as they approach the theatre. When I went it was late, almost 11. Maybe the thing only happens at night. But the doors are unlocked, the lobby lights are on, and Dolores is behind the counter like she's been waiting for them. Marcus, she says with that sad recognition, you came back. Not for me, for my friend. Jenna, this is Dolores. Dolores looks at Jenna with those tired, knowing eyes. You'll hear about someone you lost. It's not a question, but Jenna answers anyway. Jake Holloway, Marcus's brother. He died 6 months ago. He said he was fine, and then he wasn't, and now he's gone and I need to understand. The theatre can show you things, Dolores says carefully, but understanding doesn't always help. Sometimes it just makes the hurt sharper. I'll take sharp over this fog I'm in now. Dolores nods slowly, then looks at Marcus. And you? Are you here for answers, or are you here because you think you owe them to her? The question catches Marcus off guard. He wants to say he's here for Jenna, to support her, to be a good person, but Dolores is looking at him the way the theatre looked at him that Tuesday night. Patient and unrelenting, refusing to accept easy answers. Both, he admits. I want to know what Jake was hiding, what I missed. 2 tickets, Dolores says, and starts pulling them from the roll. Theatre 3. The movie will start when you're ready. Remember the rule. 3 breaths in the lobby. Name 1 honest feeling silently. Don't say you're fine out loud. Not in the theatre, not anywhere in this building. The moment you do, Velvet Gasp claims that lie, and it won't give it back. She hands them their tickets. Section E, seat 13 and seat 14. Marcus's seat from last time, and the one next to it. They walk down the hallway past the faded posters. Jenna runs her fingers along the wall, frowning. This place feels wrong. Not bad wrong, just displaced, like it exists slightly left of where buildings are supposed to exist. Yeah, Marcus says. That's about right. Theatre 3 looks the same. Burgundy and gold, velvet seats, arranged in 8 rows, exit signs glowing dim red on either side of the screen. The lights are on, those amber aisle lights that breathe, though right now they're holding steady. They sit in their assigned seats. The velvet groans under their weight, settling them in like the theatre has been waiting for exactly these bodies. Now what? Jenna whispers. Now we wait. Last time the movie just started. It showed me previews first, except they weren't real previews. They were about my life. The lights begin to dim. The aisle lights start their slow breathing rhythm. Brighter, dimmer, dimmer. And Marcus feels his own breath trying to match the pattern. Beside him, Jenna has gone very still. The screen flickers to life. The first preview shows a teenage girl sitting in a car. The camera is positioned outside, shooting through the driver's side window. The girl is Jenna, maybe 16, and she's crying quietly, mascara running down her face. In the passenger seat is Jake, also 16, and he's holding her hand. His mouth is moving, but there's no sound. Whatever he's saying makes Jenna cry harder, then laugh, then lean over to rest her head on his shoulder. The preview ends with teenage Jake kissing teenage Jenna's forehead, and the tagline appears, "Some moments are protected by the lies that follow." That was after my parents' divorce, Jenna breathes. Jake drove me around for like 2 hours while I ugly cried about it. I'd forgotten that night. The second preview shows Jake's apartment, the one he lived in until he died. The camera moves through the kitchen, where dishes are piled in the sink, into the living room, where empty beer bottles are lined up on the coffee table, into Jake's bedroom, where the curtains are drawn against daylight and Jake is in bed with the covers pulled up to his chin, staring at the ceiling with eyes that are open but vacant. His phone buzzes on the nightstand. The screen shows Marcus's name and a text. Want to grab lunch? Jake doesn't move to answer. The phone buzzes again. You okay? Jake's thumb hovers over the keyboard. The camera zooms in on his face as he types, "Yeah, just tired." Then it zooms in further, into his eyes, and there's something drowning there. Something desperate and terrified and alone. The preview cuts to black. Jenna makes a sound like she's been punched. The third preview is the worst. It shows Jake in his bathroom, the one where his roommate found him. But this is before, maybe 30 minutes before. Jake is sitting on the tile floor with his back against the tub, a pill bottle in his left hand, his phone in his right. He's scrolling through messages, texts from Marcus, from Jenna, from their mom, from friends, all variations of "How are you okay, let's hang out soon." His thumb hovers over the screen like he wants to answer honestly, wants to type, "I'm drowning, I can't do this anymore, please help me." But he doesn't. He just closes the message app and opens his notes and starts typing the thing that will become his suicide note. The camera pulls back slowly as he types, showing his face going empty, showing the moment he gives up on being saved. The tagline appears, "The truth only comes after the final lie." Marcus can't breathe. Beside him, Jenna is crying, silent tears streaming down her face as she stares at the screen. This is worse than seeing his own lies. This is seeing Jake's, seeing the exact moment his brother chose death over honesty, seeing the messages Jake almost sent but didn't. The feature presentation begins. The title that appears is Jake Holloway, The Fine Years. For the next 90 minutes, Marcus and Jenna watch Jake's life in reverse chronological order, starting 3 days before his death and working backward through months and years of practiced smiles and careful lies. They watch him at family dinners saying he's good, work is fine, he's just tired. Watch him with friends at bars, laughing and joking while his eyes stay flat. Watch him with Jenna in the months after their breakup, telling her he's happy, she's happy, he's moved on, everything's cool. Watch him in therapy sessions lying to his therapist about taking his medication regularly, about sleeping okay, about having support systems. The movie shows them every time someone asked Jake if he was okay, every time he said yes, every time he was lying. But the worst parts aren't the lies themselves. It's watching the people who love Jake accept those lies at face value, because accepting them was easier than the alternative. Watching Marcus in scene after scene, asking perfunctory questions and being satisfied with surface answers. Watching their mum buy Jake's stories about being busy with work instead of noticing he'd lost 15 pounds. watching Jenna text Jake about hanging out and accepting his excuses without pushing. The camera loves these moments, zooms in on them, holds them like accusations. Halfway through, Marcus wants to leave, wants to run back to the lobby and follow Dolores's rule because this isn't helping, isn't providing understanding, is just grinding his face in his own failure. But Jenna's hand finds his in the darkness and squeezes hard, and he realizes she needs this, needs to see the full scope of what they missed, needs the sharp pain of knowing even if it destroys her. So Marcus stays and watches and feels something in his chest crack wider with every scene. The movie reaches Jake's high school years, back when everything was supposedly better before the darkness got its claws in. Except the darkness was already there. Marcus watches 16-year-old Jake struggling with the same depression, the same anxiety, the same careful performance of okayness. Watches Jake and Jenna's relationship, which from the outside looked perfect, but the movie shows the moments between Jake crying in his car before picking Jenna up for dates, Jake practicing smiles in the bathroom mirror, Jake taking pills, his doctor prescribed but lying about whether they were helping. Even then, even at 16, Jake was performing. Even then, everyone believed the performance. The final scene of the movie shows Jake at 13, maybe 14, sitting in a school counsellor's office. The counsellor is a kind-looking woman in her 40s, and she's asking Jake how things are at home. Jake shrugs, says they're fine. She asks about friends, school, anything troubling him. Jake says no, everything's good. He's just here because his teacher thought he seemed quiet lately. The counsellor nods, makes a note, says, "Well, if you ever need to talk, my door is open." Jake says thanks and leaves. The camera stays with the counsellor for a moment as she writes in her file. Student presents as well adjusted. No concerns noted. Then the screen goes black. The lights come up slowly. That breathing rhythm stopped. Just normal, steady light. Marcus realizes he's been holding Jenna's hand so tight his fingers have gone numb. He releases her and she pulls back, wiping her face with Jake's Radiohead shirt. "He was never fine," she says, voice wrecked. "Not once. Not ever." "No," Marcus agrees. "We failed him. All of us. Every single person in his life failed him." Marcus wants to argue, wants to say they didn't know, couldn't have known, did the best they could. But the movie showed them otherwise. Showed them every moment they could have pushed harder, asked better questions, refused to accept Jake's performance as reality. A sound echoes through the theatre. Soft, measured footsteps. Click, pause, click, pause. The invisible usher from Marcus's first visit making rounds. "We should go," Marcus says, standing. "We need to follow the rule." 3 breaths in the lobby. But Jenna doesn't move. She's staring at the screen, which has gone grey with standby mode, and her face has gone hard in a way that scares Marcus. "What's the point?" she asks. "What's the point of 3 breaths and naming feelings when it doesn't matter?" When Jake named his feelings, really named them, wrote them down in that note, and he was already dead. When honesty doesn't save anyone. "Jenna, I'm fine," she says, and the words come out bitter and sharp. That's what I should say, right? That's what everyone wants to hear. "I'm fine, Jake's dead, we all failed him, but we're fine, we'll move on, we'll be—" "Don't," Marcus grabs her arm. "Don't say it again, not here." But she's already said it once, and the theatre has heard. The aisle lights begin their breathing pattern again, faster now, almost panting. The air grows thick with the smell of old velvet. And there, at the end of their row, the thing appears. Velvet gasp. It's taller than Marcus remembered, maybe 8 feet now, draped in burgundy fabric that seems to absorb the light around it. The folds of velvet move slightly even though there's no breeze, rippling like water or like breathing. Where its face should be, there's just darkness and too deep. Indentations that might be eyes, might be empty sockets, might be nothing at all. Jenna sees it and goes absolutely still. The thing doesn't approach. It just stands there, patient as a grave, as a judgment, as the truth no one wants to speak. And Marcus understands with sudden clarity that this is what it does. It doesn't drag people away screaming, doesn't murder them in creative ways. It just seats their lies beside them and makes them watch. Jenna said I'm fine when she's anything but. Now Velvet Gasp is here to collect. "Take it back," Marcus hisses. "Tell the truth." "What truth?" Jenna's voice is hollow. "That I'm not fine. That's obvious. That I loved Jake. He knew that. That I should have saved him. I couldn't. What truth do you want me to tell that makes any of this better? The velvet thing takes one step closer. The clicking footsteps are louder now, coming from all directions, overlapping, creating a rhythm like a heartbeat. Click, click, pause, click, click, pause. Marcus pulls Jenna to her feet. We need to leave. Now. They move toward the aisle, but the exit seems farther away than it should. The distance stretched like taffy. Marcus can feel the theatre warping around them, reality bending to accommodate Velvet Gasp's appetite. Behind them he hears a new sound, the creak of a seat being occupied. Then another. Then another. Like the theatre is filling up with invisible people. Number, not invisible. Marcus looks back and sees them now. The people from his dream, the ones who got trapped here. The coffee shop guy, the woman who fed pigeons, the missing teenager. Dozens of them, maybe hundreds, sitting in rows that multiply the longer he looks. All of them staring at screens that show their own lives, their own lies, their own I'm fines playing on repeat. And there, 3 rows from the front, is Jake. Marcus stops breathing. It's him. It's really him, wearing the clothes he died in, sitting perfectly still with his eyes fixed on a screen that shows him. In Marcus's apartment saying, I'm just tired, I'm fine, don't worry about me. Jenna, Marcus whispers. Jenna, look. She follows his gaze and makes a sound like her lungs have been ripped out. Jake doesn't turn, doesn't acknowledge them, just watches himself lie, over and over, the scene looping endlessly. The velvet thing stands at the end of his row like a guardian, like a warden, like a collector of admission fees paid in pretending. Jenna breaks free from Marcus's grip and runs toward Jake's row. Jake! Jake! It's me! Marcus chases after her, but the distance keeps changing, keeps stretching, and Jenna is crying and screaming Jake's name, and Jake still doesn't turn, just keeps watching the screen where he tells Marcus he's fine while his eyes beg for someone to see through the lie. The velvet thing moves with fluid grace to block Jenna's path. She tries to go around it, but it simply extends, the fabric spreading like wings or like stage curtains drawing closed, creating a barrier between Jenna and Jake that she can't pass. Let me talk to him, Jenna screams. Please, I need to tell him I'm sorry. I need to tell him. I see it now. I see what he was hiding. The thing doesn't speak. Marcus isn't sure it can speak, but something changes in the air, grows heavier, more certain. Jenna staggers back like she's been pushed. Marcus catches her, holds her tight as she fights him. He's not really here, Marcus says, trying to convince himself as much as her. It's not really Jake. It's just the theatre showing us what we're afraid of. But he's not sure that's true, because Jake looks solid, looks real, looks exactly like he looked in life except emptier, worn down by months or years of watching himself perform okayness while dying inside. The invisible footsteps are everywhere now, surrounding them, and Marcus realizes they need to move, need to get to the lobby, need to follow the rule before it's too late. He pulls Jenna toward the exit, and this time she comes, stumbling and sobbing, looking back at Jake, who never looks at her. They crash through the theatre doors into the hallway. The distance to the lobby is normal now, blessedly normal, and they run down it together, past the faded posters, past employees only, into the lobby where Dolores is still behind the counter, looking sad and unsurprised. 3 breaths, Dolores says gently. Both of you. Marcus doesn't need to be told twice. He gulps air like a drowning man. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Feeling his heart slowly stop trying to jackhammer through his ribs. Beside him, Jenna is bent over with her hands on her knees, breathing in shaky gasps. Now name a feeling, Dolores continues, silently. Don't say it out loud. And this time, Miss Matsuda, make it honest. Jenna straightens up, face blotchy and wet. He's in there. Jake is in there. A version of him, yes. The part that couldn't stop performing even when it killed him. The theatre collects those parts, keeps them close. It's what it does with lies that get told too many times. Can we get him out? Dolores' expression grows even sadder. No, honey. He made his choice. And now the theatre holds what's left. The performance he couldn't stop giving. Playing forever for an audience of 1. That's not fair. He was sick. He needed help. Fair doesn't matter here. The theatre doesn't judge, doesn't punish, doesn't care about intention. It just collects. And if you don't name an honest feeling right now, it will collect you too. Jenna closes her eyes. Her hands are clenched into fists, shaking. Marcus wants to tell her what to name, but he knows this has to be hers, has to come from that raw place inside her that the movie just exposed. Finally, she opens her eyes. I named it. Can I go? Did you say it out loud? No. Then yes, you can go, but you'll carry what you saw in there. The theatre shows truth, and truth has weight. Jenna looks at Marcus. What did you name? In your head? He doesn't want to say. Doesn't want to admit that while she was confronting her guilt about Jake, Marcus was thinking about something simpler, more selfish. But she's asking, and after everything they just witnessed, lying seems impossible. Relieved, he says quietly. I named feeling relieved. Relieved? That it's Jake in there, not me. That I followed the rule last time. That I got out and he didn't. Marcus feels shame creep up his throat. I know that's fucked up. I know I should feel worse about him being trapped, should be focused on that, but all I can think is thank God it's not me sitting in that seat forever. Jenna stares at him for a long moment, then surprisingly she nods. At least that's honest. They stand in the lobby, the rain starting up again outside, October hammering against the windows. Dolores has gone back to counting register money, giving them privacy to process. On the wall, a clock shows 5:47. They've been in the theatre for almost 3 hours, though. It felt like 30 minutes, or maybe 30 years. I can't leave him there, Jenna finally says. I know what that woman said, but I can't just walk away knowing Jake is stuck watching himself lie forever. What are you going to do? You can't get past that thing. I don't know, but there has to be a way. Some rule, some loophole, some... She turns to Dolores. How does it work? Exactly. What keeps them trapped? Dolores sets down the bills she's counting. They keep themselves trapped. Every time they see themselves say, I'm fine on that screen, they believe it a little more. The lie becomes their reality. Eventually they can't remember there was ever anything underneath it. They become the performance completely. So if Jake could stop believing his own lie, he can't. That's the point. The theatre doesn't release people who've already given up. It only releases people who can still admit they're not fine, who can name honest feelings, who can reject the performance before it becomes permanent. Dolores looks at them both carefully. That's why the rule exists. 3 breaths, 1 honest feeling. It's an inoculation against becoming what Jake became. Marcus feels something click into place. You keep saying the rule like it's singular. Is there only one rule? There's only one rule that matters. The others, about not saying you're fine out loud, about stepping into the lobby when you hear the footsteps, those are just applications of the same principle. Be honest about what you're feeling, especially to yourself. The moment you stop doing that, the moment you say you're fine out loud when you're not, the theatre claims that lie. And if you've lied enough times, if you've performed for long enough, there might not be enough truth left underneath to save you. Jenna is crying again. Quiet tears that she doesn't bother wiping away. He lied so much, for so long. There was probably nothing left by the end, just the performance. Probably, Dolores agrees, not unkindly. And we let him. We accepted it. We were complicit. Yes, most people are. It's easier to believe the lie than to ask the hard questions. Dolores pauses. But you can't save the dead by punishing yourself, Miss Matsuda. Jake made his choices. You made yours. The only thing you can do now is make different ones going forward. By what? Being brutally honest all the time? Forcing everyone to spill their trauma instead of protecting themselves? No. By learning to tell the difference between privacy and performance, between someone who needs space and someone who's drowning. It's not about forcing honesty. It's about creating space for it. Being someone people can tell the truth to without fear. Marcus thinks about Emily showing up at his apartment after he texted that he wasn't fine, how she didn't try to fix anything, just sat with him in his mess. Thinks about his therapist letting him cry without offering empty platitudes. Thinks about all the people in his life who've made space for his honesty since Jake died. He hasn't saved anyone. But maybe he's made it easier for people to not lie to him. Maybe that's something. Come on, he tells Jenna, gently taking her arm. We should go. She resists for a moment, looking back toward the hallway that leads to Theatre 3, to Jake's trapped piece, to the truth they can't undo. Then she lets Marcus guide her toward the exit. Outside, the rain is coming down hard, turning the streets into rivers again, washing everything clean or at least washing away the surface dirt. They stand under the marquee. still reading par out in broken letters, and watch the water fall. I don't know how to live with this, Jenna says, knowing he's in there. You live with it the same way we live with him being dead. Badly, imperfectly, one day at a time. That's not helpful. No, but it's honest. Jenna laughs, sharp and broken. Fuck honesty. Fuck this whole thing. I want to go back to believing Jake. Just had a bad night. A moment of poor judgment, instead of knowing he was slowly dying for years while we all smiled and pretended not to notice. You can't unknow things. I know. That's the worst part. They stand in the rain until they're both soaked through, and then they stand there longer because going home means processing what they saw, means carrying it forward, means living in a world where Jake is both dead and trapped, and neither fact cancels out the other. Finally, Jenna speaks again. What did I name? In the lobby? Do you want to know? Only if you want to tell me. Angry. I named feeling angry. At Jake for lying, at myself for believing him, at you for being his brother and not seeing it, at the theatre for showing me shit I can't unknow, at God or the universe or whatever for making mental illness exist in the first place. She looks at Marcus. Is that honest enough? Yeah, Marcus says. That's honest. They part ways on the corner, Jenna heading toward the bus stop, Marcus toward his apartment. He doesn't look back at the theatre, doesn't want to see if the velvet thing is standing in the doorway watching them leave, just walks through the rain with his hands in his pockets and grief sitting on his chest like a living thing. At home, he strips off his wet clothes and stands in the shower until the hot water runs out. Then he sits on his couch in his bathrobe and stares at Jake's jacket on the door and thinks about his brother sitting in a velvet seat forever, watching himself perform okayness on an endless loop. His phone buzzes, a text from Jenna. I'm not fine, just so you know. In case you were wondering, he texts back. Me neither. Another buzz. Good. Let's keep not being fine together. Marcus sets down his phone and names another honest feeling. This one just for himself. Exhausted. He's so fucking exhausted from carrying this, from feeling this, from being alive when Jake isn't. But he's still here, still breathing, still choosing honesty over performance even when it hurts. That has to count for something. The nightmares start that night and don't stop. Every time Marcus closes his eyes, he's back in Theatre 3, watching screens that show every lie he's ever told. Not just about Jake, but about everything. Every time he said he was fine at work when he was overwhelmed. Every time he told his mom he'd call soon and didn't. Every time he smiled at a party while wanting to scream. Every small performance of okayness he's given over his entire life. In the dreams, Velvet Gasp stands at the end of every row, patient and collecting, its velvet folds rippling as it breathes. And seat by seat, row by row, the theatre fills with versions of Marcus. Marcus at 22 saying he's not bothered by his student loans. Marcus at 17 saying he's not hurt by his first breakup. Marcus at 9 saying he's not scared of his parents fighting. All the way back to some earliest version of himself learning that saying, "You're fine" makes adults leave you alone. Each Marcus version sits perfectly still, watching their own lies play, while the real Marcus stands in the aisle screaming at them to get up, to leave, to stop believing their own performances before it's too late. But they never listen. They just keep watching. Marcus wakes from these dreams gasping, sheet-tangled and sweating, and has to remind himself that he followed the rule, named his feelings, got out. He's not trapped. He's not performing anymore. He's free, except he doesn't feel free. He feels watched. After 5 nights of broken sleep, Marcus starts seeing the velvet thing during the day. Just glimpses. A tall, draped figure at the end of an aisle in the grocery store. A burgundy shape in his peripheral vision on the bus. Something standing outside his apartment window when he wakes at 3 a.m. Every time he turns to look directly, it's gone. He tells his therapist about it. She says it's hypervigilance, a trauma response, his brain seeing threats where none exist because it's trying to protect him from future harm. She suggests grounding techniques, mindfulness exercises, possibly adjusting his medication. Marcus tries to believe her, tries to believe this is just his damaged brain misfiring, creating patterns from static. But he knows the difference between anxiety and recognition, and he recognizes that velvet. Jenna texts him daily now, messages that are startlingly honest and raw. Some days it's, "I dreamed about Jake again." Some days it's, I had a panic attack in the frozen food section and had to leave my groceries. Some days it's, I'm so angry I could set things on fire. Is that normal? Marcus always responds with his own honesty. Yes, me too. I don't know, but I'm there with you. They meet for coffee on Thursday, 10 days after their visit to the Paramount. Jenna looks like Marcus feels, haunted and exhausted, with shadows under her eyes that makeup can't hide. They sit by the window and watch rain, streak the glass and don't talk about Jake for almost 20 minutes, which might be a record. Then Jenna says, I went back. Marcus's coffee cup stops halfway to his mouth. To the theatre? Yesterday, afternoon show. I bought a ticket for Theatre 3, sat in the same seat. I thought maybe if I did the rule perfectly this time, if I named my feelings right, it would let Jake go, or I'd understand better, or something. And Dolores wouldn't sell me a ticket. Said some people only get one visit, that I'd seen what I needed to see and going back would just be self-harm disguised as help. Smart woman. I tried to buy a ticket for Theatre 1 instead. She sold it to me, but when I went in, the movie was normal. Just some romantic comedy. No previews about my life, no velvet thing, no impossible revelations. It was just a theatre. Jenna's hands are wrapped around her cup so tight her knuckles are white. I don't know if I was relieved or disappointed, probably both. Yeah. She's quiet for a moment. Have you seen it? The Thing? Outside the theatre? Marcus's stomach drops. You've seen it too? 3 times. Once outside my apartment, once at work, once in the park. Always just standing there, watching, never approaching, like it's making sure I remember. Remember what? That I'm not allowed to lie anymore. That it's watching, waiting for me to slip up and say I'm fine when I'm not. Jenna finally looks at him, and her eyes are terrified. Marcus, what if we didn't actually get out? What if we're still in the theatre and we just don't know it yet? The thought has occurred to Marcus too, late at night, when the dreams blur with reality, and he can't remember which conversations he's actually had versus which ones he watched himself have on a screen. But hearing Jenna voice it makes it worse, makes it real. We got out, he says firmly. We're sitting in a coffee shop. The world is normal. We're just traumatized. But how do we know? How do we... No, we're not sitting in velvet seats right now, watching ourselves have coffee, believing this is real. Because we're questioning it. The people in the theatre can't question. They just watch. Jake questioned. In his note, he questioned everything, still ended up there. Marcus doesn't have a good answer for that. They sit in silence, drinking coffee that tastes like cardboard, watching rain that might be real, or might be a screen projection, living in a reality that feels increasingly uncertain. Finally, Marcus says, Dolores said the theatre finds people who are pretending. We're not pretending anymore, so even if it's watching us, even if it's waiting, as long as we stay honest, it can't claim us. You really believe that? I have to, otherwise I'll go insane. Jenna laughs, brittle and sharp. I think that ship has sailed. They finish their coffee and go their separate ways, and Marcus walks home through the rain looking for velvet in every shadow. He doesn't see it, but he feels it. That sense of being observed, of performing even when he's trying to be authentic, of every word and gesture being recorded for future playback. At home, he does something he's been avoiding. He opens his laptop and searches for Paramount Theatre Velvet Ghost. Most results are about other Paramount theatres in other cities. But buried 5 pages deep, he finds a forum post from 2019, a thread titled, Has anyone been to the Paramount on Madison? The original poster writes, Went there last week for a late show. Something weird happened. The movie started showing stuff about my life, personal stuff. And there was this thing in the theatre, tall and covered in red fabric. Has anyone else experienced this? Responses are sparse. A few people saying the poster must have been high or dreaming. One person claiming all old theatres are haunted. But then, 3/4 down the thread, a response from someone with the username truthteller_1998. I worked at the Paramount for 6 years. What you saw is real. It's called Velvet Gas by those who know about it. It collects lies, specifically the I'm fine we tell when we're not. If you saw it and got out, you followed the rule, probably without knowing. 3 breaths, 1 honest feeling, don't say you're fine out loud. The theatre has been doing this since at least the 1950s, maybe longer. My grandmother worked there in her 20s and said it was old even then. If you're seeing it outside the theatre now, it means you're not being fully honest with yourself about something. Find what you're lying about and name it. the sightings will stop. The post is from May 2019. Marcus scrolls through the poster's history, but there's nothing else. Just that single thread, that single response. He searches for truthteller_1998, but the account seems to have been deleted. Marcus sits back, staring at the screen. Find what you're lying about. But he's been honest, hasn't he? He's told Emily and Jenna and his therapist about the grief, the guilt, the fear. He's named his feelings. He's stopped performing. Except there's one thing he hasn't said out loud. One truth he's only admitted to himself in those dark 3 a.m. hours when the nightmares wake him up. He's glad Jake is dead. Not glad, not happy about it, not relieved in any simple way. But there's a part of him, a small, ugly part he's desperately ashamed of, that's glad he doesn't have to worry about Jake anymore. Glad he doesn't have to screen phone calls wondering if this is the one where Jake admits something terrible. Glad he doesn't have to carry the constant low-level anxiety about his brother's mental state. Glad the waiting is over, the worst has happened, there's nothing left to dread. Jake's death was devastating. It was also, in some awful way, a relief. And Marcus has never said that to anyone because it makes him sound like a monster. It makes him sound like he wanted his brother dead, which he didn't. He absolutely didn't. But when the call came from Jake's roommate, when Marcus heard the words "he's gone," there was one split second, just one terrible second, where along with the grief and horror, there was also the thought, at least I don't have to be scared anymore. Marcus closes the laptop and stands up. His hands are shaking. This is the lie he's been protecting, the performance he's been maintaining, even while claiming radical honesty. He's been saying he's devastated and guilty and sad, all of which are true. But he hasn't said he's also relieved, because who admits that about their dead brother? Who says out loud that someone's suicide was in any way easier than the alternative? He looks around his apartment searching for Velvet. It's not here. Not yet. But he knows if he keeps hiding this, keeps pretending the relief isn't there, Velvet Gasp will come for him eventually. Will stand outside his window every night until he has to choose between honesty and joining Jake in that seat. Marcus picks up his phone and calls his therapist, gets her voicemail because it's 8 p.m. and she's not on call. He leaves a message. It's Marcus. I need to tell you something, and I need to say it out loud before I lose my nerve. I'm glad Jake is dead. Not glad he died, not happy about how it happened, but glad I don't have to worry about him anymore. Glad the worst possible thing already happened so I can stop waiting for it. I've been lying about this, to you and to everyone, because it makes me sound terrible. But it's true. Part of me is relieved he's gone. I don't know what to do with that. Call me back. He hangs up and stands in the middle of his apartment, heart racing, waiting for something to happen. Lightning to strike, the earth to open, Velvet Gasp to materialize and drag him away for admitting something so unforgivable, but nothing happens. The apartment stays quiet. The rain keeps falling. Mrs. Chen next door talks to her dead husband, her voice a soft murmur through the wall, and, slowly, gradually, the feeling of being watched begins to fade. His therapist calls back the next morning. They have an emergency session where Marcus says the thing again, out loud, looking her in the eyes this time. She doesn't flinch, doesn't tell him he's a terrible person. Just nods and says, ambivalence about loss is normal. Grief is complicated. You can miss someone and be relieved they're gone at the same time. Those feelings don't cancel each other out. But I should be more sad. I should be destroyed, not relieved. Who made that rule? Marcus doesn't have an answer. Or rather, he has too many answers. Society, family expectations, movies and TV shows about how grief is supposed to look. His own shame about feeling the wrong things. The theatre showed you Jake performing happiness while dying inside, his therapist says. Maybe it's also showing you that you've been performing pure grief when what you actually feel is more complex, more human. After the session, Marcus texts Jenna. I need to tell you something. Can we talk? They meet at the same coffee shop. Marcus orders tea this time because coffee makes him jittery, and he's jittery enough already. Jenna looks better than last time. Still tired, still haunted, but more present somehow, more solid. I've been lying, Marcus says without preamble. Not about the big stuff, but about how I feel about Jake being dead. He tells her the same thing he told his therapist. Watches her face for disgust, for judgment, for confirmation that he's a terrible brother and a worse human being. Instead, Jenna says, me too. What? I'm relieved too, that he's not suffering anymore, that I don't have to wonder every time my phone rings if it's bad news, that I can stop trying to save someone who didn't want to be saved. She's looking at her tea instead of at Marcus. I loved him. I'll always love him. But loving him was exhausting, and I'm relieved I don't have to do it anymore. Does that make me a monster? No, Marcus says, and means it. It makes you honest. They sit with that honesty for a while, letting it exist without trying to fix it or explain it away. Outside, the rain has stopped, and pale November sunlight is breaking through clouds, making the wet streets shine. Have you seen it again? Jenna asks. The velvet thing? Not since I admitted the relief thing to my therapist. You? Once. 2 days ago. But it didn't feel menacing this time. It just stood there for a moment, then sort of faded, like it was satisfied, like it got what it wanted. Or like it released us because we finally told the truth. Jenna pauses. Do you think Jake is still there, in the theatre? I don't know, maybe. Or maybe that was just the theatre's way of showing us what happens when you perform for too long. A warning, not a reality. I want to believe that. But I keep thinking about how solid he looked. How real. Marcus has been thinking about this too, lying awake at night, trying to reconcile what he saw with what he knows about death and ghosts and the limits of reality. He's come to a conclusion that doesn't fully satisfy him, but feels true anyway. I think the part of Jake that couldn't stop performing is still there. Not his soul or ghost or whatever. I don't believe in that stuff. But the pattern of his lies, the performance he gave for so many years, that's still playing. The theatre collected it and keeps it running. It's not Jake anymore. It's just the shape he left behind. Like an echo. Yeah, like an echo. Jenna nods slowly. I can live with that, I think. They finish their tea and walk outside together. The sunlight is weak but real, warming Marcus's face. At the corner they pause and Jenna says, "Thank you for being honest with me. About the relief. It helps, knowing I'm not the only one. Thank you for not hating me for it. I could never hate you, Marcus. You're the only person who understands." They hug, brief and fierce, and then separate. Marcus walks home, taking the long route, the one that doesn't go past the Paramount. He's not ready to see it again yet. Maybe won't ever be ready. Maybe that's okay. At home, he does something he's been putting off for 6 months. He takes Jake's jacket off the door, holds it for a long moment, pressing his face into fabric that smells like nothing but time. Then he folds it carefully and puts it in a box in his closet, not throwing it away, but also not keeping it on display like a shrine. Jake is dead. Marcus is alive. Those are the facts. Everything else, the guilt, the relief, the love, the anger, the grief, is just Marcus learning to live with those facts in all their complicated honesty. His phone buzzes, Emily asking if he wants to grab dinner. Marcus texts back, "Yes." "And I'm not fine, but I'm here." Emily responds with a heart emoji and a time. Marcus sets down his phone and looks around his apartment. It's just an apartment. The walls are just walls. There's no velvet in the corners, no sense of being watched, no loop of lies playing on invisible screens. He's free, or as free as anyone can be while carrying grief and guilt and all the messy truth of being human. Outside, the city moves on, buses running, people walking, the Paramount's marquee glowing with its broken letters, the rain starting up again like it never stopped, like it never will. And somewhere in a theatre that exists slightly left of where buildings are supposed to exist, something draped in burgundy velvet stands in the aisle, patient and eternal, waiting for the next person to say they're fine when they're not. Weeks pass, then months. Marcus keeps going to therapy, keeps being honest even when it's uncomfortable, keeps naming his feelings instead of performing okayness. The nightmares fade to occasional bad dreams. The sense of being watched disappears completely. He doesn't see Velvet gasp again, but he thinks about it sometimes late at night when he can't sleep. Thinks about all those people sitting in the theatre watching their lies on repeat. Thinks about whether Jake is really there, or if that was just the theatre's way of illustrating what happens when you perform until there's nothing left underneath. He'll never know for sure. What he does know is this. He's still alive, still choosing honesty over performance, still naming the complicated truth of what he feels instead of saying he's fine. And that has to be enough. One Saturday in March, 5 months after his second visit to the Paramount, Marcus walks past the theatre accidentally. He's meeting Emily for brunch and takes a wrong turn, ends up on the street with a broken marquee glowing even in daylight. The building looks smaller than he remembers, sadder. The marquee still reads Para Ount, still missing its key letters, still casting that same weird glow across the wet pavement. Marcus stops on the corner, looking at the entrance. Part of him wants to go in, wants to see if Dolores is still there, wants to ask her questions he's accumulated over months of processing what happened. But a bigger part of him knows that going back would be a mistake, would be seeking answers that don't exist or wouldn't help if they did. So he just stands there for a moment, paying respect to a place that showed him the truth, even though the truth was terrible. A figure emerges from the theatre's entrance, not velvet-draped and terrifying, just a person, a young woman in her 20s maybe, with tear-streaked makeup and shaking hands. She stands under the marquee getting her bearings, and Marcus recognises that look on her face. It's the same look he had that Tuesday night 6 months ago. The look of someone who just saw something that changed them. He should leave her alone, should let her process in private. But he remembers how isolated he felt leaving the theatre, how strange and impossible it all seemed, and he finds himself walking over. "First time?" he asks gently. The woman startles, then focuses on him. "What?" "At the Paramount. First time seeing..." He gestures vaguely at the building. Recognition flickers in her eyes. "You've been?" "Twice, last October." "Did you see someone you knew? In the theatre?" Marcus nods. "My brother. He died last April." "My best friend," the woman whispers. "She's been missing for 2 years. Everyone thinks she ran away, started over somewhere. But I just saw her in there, sitting in a seat, watching herself lie about being okay. And now, I don't know what to believe." "Believe she's gone," Marcus says. "Whatever's in the theatre, it's not really her. Just the echo of all the times she pretended to be fine. The real her is wherever people go when they're done pretending." The woman nods, wiping her eyes. "Did it stop? The lying?" "For me, yeah. Mostly. It's hard, being honest all the time. But it's better than the alternative. Better than being trapped in there. Yeah, better than that." They stand together. Under the broken marquee, two strangers connected by shared experience of something impossible and true. The rain starts up again, gentle this time, washing the streets without violence. "I should go," the woman finally says. "Me too. But hey, if you need to talk about it, if people think you're crazy, you're not. It's real, and you got out. Because I followed the rule? Because you were honest. Keep doing that and you'll be okay. Or at least you'll be honestly not okay, which is better than pretending." The woman almost smiles. That's a low bar. Yeah, but it's the right one. She walks away and Marcus watches her go, hoping she'll be all right, hoping she'll stay honest, hoping the theatre won't come for her again. Then he turns away from the Paramount and heads toward brunch, toward Emily, toward his complicated, messy, honestly not fine life. Behind him, the marquee glows Para Ount into the rainy March afternoon. Inside, in the burgundy and gold darkness of Theatre 3, something draped in velvet stands in the aisle, patient and eternal. Waiting, always waiting, for the next person who says they're fine, for the next lie that needs collecting, for the next performance that runs too long. But Marcus Holloway keeps walking, keeps choosing truth, keeps naming his feelings even when they're ugly or shameful or complicated, and the theatre, for now at least, lets him go. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. The rain came down in sheets so thick the streetlights looked like they were drowning. Maya pressed her forehead against the bedroom window, watching water cascade off the roof in curtains, and listened to the sound that had been keeping her awake for 3 nights straight. It wasn't just rain. Rain she could handle. Rain was white noise, predictable, eventually forgettable. This was different. This was the gutters singing. The downspout at the corner of the house rattled with each surge of water, but underneath the rattle was a tone, low, resonant, almost musical. It would rise and fall in a pattern that felt deliberate, like someone running their fingers along the inside of the metal pipe, testing each joint and seam. She'd tried earplugs the first night, tried a podcast the second. Now, on the third night, she just listened, her jaw tight, her hands clenched in the sheets, waiting for it to stop. It didn't stop. It learned. She could feel it happening the way you can feel someone staring at you from across a room. The rhythm was adjusting, finding a cadence that matched something in her chest, something she recognized but couldn't name. Her breathing, her heartbeat, the nervous flutter she'd had since the divorce papers arrived. The sound wrapped around that internal tempo and squeezed. Maya threw off the covers and stood, her bare feet cold on the hardwood. The house was too quiet everywhere except the walls. Water rushed through pipes like whispered conversations, and the gutters kept humming their song from house to house down the block. She could hear it, the way the sound travelled. One downspout would finish its phrase, and another would pick it up, like a call and response that had been going on long before she started listening. Her neighbour, Mrs. Castellanos, had mentioned something about this once. They'd been standing at the mailboxes during the last storm, and the old woman had looked up at the grey sky with an expression Maya couldn't quite read. "You hear it singing yet?" she'd asked. Maya had laughed it off, made a joke about needing better insulation. Mrs. Castellanos hadn't laughed back. She'd just said, "When you do, don't promise it anything. That's when it knows your name." Maya had forgotten about it until now. She walked through the dark hallway, phone flashlight cutting a thin beam through the shadows. The kitchen faucet dripped, had been dripping for 2 weeks now, ever since she'd said she'd call the plumber. She'd said it to herself, to her mother on the phone, to the contractor who'd left 3 voicemails. "I'll get to it. I swear I'll fix it." But she hadn't. Just like she hadn't returned her sister's call about Thanksgiving. Just like she hadn't filed the insurance claim from the fender bender in September. Just like she hadn't finished the conversation with Daniel before he left. The one where she was supposed to explain why she couldn't do this anymore. Why the weight of everything kept piling up until she could barely move. The gutter song shifted again, and this time it sounded like her own heartbeat played back to her through metal and rain. She unlocked the front door and stepped onto the porch. The smell hit her first. Wet asphalt, rotting leaves, that particular sharpness of a storm that's been going for hours. The downspout trembled at the corner of the house, water pouring through it in violent bursts. But the sound coming out of it wasn't just water. It was a voice without words, a melody made of repetition and insistence, and it made her teeth ache. Then she heard the sequence. The downspout at her house released a note, a low, thrumming pulse. 3 seconds later, the downspout at the house next door answered with the same tone, slightly higher. Then the house across the street, then 2 houses down. They were speaking to each other, these pipes, playing her street like keys on an organ. The sound travelled in a pattern, deliberate and patient, and Maya felt her skin prickle, with the certainty that this wasn't random, this was intentional. She walked down the front path, rain soaking through her t-shirt and sleep shorts, phone lights swinging across the wet pavement. Puddles had formed along the curb, deep and black and alive with ripples. She stepped closer, drawn by something she didn't understand, and shone the light down into the water. The reflection wasn't right. It showed her, soaked hair, pale face, phone held out like a weapon. But behind her, in the water, stood a figure. Tall, impossibly thin, featureless, as if someone had cut a person-shaped hole in the world and filled it with darkness. It stood where the empty street should have been, and it didn't move when the ripples broke the surface. It was there in the stillness between raindrops, gone when the water shattered, back again in the next moment of calm. Maya spun around. The street was empty, just parked cars and rain, and the orange glow of streetlights cutting through the downpour. She looked back at the puddle. The figure was still there, standing directly behind her reflection, close enough that she should have felt its breath on her neck. Her heart hammered, and the downspout nearest her began to chime in perfect sync with it. Not approximately, exactly. The same rhythm, the same desperate speed, the same pattern she'd been trying to ignore for 3 sleepless nights. It was her pulse, amplified, and played back through the gutters, and the sound made her feel exposed in a way she'd never experienced before, like the pipes had reached inside her chest and pulled out something private. The gutter song wasn't just mimicking her heartbeat, it was mimicking the rhythm of her anxiety, the way she'd lie awake at 2 a.m. counting the things she'd failed to do, the promises she'd made and broken, the vows she'd let slip through her fingers like water. "I'll call tomorrow. I swear I'll fix it. I promise I'll be better." How many times had she said those words? How many times had she meant them and then done nothing? The downspout near her feet began to drip in a new rhythm, slower, more deliberate. It sounded like a question. It sounded like it was waiting. Maya backed away, her hands shaking, but the sound followed her. Every gutter on the street was chiming now, a cascade of tones that rose and fell in waves. The figure in the puddle grew taller, its edges sharper, and she could see now that it wasn't entirely shapeless. It had the suggestion of a head, tilted slightly as if listening, long arms that ended in something too thin to be hands, and where its face should have been, there was only a smooth, empty surface that reflected nothing. She ran back to the porch, slamming the door behind her, but the sound didn't stop. It came through the walls now, through the pipes, a chorus of dripping and rattling and that low, insistent hum that felt like it was coming from inside her own skull. She pressed her hands over her ears, but it didn't help. The sound wasn't outside anymore. It was in the house, in the bones of the structure, in the network of pipes that carried water from the roof to the street. And then she remembered what Mrs. Castellanos had said. Not just the warning about promises. There had been more, something Maya hadn't wanted to hear at the time. The old woman had leaned in close, her voice dropping to a whisper, and said, "It's called Slucepsalm. It doesn't want your fear, mija. It wants your debts. All those things you swore you'd do and didn't. It collects them, and if you don't give it away to let go, it'll follow you through the pipes until you pay up." Maya's hands fell to her sides. The kitchen faucet was still dripping, each drop hitting the stainless steel sink with a bright, sharp ping. The sound synced with the gutter song became part of it, and she realised with cold clarity that the house itself was part of the network now. The pipes were all connected, gutters to downspouts to sewer lines to the vast, hidden infrastructure beneath the streets, and something was moving through them. She could hear it, slow, patient, getting closer. The dripping in the kitchen changed rhythm. It sounded like footsteps. Maya's breath caught. She walked slowly toward the kitchen, phone light held out in front of her, and watched the faucet drip in a pattern that was too regular, too intentional. Drip, 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 drip. Like someone walking with a limp, dragging one foot slightly behind the other. The pipes in the walls groaned, and the sound moved. It travelled from the kitchen to the bathroom, a slow progression that followed the path of the plumbing. She could track it by the way the metal creaked and settled. Could hear the thing inside moving through water and rust and decades of build-up learning the layout of her home. And then it stopped, right behind the wall of her bedroom. Maya stood frozen in the hallway, listening. The gutter song outside had quieted to a whisper, but the presence in the pipes was loud. So loud she could hear water sloshing gently, as if something were shifting its weight. The wall groaned. A pipe knocked twice, sharp and deliberate, like knuckles on wood. She remembered the rule then, the one Mrs. Castellanos had told her in pieces over the years, the one Maya had dismissed as neighbourhood superstition. If the gutter song starts to sound like you have to offer it a release. Clean water under the downspout. One promise you're carrying tonight, let it go. Not forever, just for now. Just to prove you know the difference between a vow you can keep and a vow you're using to hurt yourself. But there was a second part to the rule. The part Mrs. Castellanos had emphasised with a grip on Maya's arm that left finger-shaped bruises. Don't speak the promise out loud. Don't say, "I swear I'll fix it." The moment you make a new vow to Slucepsalm, it has you. Maya ran to the kitchen, grabbed a glass from the cabinet and filled it with tap water. Her hands were shaking so hard she almost dropped it. She could still hear the thing in the pipes, moving slowly, methodically, mapping every corner of her house. The bedroom, the bathroom, the hall closet. It was learning her space the way it had learned her heartbeat. She carried the glass outside, rain immediately soaking her hair and plastering her clothes to her skin. The downspout at the corner of the house was still trembling, water pouring through it in a steady stream. She set the glass beneath it, watching clean water fill with runoff, watching it overflow and spill onto the concrete. The offering, simple, honest, a boundary. Now the hard part. She closed her eyes and felt the weight of everything she'd been carrying. The call to her sister she kept putting off because she didn't know what to say about the divorce. The plumber she hadn't called because admitting the faucet was broken felt like admitting she couldn't handle basic maintenance, couldn't handle being alone, the Insurance claimed she hadn't filed because filling out the forms meant facing how distracted she'd been that day, how she'd rear-ended someone at a stoplight because she'd been crying too hard to see straight. The conversation with Daniel she'd never finished, the one where she was supposed to explain why she needed him to leave, why she couldn't keep pretending everything was fine when she was drowning. She chose one, the insurance claim, the thing she'd been telling herself for months she'd get to, the thing she'd sworn she'd handle this week, next week, soon. She let it go, not permanently, not as an excuse to never deal with it, but as an acknowledgement that she didn't have to carry it through another sleepless night, that she could set it down for now, just for tonight, and that would be enough. The release was silent. She felt it happen in her chest, a loosening, a small space opening up where there had only been pressure. She didn't speak, didn't make a new promise, didn't say the words that rose automatically to her lips. I swear I'll handle it tomorrow. She just stood there, rain pouring down, and let the promise drain away like water through the pipes. The gutter song changed. It didn't stop, but it loosened. The strict pattern broke apart into something more chaotic, more natural. Just water running through metal, just rain hitting pavement, just the ordinary sounds of a storm. The sequence down the street fell out of sync, each downspout draining at its own pace, and the presence she'd felt in the pipes seemed to withdraw, slipping back into the network, dispersing like smoke. Maya looked down at the puddle near her feet. Her reflection stared back, alone. No figure, no shadow. Just her, soaked and shivering and somehow lighter than she'd felt in months. She picked up the glass, now full to overflowing with rainwater, and carried it back inside. She poured it out in the sink, watching it swirl down the drain, and felt the strange, unexpected relief of having set something down without begging the storm to forgive her. The house was quiet. The pipes had stopped groaning. The faucet still dripped. But it was just a faucet now, nothing more. Maya crawled back into bed, her wet clothes soaking the sheets, and closed her eyes. Sleep didn't come immediately, but it came, and for the first time in 3 nights she didn't dream of drowning. 3 houses down, Marcus Chen stood at his window, listening to the gutters sing. He'd been hearing it for 5 nights now, longer than Maya, and tonight it had started to sound like his own heartbeat, his own guilty rhythm of broken promises and postponed apologies. He was a careful man, methodical, the kind of person who kept spreadsheets for his budget and colour-coded his calendar. But lately the careful planning had become a cage. Every promise he made was another bar, and he'd been locked inside his own intentions for so long he'd forgotten what it felt like to actually finish something. The list, on his phone, had 63 items, 63 things he'd sworn he'd do. Call his mother back about Christmas, schedule the dentist appointment he'd been postponing for 8 months, replace the smoke detector batteries, apologise to his co-worker Sarah for snapping at her during the project meeting, donate the boxes of old clothes that had been sitting in the garage for 2 years, finish the online course he'd paid $300 for and hadn't touched in 6 weeks. The list went on, each item a small stone he carried, and together they weighed enough to crush him. He watched the rain, felt the sound wrap around him, and whispered to himself in the dark, I swear I'll fix it tomorrow. I swear I'll get through the whole list. I'll be better. I promise. The street went quiet. Every downspout stopped draining at once, as if the entire neighbourhood's worth of water had been frozen mid-flow. The silence lasted exactly 1 breath, 2 heartbeats, 3 seconds of perfect, terrible stillness. Then they all answered at once, a cacophony of metal and water, a chorus of rattling and chiming that sounded almost like laughter. The downspouts sang in unison, a chord so complex it made Marcus's ears ring, and underneath it all was that same low, thrumming presence he'd been hearing for days. But it wasn't distant anymore. It was close. It was listening. It had heard him make a new vow, and it had accepted it, filed it away with all the others he'd broken. Marcus backed away from the window, his throat tight, and tried to convince himself it was just a coincidence, just the storm, just water. But even as he thought it, he knew it wasn't true. The sound was too deliberate, too responsive. It had waited for him to speak, and the moment he had, everything had changed. He climbed back into bed and pulled the covers up to his chin, suddenly cold despite the thermostat being set to 72 degrees. His apartment was small, efficient, everything in its place, but the pipes were old. The building had been constructed in the 50s, and the plumbing was original, a network of galvanized steel that groaned and knocked even on good days. On bad days, when the pressure shifted or someone flushed a toilet 3 floors up, the whole system would shudder and complain like an old man's joints. Tonight, the pipes were silent. Too silent, as if they were holding their breath. Marcus closed his eyes and tried to sleep. He made it almost an hour before the footsteps started. At first he thought it was the upstairs neighbour. Mrs. Patterson was 86 and had insomnia, and sometimes she shuffled around at odd hours, her walker making soft thuds against the floor. But this sound was different. It was inside the walls, moving through the pipes with a slow, deliberate rhythm that made the metal groan under invisible weight. Drip, 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 drip. The footsteps moved from the kitchen to the bathroom, following the path of the plumbing. Marcus sat up in bed, his heart racing, and listened to the thing inside make its way through his apartment. It stopped at each room, paused as if considering, then moved on. The closet, the hallway, the living room. It was learning his space. Marcus got out of bed and walked to the bathroom where the sound seemed loudest. He pressed his ear against the wall and heard water moving, sloshing, shifting, and underneath it something else. Breathing. Wet and rattling, like someone drowning slowly, taking in water with each inhale. He jerked back, his hand over his mouth to keep from making a sound. The breathing continued. In, out, in, out. Each breath accompanied by the soft gurgle of water moving through a throat that shouldn't exist. Then the knocking started. 3 sharp raps on the other side of the wall, right where his ear had been. Then 3 more, moving down the wall toward the floor. Then 3 more, following the pipe down into the basement. Marcus ran back to his bedroom and grabbed his phone. His hands were shaking so badly it took 3 tries to unlock it. He pulled up Mrs. Castellanos' number. She was the building manager. She'd know what to do about the pipes, about the noise, about whatever was happening, but stopped before hitting call. What would he say? That something was walking through the plumbing, that he'd made a promise to the rain and now the gutters were singing his name. She'd think he was crazy, or drunk, or having some kind of breakdown. But she'd mentioned Slusepsarm before, hadn't she? Not to him directly, but he'd overheard her talking to one of the other tenants last spring during the flooding. Something about old buildings and old debts, about promises that got stuck in the pipes like hair in a drain. He'd thought it was just superstition, the kind of folk belief people held on to because it gave them a sense of control over things they didn't understand. Now he wasn't so sure. The knocking had stopped, but the breathing continued. It was in the walls, in the ceiling, in the floor. Everywhere the pipes went, the breathing went with it, and Marcus realized with creeping horror that his entire apartment was part of the network. Every sink, every toilet, every radiator, they were all connected to the same system, the same vast infrastructure that ran beneath the city, and something was inside it now. Something that knew his name because he'd spoken it aloud in the form of a vow he couldn't keep. He thought about Maya, 3 houses down. She'd heard the gutter song too. He'd seen her standing in a yard 2 nights ago, soaked through, staring up at the sky like she was listening to something only she could hear. But she'd gone back inside, and the next day she'd seemed fine. Better than fine, actually. She'd waved to him from her porch, smiled, looked more relaxed than he'd seen her in months. She'd figured something out. She'd done something that made it stop. Marcus grabbed his jacket and shoes and stepped into the hallway. The building was silent except for the rain hammering against the windows and the omnipresent hum of the pipes. He took the stairs down to the first floor, past Mrs. Patterson's apartment, where a television flickered behind drawn curtains, past the Rodriguez family's place, where he could hear a baby crying softly, and out into the rain. The cold hit him like a slap. He hunched his shoulders and ran across the courtyard to the sidewalk, then down the block toward Maya's house. Lights were on in her kitchen. She was awake. He knocked on her door harder than he meant to, desperation making him clumsy. A minute passed, then another. He was about to knock again when the porch light flicked on and the door opened a crack. Maya looked at him through the gap, her expression wary. She was still in her pyjamas, her hair pulled back in a messy bun, and there were dark circles under her eyes that suggested she hadn't been sleeping much better than he had. "Marcus?" It's 3 in the morning. I know. I'm sorry. He stopped, suddenly unsure how to explain. The pipes, in my apartment. There's something in them. I heard you've been having problems too, and I thought maybe you'd know. She opened the door wider, her wariness replaced by something like recognition. You heard the gutter song? It wasn't a question. Marcus nodded. Did you make a promise? She asked. Out loud. Did you say, I swear or I promise, while you were listening? He felt his stomach drop. Yes. Maya closed her eyes and exhaled slowly. Come inside. You need to understand what you're dealing with. She led him into her kitchen, where the faucet, the one that had been dripping for weeks, was now silent and dry. Fixed. A cup sat on the counter, half full of water, and next to it was a small notebook covered in her handwriting. Mrs. Castellanos told me about Slucepsalm, Maya said, filling a kettle and setting it on the stove. I didn't believe her at first, but when the sound started following me, when I saw the reflection in the puddle, I had to accept that she was right. What is it? Marcus asked. Some kind of ghost? A demon? Neither. Both. I don't know. She pulled 2 mugs from the cabinet. Mrs. Castellanos says it's the accumulation. Every broken promise, every delayed apology, every vow that got washed away instead of kept. They collect in the pipes, in the gutters, in all the hidden places where water goes. And when enough of them gather, they become something. They become Slucepsalm. That doesn't make sense. No, Maya agreed, it doesn't. But it's real anyway. The kettle whistled. She poured hot water over tea bags and handed him a mug. Earl Grey, the smell sharp and grounding. There's a way to stop it, she said, or at least to keep it from taking you. You have to make an offering, clean water under your downspout, and you have to release one promise. Just one, just for tonight. Let yourself set it down without making a new vow to pick it up tomorrow. That's it? That's it. But it's harder than it sounds. Because you can't speak the promise out loud. You can't say, I swear I'll handle it tomorrow. The moment you make a new vow, Slucepsalm has you. It'll follow you through the pipes until it collects what you owe. Marcus thought about his list. 63 items. 63 promises he'd made to himself and broken. The idea of releasing even one of them felt like failure, like admitting defeat. But the alternative, having that thing in the pipes follow him, learn his space, come for him the way it had clearly come for others, was worse. How do you know all this? He asked. Maya wrapped her hands around her mug. Mrs. Castellanos. She's lived in this neighbourhood for 40 years. She's seen it happen before. People who make too many promises and can't let them go. People who say, I swear to the rain and then can't deliver. They disappear. Or they don't. But they're never the same. They become part of the network, part of the system. Their voices join the gutter song. A chill ran down Marcus's spine. How many people? I don't know. She wouldn't say. But enough that she knows the rules by heart. Enough that she warned me the first time she saw me standing in the rain. Marcus set down his mug. I need to go back. I need to do the offering before it's too late. It might already be too late, Maya said quietly. If you made a vow, if you said it out loud, Slucepsalm has already accepted it. The offering might not work. I have to try, she nodded. I'll come with you. You shouldn't be alone for this. They walked back through the rain together, Maya in a raincoat and boots, Marcus still in his jacket and soaked through to the skin. The gutters were singing again, that same sequence travelling from house to house. And now that Marcus knew what he was listening for, he could hear the variations. Each downspout had a slightly different tone, a slightly different rhythm, as if each one carried a different set of broken promises. At his building, they went around to the back where the main downspout drained into the alley. Water poured from it in a steady stream, splashing into a puddle that had grown into a small lake. You need a cup, Maya said, and it has to be clean water, from the tap, not from outside. Marcus ran back inside and grabbed a coffee mug from his kitchen. He filled it at the sink, watching the water swirl and settle, clear and pure. When he brought it back outside, Maya was standing at the edge of the puddle, staring down at the water. Do you see it? She asked. Marcus looked. At first, all he saw was rain disturbing the surface, ripples spreading and overlapping. But then, in a moment of stillness between drops, he saw the reflection. The tall, thin figure standing behind him, featureless, patient, waiting. His breath caught. Jesus Christ. Don't look at it directly, Maya said. Just set down the cup and make your release. Pick one promise, just one, and let it go for tonight. Marcus placed the cup under the downspout, watching it fill and overflow. The water was so cold it made his fingers ache. He closed his eyes and thought about his list, about all the things he'd sworn he'd do, and tried to choose just one, the dentist appointment. That's what came to mind first. He'd been putting it off for 8 months, making excuses, promising himself every week that this would be the week he'd call, but he never did. The thought of sitting in that chair, of facing the lecture about flossing and the possibility of cavities, filled him with a dread that was completely disproportionate to the actual experience. It was easier to keep postponing, to keep promising, to let the guilt build until it became part of the background noise of his life. He let it go, not forever. He'd still need to go eventually, but for tonight, he released the promise. He let himself off the hook for this one thing, this one small failure, and felt something in his chest loosen. But then, automatically, before he could stop himself, the words came out, "I'll call tomorrow, I swear." The rain stopped. Not gradually, not naturally. One moment it was pouring, and the next it was gone, as if someone had turned off a faucet. The silence was absolute and wrong, like the world had been put on pause. Maya grabbed his arm. "No! Marcus, no! You didn't!" The downspouts all along the alley erupted at once. Water exploded from every opening, gushing with a force that sent the cup flying and created a wall of water that crashed into the pavement. The noise was deafening, a roar that drowned out everything else, and underneath it was that sound, that breathing, wet and hungry and close. The puddle at their feet began to churn. Bubbles rose from the depths, and the water turned dark, viscous, like oil. The reflection of the figure grew more solid, more defined, and Marcus saw with horrible clarity that it wasn't standing behind him anymore. It was rising out of the puddle. "Run!" Maya screamed, pulling at his arm, but Marcus couldn't move. He was frozen, watching as something tall and impossibly thin pulled itself out of the water, like a puppet on strings. Its body was wrong, all wrong. Segments of corroded pipe connected by strips of something organic and glistening, joints that bent in too many directions, fingers that were more like the thin metal rods used to clean drains. Where its face should have been was a smooth reflective surface like still water, and in that surface Marcus could see his own face staring back, distorted and terrified. Slucep's arm stood in the alley, water streaming off its body, and tilted its head in that same listening gesture Maya had seen in the puddle outside her house. Then it opened its mouth, the face split down the middle, the smooth surface cracking apart to reveal a circular opening lined with rust and calcified deposits and fragments of broken pipe. Inside was darkness and the sound of rushing water, and when it spoke, the voice was Marcus's own, layered over itself 1,000 times. "I'll call tomorrow, I swear I'll fix it, I promise I'll be better, I'll finish the list, I'll make things right, I swear, I swear, I swear." Every promise he'd ever broken came pouring out of that mouth, every vow he'd made and failed to keep, every time he'd said tomorrow and meant never. The sound was overwhelming, a cascade of his own guilt made audible, and Marcus fell to his knees under the weight of it. Slucep's arm took a step forward. Its foot, if you could call it that, a collection of pipe segments and rusted joints, splashed in the puddle, and the water rippled outward in perfect concentric circles. Another step, another, moving with the slow patience of water finding its level, inevitable and unstoppable. Maya pulled harder on Marcus's arm, and this time he responded. He scrambled to his feet and ran, following her back toward the street. But the thing behind them didn't hurry. It didn't need to. It knew where he lived. It knew the layout of his apartment. It had already been inside his walls, learning, mapping, preparing. They burst out onto the sidewalk, and Maya pulled him toward her house. "Come on, you can't go back there. It'll follow you through the pipes." But Marcus couldn't move. He was looking back at his building, at the windows of his third-floor apartment, and seeing water pouring from every opening. The windows, the door, even the vents in the exterior wall. Water gushed from his apartment like blood from a wound, and through the windows he could see the interior being torn apart. Pipes burst through the walls, furniture floating in rising water, everything he owned being destroyed by the flood. "My things," he whispered. Things can be replaced, Maya said. You can't. Come on. She dragged him back to her house and locked the door behind them. Marcus stood in the hallway, dripping, onto her floor, shaking from more than just the cold. Through the window he could see his building, could see the water still pouring out, and wondered what would be left when it finally stopped. What happens now, he asked. Maya didn't answer right away. She went to the kitchen and came back with towels, thrust them at him. Dry off. Change into something warm. I'll make more tea. Maya? I don't know, she said, and her voice cracked. I don't know what happens now. You made a vow after the offering. You gave Slucepsarm exactly what it wanted. I don't know if there's a way to undo that. Marcus sank onto her couch, the towel forgotten in his hands. I didn't mean to. It just came out. I've said it so many times it's automatic. I know. She sat down next to him. That's how it gets you. It waits for you to fall back into the pattern. One thoughtless promise, and it has you. They sat in silence, listening to the rain start up again outside. The gutter song had resumed, but now Marcus could hear his own rhythm in it, his own pattern of broken vows woven into the melody. The neighbourhood was singing his failures, and somewhere in the pipes Slucepsarm was listening, learning, preparing to collect its debt. Mrs. Castellanos might know what to do, Maya said finally. She's been dealing with this longer than either of us. We should talk to her. It's 4 a.m. I don't think she sleeps much, especially during storms. They found Mrs. Castellanos in her small house at the end of the block, lights on in every window, sitting at her kitchen table with a cup of coffee and a rosary. She looked up when Maya knocked, unsurprised, and gestured for them to come in. You made a vow, she said to Marcus. It wasn't a question. He nodded, unable to speak. Mrs. Castellanos sighed and shook her head. Sit down, both of you. We need to talk about what comes next. Her kitchen smelled like coffee and old wood, and something herbal Marcus couldn't identify. The walls were covered in photographs, family members he assumed spanning decades. In every storm season photo, he noticed, people held cups or bowls under downspouts, making the offering he'd failed to complete. Slucepsarm has been part of this neighbourhood since before I was born, Mrs. Castellanos said. My grandmother knew about it. Her mother before her. It's not new. It's not going away. It's what happens when people build houses in low places, when they connect all the pipes together, when they pour their regrets into the water and expect them to wash away clean. How do I stop it? Marcus asked. How do I make it leave me alone? You can't. Not now. You made a vow after the offering. You gave it permission to follow you, to collect what you owe. The only way out now is to pay the debt. How? What does it want? Mrs. Castellanos leaned back in her chair. It wants you to keep the promise. Whichever one you spoke out loud, you have to keep it, completely, honestly. No half measures, no excuses. You have to prove that your word means something. Marcus felt his stomach drop. The dentist appointment. I said I'd call tomorrow. Then you call tomorrow, first thing. You make the appointment, you go to it, you follow through completely, and you don't make any new promises until the old one is settled. That's it. Just keep one promise. Just one, Mrs. Castellanos said. But you have to understand, Slucepsarm will test you. It will make it hard. It will put obstacles in your way, give you reasons to postpone, to make excuses, to break the vow just one more time. And if you do, if you fail even once, it will take you. Take me where? The old woman's expression darkened. Into the pipes, into the network. You become part of the system, part of the chorus. Your voice joins the gutter song, and you spend eternity reminding other people of the promises they haven't kept. It's not death. It's worse. It's endless, conscious drowning in your own failures. Maya reached over and took Marcus's hand. Her grip was tight, almost painful. He won't break it, she said. We'll make sure. Mrs. Castellanos looked at her with something like pity. You can't watch him every moment, and Slucepsarm is patient. It can wait days, weeks, months. It can wait until you're tired, until you're stressed, until you have a reason to postpone just one more time, and then it has you. Marcus pulled his hand away from Maya's and stood. No, I'm not going to let that happen. I'll keep the promise. I'll call the dentist tomorrow, I'll make the appointment, I'll go. I'll do whatever it takes. 'Good,' Mrs. Castellanos said. 'Then go home. Wait for morning. I'll call the dentist tomorrow, I'll make the appointment, I'll go. I'll do whatever it takes.' 'Good,' Mrs. Castellanos said. 'Then go home. Wait for morning. I'll call the dentist tomorrow, I'll make the appointment, I'll go. I'll do whatever it takes.' 'Good,' Mrs. Castellanos said. 'Then go home. Wait for morning. And when the office opens, you call. Don't hesitate. Don't think about it. Just do it. I can't go home. My apartment is flooded. Everything's destroyed. Then you stay with someone who knows the rules. Someone who can remind you what's at stake. She looked at Maya. You'll let him stay? Maya hesitated, then nodded. Of course. They left Mrs. Castellanos' house as the sky began to lighten, the storm finally easing into a steady drizzle. Marcus's building stood dark and silent, water still seeping from the third-floor windows but no longer gushing. The damage was done. Back at Maya's house, she made up the couch for him and brought him a pillow and blankets. Try to sleep, she said. A few hours at least. You'll need your strength for tomorrow. But Marcus couldn't sleep. He lay on the couch, listening to the pipes in Maya's walls, waiting for the footsteps to start again. They didn't. Maybe because he was in someone else's house, someone who'd made her offer incorrectly, someone who'd earned a temporary reprieve. Or maybe because Slucep's arm didn't need to hunt him anymore. It knew he'd made a vow. It knew where to find him when he failed. When, not if. Marcus shook his head, trying to dispel the thought. He wouldn't fail. He'd call the dentist. He'd make the appointment. He'd go through with it. One simple task. One kept promise. That was all it would take. But even as he thought it, he felt the weight of the vow settling over him like a wet blanket. Heavy. Suffocating. A promise he'd made 100 times before and broken 100 times before. What made this time different? What made him think he could actually follow through when he never had before? The answer was simple. If he didn't, something would drag him into the pipes and drown him in his own failures forever. That was motivation enough. When the sun finally rose, grey and weak through the clouds, Marcus was already awake, phone in hand, waiting. The dentist's office opened at 8. He would call at 8:01, not 8:05, not 8:30, not after I have coffee or once I check my email. 8:01, the moment they opened, no delays, no excuses. Maya came out of her bedroom at 7:30, already dressed, her hair still wet from the shower. You're up? Couldn't sleep. Did you hear? Anything? In the pipes? No, nothing. Marcus stood and folded the blankets. What time does the dentist open? 8. But Marcus, you need to eat something first. You need to be functional for this. I'm not hungry. That doesn't matter. Sit down. I'm making eggs. She didn't give him a choice, just steered him toward the kitchen table and started pulling ingredients from the refrigerator. Marcus watched her move around the kitchen with practiced efficiency and realized this was her way of helping, keeping him grounded, keeping him present, preventing him from spiraling into anxiety and finding a reason to postpone. The eggs were good. Simple, but good. He ate mechanically, checking his phone every few minutes, watching the minutes crawl toward 8 o'clock. At 7:58, he pulled up the dentist's website and found the phone number. His regular dentist, Dr. Patel, the one he'd been avoiding for 8 months. The number was already in his contacts. He'd looked at it dozens of times, thumb hovering over the call button before losing his nerve and promising himself he'd do it tomorrow. Eitel. The office was open. Marcus pressed call. The phone rang. Once, twice, 3 times. Marcus felt his heart hammering, felt sweat breaking out on his forehead. What if they didn't answer? What if the office was closed despite the website saying otherwise? What if? Smile Dental Group, this is Jennifer. How can I help you? Marcus almost dropped the phone. Hi, yes, I need to make an appointment for a cleaning and checkup. My name is Marcus Chen. Of course. Let me pull up your file. Oh, I see it's been a while since your last visit. 8 months. I know. I've been meaning to call. No problem. We're happy to get you back in. Let's see. How does Thursday the 23rd sound? We have an opening at 2 o'clock. Thursday. That was in 3 days. 3 days to keep himself alive, to avoid making any new promises, to not give Slucep's arm any reason to come for him before he could complete his vow. That works, Marcus said. I'll be there. Perfect. We'll send you a confirmation text. And just so you know, we do require 24 hours notice for cancellations or rescheduling. The word hit him like a fist. Cancellations. The easy out. The escape clause. The way to break the promise without technically breaking it. I won't need to cancel, Marcus said. and his voice was firmer than he expected. "I'll be there." He hung up and sat staring at his phone, waiting to feel relief. But all he felt was the weight of the appointment looming 3 days ahead. 3 days in which anything could happen, in which Sloosepsalm could find 1,000 ways to make him break his vow. Maya sat down across from him. "You did it." "I made the appointment. That's not the same as keeping the promise. I still have to actually go." "You will." "How do you know?" "Because," Maya said simply, "the alternative is worse than any dentist appointment could ever be." She was right. He knew she was right. But knowing and feeling were different things, and what Marcus felt was the familiar panic rising in his chest, the urge to find an excuse, to push the appointment back, to promise himself he'd go next month instead. The pipes in the walls groaned softly, as if in response to his thoughts. Marcus stood abruptly. "I need to get out of this house. I need to move, to do something. I can't just sit here for 3 days waiting." "Then let's go," Maya said. "Let's go check on your apartment, see what the damage is. We'll deal with one thing at a time." They walked back to his building through streets still slick with rain. The storm had passed, but the sky remained heavy and grey, threatening more. The gutters dripped steadily, a quieter sound now, but Marcus could still hear the pattern in it, the sequence that travelled from house to house. His apartment was worse than he had expected. The door hung off its hinges, the lock broken from the inside as if something had forced its way out. Water covered every surface, inches deep in some places, and the smell was overwhelming. Mildew and rust and something organic and rotten. Every pipe in the place had burst. They jutted from the walls like broken bones, water still trickling from the open ends. Marcus waded in, water soaking through his shoes, and looked around at the wreckage. His furniture was ruined, his laptop dead on the coffee table, his clothes floating in the bedroom closet. 8 years of life in this apartment, destroyed in a single night. "Insurance will cover this," Maya said from the doorway. "You'll file a claim, you'll get reimbursed, you'll find a new place." "I never filed the renter's insurance paperwork," Marcus said hollowly. "It's been sitting in my email for 6 months. I kept meaning to—" He stopped, realizing what he was about to say. "I kept meaning to get to it. I swear I'll do it soon." Maya's hand landed on his shoulder. Don't make any promises, not even to yourself. Just deal with what's in front of you right now." Marcus nodded, throat tight. He picked his way through the apartment, salvaging what he could. Some clothes that had been in drawers instead of the closet, his phone charger, a few photographs from his desk that had somehow stayed dry. Everything else was gone. They were almost at the door when Marcus saw it, writing on the bathroom mirror, left in the condensation from all the moisture in the air. Letters formed by someone running their finger through the fog. 3 days. Marcus's blood went cold. He grabbed Maya's arm and pointed. She saw it, paled, and pulled him toward the door. "We're leaving. Now." They didn't stop until they were back at Maya's house with the door locked and every faucet checked to make sure it was tightly closed. Marcus sank onto the couch, his head in his hands. "It's counting down," he said. 3 days until the appointment. It's making sure I know. It's trying to scare you, don't let it." But the fear was already there, cold and heavy in his gut. Sloosepsalm knew where he'd be in 3 days. It knew the exact time and place where he'd either keep his promise or break it, and it would be waiting. The next 3 days were the longest of Marcus's life. He stayed at Maya's house, sleeping on her couch, jumping at every sound in the pipes. She kept him busy during the day, helping her fix the dripping faucet, running errands, anything to keep his mind occupied. But at night, alone in the dark, the fear would return, the certainty that he wouldn't make it to Thursday, that something would happen, some obstacle would appear, some excuse would present itself and he'd take it, and then Sloosepsalm would come for him. On Tuesday, the dentist's office called. "Hi, Mr. Chen. This is Jennifer from Smile Dental. I'm so sorry, but we need to reschedule your Thursday appointment. Dr. Patel has a family emergency and won't be in that day. We can move you to Friday afternoon instead." Marcus's hand tightened on the phone. This was it. The test. The obstacle. He could say yes, accept the rescheduling, and his vow would change from Thursday to Friday, which meant he'd have broken the original promise, which meant Sloosepsalm would win. "No," Marcus said. "I need Thursday. Is there another dentist available? Anyone?" "Well, Dr. Morrison has an opening at 4:30. She's our new associate. Would that work?" "Yes, perfect. I'll take it." "Great. I'll update your appointment. See you Thursday at 4:30. Marcus hung up and realised his hands were shaking. Maya, who'd been listening from the kitchen, came over and hugged him. You did it, she said. You didn't let it push you off schedule. That was close. I know, but you held firm. That counts for something. On Wednesday night, Marcus couldn't sleep at all. He lay on the couch listening to the rain start up again and heard the gutter song resume its pattern. But this time it sounded different, urgent, aggressive. The sequence moved faster, jumping from house to house with increasing speed, and underneath it was that breathing sound, wet and hungry and close. Slucepsom was preparing. At midnight, the knocking started, not in Maya's pipes, but outside, at the door. Slow, deliberate. 3 knocks followed by a pause. 3 more knocks. 3 more. Maya appeared in the hallway, her eyes wide. Don't answer it. I'm not stupid. But the knocking continued, for hours. Sometimes at the front door, sometimes at the back, sometimes at the windows. Always the same pattern, always 3 knocks, as if counting down. At 3 a.m. just as it stopped. The sudden silence was worse than the noise had been. Thursday morning arrived grey and wet, rain drumming steadily against the windows. Marcus's appointment was at 4:30. He had 13 hours to get through. 13 hours to not make any mistakes, any new promises, any excuses that would give Slucepsom an opening. Maya made breakfast, but neither of them could eat much. They sat at the table, pushing food around their plates, watching the clock. I'll drive you, Maya said. To the appointment. I'll wait in the lobby. You don't have to. Yes, I do. You're not going through this alone. At 4 they got in Maya's car and drove across town to the dentist's office. The rain had intensified, turning the streets into rivers, and more than once Marcus saw water backed up in storm drains, overflowing the gutters. The city's drainage system was overwhelmed, and he wondered how much of it was natural and how much was Slucepsom, watching, waiting, preparing to collect. They arrived at 4:15, early. Good. No excuse for being late. Marcus got out of the car and started toward the entrance, but Maya grabbed his arm. Look! She was pointing at the storm drain in the parking lot. Water swirled around it, but instead of draining it seemed to be flowing in reverse, coming up from below, bubbling and churning, and in the centre of the churning water a dark shape was forming, tall, thin, familiar. Go, Maya said. Get inside. Don't look back. Marcus ran. He burst through the doors of Smile Dental Group, soaking wet and breathing hard. The receptionist looked up in alarm. Can I help you? Appointment, Marcus gasped. Chen, 4:30 with Dr. Morrison. Oh, yes, you're a bit early. If you want to have a seat, we'll call you in a few minutes. Marcus sat in the waiting room, water pooling around his feet, and watched the clock. 4:20, 4:25, 4:28. Every minute felt like an hour. Through the windows he could see the parking lot, could see Maya still sitting in her car, could see the storm drain still churning with water that flowed the wrong way. Marcus Chen? He jumped up. A young woman in scrubs stood in the doorway, smiling. I'm Dr. Morrison. Ready to get started? Yes, absolutely. He followed her back to the examination room, settled into the chair, let her clip the paper bib around his neck. This was it. The moment of truth. All he had to do was sit here, let her do the exam, the cleaning, whatever she needed to do, and he'd have kept his promise. He'd have proven to Slucepsom that his word meant something. Dr. Morrison picked up her tools and leaned in, and Marcus saw his own reflection in her protective eyewear. Behind him, in the reflection, stood the tall, thin figure, featureless, patient, waiting. Open wide, Dr. Morrison said. Marcus opened his mouth and the cleaning began. It was routine, simple, the kind of thing he'd done 100 times before, the scraping of the tools against his teeth, the rinse and spit cycle, the flossing. But through it all, Marcus could see the figure in Dr. Morrison's eyewear, standing motionless behind the chair, watching. Everything looks good, Dr. Morrison said finally. No cavities. Gums are a little inflamed from not flossing regularly, but nothing serious. You're all set. She removed the bib, lowered the chair and smiled. See you in 6 months? Yes, Marcus said, and realised he meant it. 6 months. I'll schedule on my way out. He walked back to the reception desk on shaking legs and made the appointment for 6 months from now. Entered it in his phone calendar, paid his bill, and then he was done. He'd kept the promise. Outside, the rain had stopped. The parking lot was wet but empty of water, the storm drain functioning normally. Maya got out of her car and ran to him. "Did you do it? Did you finish?" "I did." She hugged him tight, and Marcus felt something in his chest, Uncle Ench. The weight that had been pressing down on him for 3 days lifted just slightly, and he could breathe again. They got in the car and drove back toward Maya's house. The streets were quiet, the gutters dripping but no longer singing. As they passed Marcus's apartment building, he saw that the water was gone from his windows, the damage still there but no longer active. It looked like an ordinary flood now, not a supernatural punishment. "It's over?" he asked. "For now," Maya said. "You kept your promise. You proved your word means something. That buys you time." "Time until what?" "Until the next time you make a vow you can't keep. Until the next storm, the next moment of weakness, the next promise that slips out before you can stop it. Slucep's arm doesn't go away. It just waits." They drove in silence for a while. Then Marcus said, "I have 62 promises left on my list. 62 things I've sworn to do and haven't. What do I do about those?" "You take them one at a time. You handle what you can handle, when you can handle it, and you stop making promises you don't intend to keep. That's all any of us can do." Back at Maya's house, they found Mrs. Castellanos waiting on the porch. She looked Marcus up and down, then nodded. "You kept it." "I did." "Good. Then you understand now. The rules aren't there to punish you. They're there to protect you. From yourself as much as from Slucep's arm." Marcus sat down on the porch steps, suddenly exhausted. How many people don't make it? How many break their vows and get taken? Mrs. Castellanos was quiet for a long moment. Too many. Every neighbourhood like this, every place where the pipes connect, where the gutters all feed into the same system, there's a Slucep's arm. Different names, different rules, but the same basic truth. Broken promises have weight, they accumulate, and eventually they become something that demands payment. So what do? How do we fight it? "We don't fight it," she said. "We live with it. We learn to be careful with our words. We learn the difference between a vow and a wish. We make offerings when we need to let things go. And we help each other remember the rules." She looked at Maya. "You did well helping him. But don't make it your responsibility to save everyone. Some people don't want to be saved. Some people would rather keep making promises than face what it means to break them." Maya nodded. "I know." Mrs. Castellanos stood to leave, then paused. "One more thing. The offering you made, mija. The promise you released. Did you ever go back and handle it?" Maya hesitated. "Not yet." "Don't wait too long. Releasing something for a night is mercy. Avoiding it forever is just another broken vow. Slucep's arm knows the difference." She left, and Marcus and Maya sat on the porch, watching the neighbourhood settle into evening. Lights came on in windows. People arrived home from work. Life continued, ordinary and mundane, and beneath it all the pipes hummed with water and the weight of every promise anyone had ever made and failed to keep. "I should find a new apartment," Marcus said. "I can't live in that building anymore." "You can stay here," Maya offered, "for a while, until you get back on your feet." "Are you sure?" "Yes. I think we could both use someone who understands the rules. Someone to remind us when we're about to say something we shouldn't." Marcus smiled, tired but genuine. "Deal. And I won't promise to be the perfect roommate because I know better now, but I'll try to be decent. That's all anyone can ask." That night the rain returned, gentler this time, more like a normal storm. The gutters sang their quiet song, but it didn't sound like hunting anymore. Just water moving through pipes, drainage doing its job, the infrastructure working the way it was supposed to. Marcus lay on the couch, listening, and for the first time in over a week, he fell asleep easily. No nightmares, no footsteps in the walls, just the ordinary sounds of a house settling, pipes creaking, water flowing where water was meant to flow. But in the morning, when he checked his phone, there was a text from an unknown number. 62 left. I'll be listening. Marcus stared at the message for a long moment, then deleted it. He knew what it meant. His list of unkept promises, filed and remembered, waiting in the pipes. Slucep's arm hadn't forgotten. It never forgot. It was patient, and it had all the time in the world to wait for him to slip up again. The question was whether Marcus would let it collect, or whether he'd learn to live within the rules, to be careful with his vows, to understand that some promises were meant to be kept and some were meant to be released. He made coffee, no promise to himself about drinking less caffeine, no vow to switch to tea, just coffee, and sat at Maya's kitchen table. She joined him a few minutes later, her own phone in hand, looking troubled. "I got a text," she said. "Me too." They showed each other their screens. The messages were identical except for the number. 62 for Marcus, 17 for Maya. Their debts counted and catalogued. "It's keeping track," Maya said, "making sure we know." "Then we'll keep track too," Marcus said. "We'll help each other. One promise at a time, one release at a time. We'll figure out how to live with this." Maya managed a small smile. "One day at a time." "I won't promise we'll succeed," Marcus said carefully, "but I'll try. That's enough." Outside, the rain picked up again, and the gutters began to sing. Not a hunting song this time, but something else. A reminder, a warning, a patient chorus that would never stop, never forget, never let anyone believe their broken vows could wash away without consequence. In the rain-heavy neighbourhood, water flowed through pipes and gutters, carrying with it the weight of every oath ever spoken and abandoned. Somewhere in that vast network, Slucep's arm moved and waited and listened for the next person to say those dangerous words. "I swear, I promise, I'll fix it tomorrow." And when they did, when the next vow slipped loose into the rain and dripped down into the gutters, the sequence would begin again. The song would find its rhythm, the reflection would appear in the puddles, and someone else would learn the rules the hard way, standing in the rain with a cup of clean water and a choice to make: release the promise or let it, drag you down into the pipes with all the others who couldn't let go. The storm would pass. It always did. But the gutters would remember, the pipes would remember, and Slucep's arm would remember. In the end, that's what mattered. Not whether you made promises, but whether you understood what it cost to break them. Not whether you had debts, but whether you knew how to pay them. Not whether you heard the gutter song, but whether you learned to listen to what it was really saying underneath the rain. Some lessons came easy, some came hard, and some came dripping through your walls at 3 a.m., teaching you that every word has weight, and some weights can drown you if you're not careful. Maya and Marcus learned to be careful. They learned to think before they spoke, to measure their vows, to understand the difference between intention and action. They learned to make offerings when the rain came, to release what they couldn't carry, to forgive themselves for being human and flawed and occasionally overwhelmed. They learned to live with Slucep's arm the way you learn to live with any dangerous neighbour, respectfully, carefully, with clear boundaries and an understanding of the rules. And on the nights when the rain fell hard and the gutters sang their sequence and the shadow appeared in the puddles, they knew what to do. Clean water under the downspout, one promise released, silence where a vow would usually be. It wasn't perfect, it wasn't easy, but it was enough. For now, it was enough. And in the pipes beneath the streets, in the gutters that connected every house to every other house, Slucep's arm waited, patient, eternal, ready to collect from anyone who forgot the rules, anyone who thought their word didn't matter, anyone who believed they could keep promising tomorrow without ever facing today. The rain kept falling, the song kept playing, and somewhere in the darkness behind the walls, footsteps moved through water, slow and steady, counting down to the next broken vow. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. The rain started at 11:47 p.m, and by midnight it had turned the city block into something that breathed wrong. Marcus Webb felt it first as a difference in pressure, the way the air seemed to thicken between the buildings on Mercer Street, pushing down on his shoulders while he walked. He'd been at the distribution centre for 14 hours, stacking boxes until his hands went numb and his thoughts turned to mud, and now all he wanted was his apartment, his couch, maybe half a beer before he passed out. The rain didn't bother him. Rain was normal. Rain was just water falling from clouds because that's what water did. But this rain sounded different. It hit the metal awning outside Chen's grocery with a tap, tap, tap that was too regular, too clean. It struck the fire escape across the street in a rhythm that matched his footsteps. Marcus stopped walking, and the rhythm stopped too. He started again, and there it was. 1, 2, 1, 2, perfectly timed to his stride. He shook his head, rubbed his eyes with the heels of his palms, Exhaustion could do weird things. He'd once worked a double shift and sworn he saw his dead father standing in the frozen foods aisle. The brain got slippery when you didn't sleep. He turned onto Halstead Alley because it shaved 3 minutes off his walk, and because the main streets were too bright, too full of people who hadn't just spent 14 hours lifting boxes that all weighed exactly 43 pounds. The alley was narrow. Dumpsters on one side, brick walls slick with decades of grime on the other, a few security lights throwing weak yellow circles onto the pavement. The rain came down harder here, funneled between the buildings into a concentrated pour. It sounded like fingers drumming on a table. It sounded like someone counting. Then he heard the note. High and thin like a violin string pulled too tight, threaded through the rain's percussion. Then another note, lower, softer, weaving underneath the first. Marcus stopped, walking. The melody didn't stop. It kept going, building itself out of the storm, turning the alley into the inside of an instrument. He looked up at the fire escapes, thinking maybe someone had left a radio on, but the windows were dark. The melody seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, from the rain itself, as if each drop carried a piece of the song, and only here, in this particular stretch of wet brick and shadow, did all the pieces fit together. His mind felt strange, loose, like thoughts were items on a shelf and someone had started removing them one by one. He tried to remember his apartment number. 4C. No, 4D. Was it D? It had a red door. Or was the door brown? He'd lived there for 3 years. He should know this. But the information kept sliding away from him like soap in wet hands. He kept walking because stopping felt worse. The alley stretched longer than it should have, or maybe his perception of distance had gone soft. The melody grew clearer with each step, and now he could hear complexity in it, harmonies braiding together, a low drone underneath everything that felt like it was coming from inside his own chest. The rain struck his face, his shoulders, the top of his head, and each drop seemed to carry the music directly into his skin, into his blood, into the exhausted meat of his brain. A woman had drowned in this alley 2 years ago. Marcus remembered reading about it in the local news blog, some story about a clerical worker who'd been found face down in a puddle, barely deep enough to cover her nose. The autopsy said her lungs were full of water, but also found traces of something else, something the medical examiner couldn't identify, a crystalline residue that looked like salt but wasn't salt, that dissolved when they tried to test it. The article mentioned she'd been working 70-hour weeks. It mentioned she'd told her sister she just wanted to sleep. Marcus's foot splashed through a puddle, and the reflection showed his face a second late, like the image had to travel a long distance to catch up with his body. He stared at it. His reflection blinked after he blinked. It smiled slightly when his own face was still. The melody turned tender. That was the worst part. It didn't sound threatening. It sounded kind. It sounded like the musical equivalent of someone stroking your hair and telling you it was okay to let go, that you'd done enough, that you could rest now. Marcus felt his eyes getting heavy. His legs felt like they were full of wet sand. The box number from work, lot 492B, slipped out of his memory and vanished. His sister's phone number went next, then the name of the street he'd grown up on. He looked up and saw it. At first his brain tried to make it into something normal, a person sheltering under a broken awning, a pile of garbage bags arranged by wind into a human shape. But the proportions were wrong. The silhouette was hunched in a way that human spines didn't hunch, folded into angles, that suggested too many joints or joints that bent in directions they shouldn't. It stood, if standing was the right word, near a puddle that reflected the security light's glow like spilled mercury. The thing moved, and Marcus saw the umbrella ribs. They arced out from its body like the skeleton of a massive parasol, at least a dozen of them, all different sizes, some rusted to deep orange, others still showing flecks of black paint. They weren't attached to fabric. They were strung with something that caught the light. Dozens of thin lines running between the ribs in a complex web, tight as guitar strings, fine as fishing line. Sewing needles had been fixed to the ribs at precise intervals, pointing inward, their eyes threaded with more of that gleaming string. The thing's hands, if they were hands, moved across the strings with a spider's delicacy. Each pluck sent a note into the rain. Each stroke of needle against thread made the melody shift and swell. The rain responded. Drops fell faster where the music wanted them. slower where silence was needed, creating rhythms that shouldn't have been possible from random weather. Marcus watched a drop of water hang in the air for 3 full seconds before falling, timed perfectly to match a long descending note. The hunched figure's head turned toward him. Marcus couldn't see a face. The security light hit the thing at the wrong angle, or maybe there just wasn't enough of a face to see. Just a suggestion of features, like a photograph left in water until the image bled away. But he felt it looking at him. He felt it measuring him, weighing his exhaustion like a merchant weighing meat. His left hand started to go numb. Not the normal numbness of cold or poor circulation, but a specific absence of sensation that spread from his fingertips up his palm. He looked down and saw his hand was still there, still attached, still technically his, but it felt like it belonged to someone else, like it was a hand he was borrowing and the loan period was ending. The melody sank into a lower register, and with it came a feeling of such profound tiredness that Marcus's knees buckled. He caught himself against the alley wall, his palms sliding on wet brick. The exhaustion wasn't just physical, it was existential. It was the weight of every morning alarm he'd ever ignored, every task he'd left unfinished, every promise he'd made to himself that he'd broken. It was the accumulated gravity of being alive and having to keep being alive day after day, without pause, without permission to stop. Just let me sleep. The words formed in his mind with perfect clarity, sweet and simple and true. Just let me sleep. That's all he wanted. Not death, nothing so dramatic. Just sleep. Real sleep. The kind where you don't dream, don't think, don't exist for a while. The kind that doesn't end with an alarm clock and another shift and another stack of 43-pound boxes. The words climbed toward his throat. His mouth started to open. And then something older than thought kicked in. Some animal survival instinct that didn't care about exhaustion or melody or kindness. It just knew that opening your mouth in the presence of this thing was wrong, the way stepping off a cliff was wrong, the way putting your hand in a fire was wrong. Marcus bit down on his tongue hard enough to draw blood. The pain was sharp and immediate and real, and it cut through the melody's fog like a knife through silk. The metallic taste in his mouth anchored him. He spat blood onto the wet pavement and watched it swirl into a puddle, mixing with rain that now sounded almost normal again. Almost. An awning. There was an awning. The rule came to him in his grandmother's voice, even though his grandmother had never told him any such thing, had died when he was 7 from lung cancer, that made her last months a slow drowning in hospital air. But he heard her voice anyway. If the rain starts sounding like music, get under cover and name 3 things you can touch. There, 15 feet ahead, a small awning over a service door, rusted metal barely 3 feet wide. Marcus pushed himself off the wall and ran. His legs felt disconnected from his intentions, like he was puppeteering his own body through a series of string pulls and lever yanks. The melody rose in pitch, urgent now, almost angry. Rain struck his face hard enough to sting. A drop hit his eye, and he swore he could taste the note it carried, mineral and cold and ancient. He stumbled under the awning and the rain's direct assault stopped. The melody didn't vanish, but it softened, becoming distant, like music playing in another room. Marcus pressed his hand flat against the service door. The metal was freezing and textured with old paint that flaked under his palm. Metal, he thought. That's one. He grabbed the fabric of his jacket with his other hand, squeezing until he felt the seams press into his fingers, until the dampness soaked through to his skin. Cloth. 2. His shoulder touched the brick wall and he leaned into it deliberately, feeling the rough surface scrape against his jacket, feeling the solidity of it, the absolute fairness of stone stacked on stone. Brick. 3. The melody wavered. The hunched figure in the alley shifted, and for a moment Marcus saw it more clearly, saw that the umbrella ribs weren't just attached to it, but growing from it, piercing through fabric that might have been clothes or might have been skin. The needles gleamed, the strings hummed with tension. The thing took a step forward and Marcus heard the wet slap of something that wasn't quite a foot hitting pavement. His reflection in the puddle was doing something his body wasn't doing. It was reaching up, fingers stretching toward the surface of the water, as if trying to claw its way out. Marcus looked away from it and kept his hands pressed to his 3 anchors. The desire to speak the words was overwhelming now. Just let me sleep. His jaw ached, with the need to open his mouth and release them into the air. The phrase felt like it was expanding inside his skull, pressing against his teeth from the inside. Every molecule of his exhausted body wanted to say it, wanted to give permission, wanted to surrender to the kindness the melody promised. He bit down on his tongue again. Fresh blood filled his mouth. He thought about his apartment, forcing himself to picture it in detail. The crack in the ceiling above his bed shaped like Florida, the broken blind on the east window, the coffee mug he'd been meaning to wash for 3 days. He thought about his sister, forced himself to remember her phone number by singing it in his head to the tune of Happy Birthday. He thought about the boxes at work, all those boxes with lot numbers and shipping codes, boring and real and his. The hunched figure took another step, and now Marcus could see what was under the umbrella ribs, a body, or what was left of one. Fabric hung in strips, old and water-stained. Beneath it, skin that looked like wet paper, ready to tear at the slightest touch. The hands weren't hands, but arrangements of bone and tendon, fingers too long, joints too many, each one moving independently across the strings with horrible precision. The face became briefly visible as a security light flickered, and Marcus wished it hadn't. The features were still there but rearranged, like someone had taken a photograph of a person and stretched it until the proportions stopped making sense. The eyes were too far apart, set at angles that suggested different focal points. The mouth was a horizontal line that extended past where a mouth should end, splitting the lower face almost to the ears. When it opened, Marcus saw no teeth, no tongue, just a dark space that seemed to go deeper than a throat should go, and from that darkness came more of the melody, raw and undiluted. The thing's chest cavity was visible through tears in the fabric, and inside it Marcus could see the source of the drone, the lowest constant note that ran underneath everything else. Ribs moved like bellows, but they weren't breathing air. They were breathing rain. Each inhalation pulled water from the storm itself, and each exhalation sent it back out as sound. The ribs were strung with more of that gleaming thread, creating a second instrument inside the body, turning the creature's own skeleton into a resonating chamber. Marcus squeezed his 3 anchors harder. The metal door felt real. The cloth felt real. The brick felt real. These were facts. These were truths that existed independent of melody and exhaustion and the desire to stop existing for a while. The creature's 2 long fingers plucked at the umbrella strings in a new pattern, and the melody shifted into something Marcus recognized. A lullaby his mother used to sing when he was small, before the divorce, before she moved to Arizona and started a new life that didn't include him. He hadn't thought about that song in 15 years, but now it was here, perfect in every detail, played on an instrument made from rain and rust and human remains. The recognition almost broke him. The melody knew him. It had reached into his memory and pulled out something tender, something that connected to the part of him that just wanted to be small and safe and cared for. His mother's voice had been soft when she sang that song, her hand cool on his forehead, and for those few minutes each night he had been the centre of someone's universe. The words formed again, "Just let me sleep." Marcus could feel them vibrating in his chest, ready to be released. His mouth was opening. He was doing it. He was going to say the words, and the alley would take him and the melody would pull him apart thread by thread until he was nothing but sound and sleep and the absence of having to try any more. But then he saw something else. Behind the hunched figure, deeper in the alley, there were others, not moving, not playing, instruments, just standing in the rain, or what was left of standing. 6 of them, maybe 7. It was hard to count because they were translucent, like images projected onto the rain itself. Their faces were slack, mouths open, eyes half closed. Their bodies swayed slightly in rhythm with the melody. They looked peaceful. They looked like they were sleeping on their feet. One of them was the woman from the news article, the clerical worker who drowned in a puddle. Marcus recognized her from the photo that had run with the story, though that photo had shown her smiling at a company picnic, not standing vacant-eyed in an alley with rain passing through her like she was made of mist. Her mouth moved silently, forming the same words over and over. "Just let me sleep. Just let me sleep. Just let me sleep." Another figure looked younger, Couldn't have been more than 19, wearing a fast food uniform with a name tag that said Jeremy. His hands hung at his sides, fingers still, twitching like he was pressing buttons on a register that didn't exist. Rain fell through him and came out the other side carrying fragments of his face, his memories, his name, dispersing them into the storm. These weren't bodies, they were echoes. They were what remained when someone said the words and gave permission for the melody to take them apart. They were the price of surrender, and they were still here, still standing in the rain, still asking for sleep that would never come because sleep required something solid to happen to, and they had been unravelled past the point where sleep made sense. Marcus pressed harder against his 3 anchors: metal, cloth, brick, metal, cloth, brick. He made it a chant in his mind, something to occupy the space where the words wanted to form. He thought about the mundane details of his life with desperate focus. The way his apartment smelled like old coffee and laundry detergent, the squeak his bed made when he sat down, the specific pattern of water stains on his bathroom ceiling, every boring, stupid, real thing he could remember. The creature took another step forward, now only 10 feet away, close enough that Marcus could smell it, a scent like rust and ozone and standing water, like the inside of a drain pipe, like the undertaste of rain that's been falling for too long. The umbrella rib spread wider, creating a canopy that blocked out the security light. In the sudden dimness, the needles glowed with a faint phosphorescence, and the strings shimmered like spiderweb caught in moonlight. The melody changed again, became less structured, more chaotic. It sounded frustrated. It sounded hungry. The tender kindness was still there, but underneath it now was something else, an insistence, an impatience, a need that had gone unfed for too long. The rain began to fall sideways under the awning, defying physics, trying to reach Marcus, trying to restore the connection between storm and skin that the shelter had broken. Marcus felt water touching his ankle. He looked down and saw the puddle at his feet spreading, growing, fed by rain that was flowing uphill. The water was wrong, too thick, too dark, and when it touched his shoe it felt warm. His reflection appeared in it again, and this time the reflection wasn't delayed. It was ahead. It was already stepping out from under the awning, already walking toward the creature with arms outstretched, already opening its mouth to speak the words. He jerked his foot back, breaking contact with the water. The puddle stopped growing. His reflection fragmented into ripples and disappeared. The creature's mouth line stretched wider, and from the darkness inside came a sound that wasn't music anymore. It was a voice, human or formerly human, speaking in a whisper that somehow cut through the rain's noise. "So tired," it said. "So tired. So tired. Don't you want to rest? Don't you want to stop? I can make it stop. I can make everything stop. Just tell me. Just ask me. Just say the words, and I'll take it all away." Marcus wanted to scream at it, wanted to tell it to fuck off, wanted to run, but he knew that speaking anything would break the seal. Any words from his mouth would create an opening. The creature was patient, but it was also opportunistic. It would take what it could get, and if it couldn't get permission, it would take defiance, take screams, take anything that gave it a voice to follow back into his throat. So he kept silent. He kept his hands on metal and cloth and brick. He kept naming them over and over until the words became meaningless sounds, until they were just rhythm, just his own private music to counter the melody trying to pull him apart. The translucent figures behind the creature began to move. They walked forward with slow, shambling steps, their bodies flickering like bad television reception. As they moved, they reached toward Marcus, and their fingers left trails in the air, thin strands of something that looked like the thread on the creature's instrument. They were unravelling further with each step, leaving pieces of themselves hanging in the rain, creating new strings for the creature to play. One of them got close enough that Marcus could see detail in the translucence. It was a man, older, wearing a security guard uniform. His name tag said Morrison. His eyes were open, but there was nothing behind them, just empty spaces where thoughts used to be. His mouth moved and sound came out, but it wasn't speech. It was music, individual notes matching the melody, as if his voice had been repurposed as just another instrument in the creature's orchestra. Morrison reached for Marcus, and where his fingers should have touched the awning's edge, they passed through instead. The metal didn't stop him. The shelter didn't matter to something that was barely there anymore. Marcus felt fingers brushing his shoulder, cold, wet, insubstantial but somehow still capable of touch. The contact made, his thoughts fuzzy, made the apartment number slip away again, made his sister's name sound wrong in his head. He shrugged violently, breaking the contact, and pressed his shoulder harder against the brick. The rough surface scraped through his jacket, through his shirt, scraped skin. The pain was good. The pain was real. He focused on it, used it like an anchor point, another thing to name. Brick, pain, brick, pain, metal, cloth, brick, pain. The creature's fingers moved faster across the strings, creating a crescendo. The melody peaked, becoming almost unbearably beautiful, so perfect that Marcus felt tears running down his face. It sounded like every good thing he'd ever wanted but never gotten. Safety and rest and being cared for and not having to be strong anymore. It sounded like relief. It sounded like an end to all the weight. His mouth opened. The words were right there, balanced on his tongue, ready to fall into the air like rain. And then a light came on, 30 feet down. The alley, a door opened and someone stepped out, an old woman in a bathrobe holding a garbage bag. She looked up at the rain, looked down the alley toward Marcus and the creature, and her face showed no surprise. She'd seen this before. She knew what she was looking at. The woman raised her free hand and made a gesture. 3 fingers extended, touching her forehead, her chest, her lips in quick succession. The movement was deliberate, ritualistic. She spoke 3 words that Marcus couldn't hear over the rain and the melody, but he could see her lips form them. 3 distinct syllables, each one sharp and certain. The creature's head whipped toward her, umbrella ribs contracting slightly. The melody stuttered. For the first time since Marcus had encountered it, the thing looked uncertain. The translucent figures stopped advancing and began to drift backward, pulled like smoke in a breeze. The woman stood her ground. She wasn't running. She wasn't afraid. She just looked at the creature with the weary expression of someone dealing with a persistent nuisance, like a raccoon that kept getting into the trash. She made the gesture again, forehead, chest, lips, and spoke the 3 words louder. This time Marcus heard them, though they were in a language he didn't recognize. Harsh syllables, old syllables, words that sounded like they'd been carved into stone before being spoken aloud. The rain responded to them, the organized rhythm breaking apart into chaos. The melody fractured, notes colliding and cancelling each other out. The creature took a step back, then another. The umbrella ribs began to fold, the needles dimming. The translucent figures faded, becoming less visible, their forms dispersing into the rain like salt dissolving in water. The thing that had been Morrison gave Marcus one last empty look before disappearing entirely, his final notes absorbed into the storm's white noise. The creature itself began to collapse inward, umbrella ribs folding, tighter and tighter, the whole structure compressing into something smaller, denser, darker. It made a sound as it collapsed, not music anymore, but something between a sigh and a groan, the sound of old metal bending, of wet fabric tearing, of disappointment that had mass and weight. Then it sank into the pavement like the concrete was water, leaving only a dark stain and a few drops of something that steamed in the rain. The woman watched until it was completely gone, then nodded to herself and went back inside, door closing behind her with a firm click. The light in her window went out. The alley was just an alley again, nothing but rain and brick and garbage. Marcus stood under the awning for a long time, hands still pressed to metal and cloth and brick, not trusting the silence. The rain continued falling, but now it was random. No rhythm, no melody, just weather doing what weather did. His thoughts returned slowly. Apartment number, sister's name, the street he'd grown up on. He tested each memory, making sure it was still his, making sure nothing had been taken. When he finally stepped out from under the awning, his legs nearly gave out. The exhaustion hit him all at once, no longer masked by adrenaline and fear. He'd been awake for 19 hours. His body felt like it was held together with fraying rope. But he walked. He walked out of Halstead Alley and onto Mercer Street, then took the longest route home he could imagine. Mercer to Broad to Fifth, to Jackson to Pine, adding almost a mile to his commute, staying on well-lit streets, staying away from any space narrow enough to funnel rain. When he reached his building, he stood outside for 5 minutes, looking up at his window on the 4th floor, making sure it was really his, making sure he remembered which one. 4D. Red door. Crack in the ceiling shaped like Florida. These were facts. These were true. Inside, he locked the door, checked the lock, checked it again. He went to the bathroom and looked at his reflection in the mirror above the sink. His reflection looked back at him at the same time, perfectly synchronized. He lifted his hand and his reflection lifted its hand. He blinked and it blinked. Everything was working correctly. He was all there. All his pieces still connected in the right order. He stripped off his wet clothes and stood in the shower for 40 minutes, using all the hot water, washing the rain off his skin, even though he knew the rain wasn't the problem. The problem was what the rain could carry, what it could be organized into, what it could be used for. In bed, he tried to sleep but couldn't. Every time he closed his eyes, he heard the melody starting up again in his memory. Perfect and terrible. He opened his eyes and stared at the ceiling crack, naming everything he could see in the dim light from the street. Ceiling, crack, light fixture, smoke detector, wall, window, curtain. Real things, solid things, things that existed whether or not he was tired, enough to want them to. He got up at 4 a.m. and made coffee, even though he had only been lying down for 3 hours. He couldn't sleep, didn't want to sleep. Sleep felt dangerous now, like something that could be used against him. He sat at his kitchen table and drank the coffee and watched the sky slowly lighten through his window, waiting for the world to become bright and loud and normal again. At 6 a.m. his alarm went off, and he turned it off and got ready for work. He moved through his morning routine like a robot, each action deliberate and mechanical. Shower, clothes, breakfast, coffee, shoes, jacket, keys, phone, wallet. Everything in its place, everything predictable, everything boring and safe and real. The distribution centre was exactly as he'd left it. Rows of boxes waiting to be moved, the perpetual smell of cardboard and diesel from the loading dock. Delgado's voice calling out lot numbers over the PA system. Marcus picked up his scanner and went to work. Box after box after box, each one weighed exactly what it was supposed to weigh. Each one had a destination and a purpose. The work was mind-numbing, but that was fine. That was good. Mind-numbing was better than mind unravelling. On his lunch break, Marcus went to the basement break room and found it empty except for Carlos, one of the overnight crew guys who was finishing his shift. Carlos was eating cold pizza and scrolling through his phone, half asleep. "Hey man," Carlos said without looking up. "You look like shit." "Rough night," Marcus said. He got a soda from the vending machine and sat down at the far end of the table. Carlos glanced up, seemed to really see him for the first time, and his expression changed. "What route you take home last night?" Marcus felt his spine straighten. "Why?" "Just asking." Carlos put his phone down. "Storm was bad. Some streets were flooded. Just wondering if you had trouble getting through." "I took Mercer to Broad," Marcus lied. "Then 5th. Why?" Carlos. Studied him for a long moment. No reason. Just making conversation. He picked up his phone again, but before he looked back down at it, he said, "You ever hear things in the rain? Like patterns?" Marcus's hand tightened on his soda can. "What kind of patterns?" "Forget it." Carlos stood up, gathered his trash. "Just tired. Been pulling doubles all week. Brain gets weird." He started toward the door, then stopped. "You know old Mrs. Chen runs the grocery on Mercer?" "Yeah." "Her nephew used to work here. Night shift, like me, about 3 years ago." Carlos paused. "He disappeared. They found his jacket in an alley off Halstead. The alley had flooded like 6 inches of water. His jacket was folded neat, sitting on a dumpster, dry as a bone even though the rain was still coming down." Marcus said nothing. "Mrs. Chen, she keeps a list," Carlos continued. "People who went missing in storms. People who worked long hours, got tired, started taking shortcuts through alleys. 12 names. In 5 years. Cops say some of them probably just left town, started over somewhere else. Some of them probably killed themselves. Some probably got into the drug scene. A lot of ways to disappear in a city." "But you don't think that's what happened?" Marcus said. Carlos shrugged. "I think the city eats people. I think there's parts of it that are hungry and patient and smart enough to wait for you to get tired enough to make mistakes." He pulled up his jacket collar. "I take the long way home now. Stay on big streets. Don't care if it adds time. Time's cheaper than whatever the alternative costs." He left. Marcus sat alone in the break room. the fluorescent lights humming overhead, the smell of old pizza grease hanging in the air. He thought about 12 people in 5 years. He thought about the translucent figures standing in the rain, still asking for sleep that would never come. He thought about the woman who'd made the gesture and spoken the 3 words that sent the creature back into the pavement. After his shift ended, Marcus didn't go straight home. He went to Chen's grocery instead. The old woman was behind the counter like always, reading a Chinese newspaper, looking like she'd been in that exact spot for 100 years. When Marcus walked in, she looked up and her eyes narrowed slightly, examining him the way you'd examine a piece of fruit to check for bruises. "You're alive," she said. Not a question. A statement of fact, slightly surprised. "How do you know?" Marcus asked. "Because you're standing in my store instead of standing in the rain." She folded her newspaper. "You went through Halstead last night." "How?" "Don't ask stupid questions. You went through Halstead, you heard the music, and you're here now, which means you either got lucky or you knew the rules." She studied his face. "Your eyes still track together. Your reflection still sinks. You kept your pieces. Good." Marcus stepped closer to the counter. What was that thing? Mrs. Chen shrugged. "Names don't matter. It's old. Older than the city. Used to live where the old textile factories were, back when people sewed until their fingers bled and the thread got mixed with blood and rain. When the factories closed, it moved to the alleys. Same principle, different materials. It finds people who are worn down, used up, ready to be taken apart." "The woman who came outside last night," Marcus said. "Down the alley, she made it leave." "My sister, she knows the words." "What words?" "The ones you don't get to learn unless you need them." Mrs. Chen's expression was flat, offering no argument. "You want to know how to fight it. I'll tell you what you already figured out. Stay out of narrow places when it rains. Don't listen to music in the storm. Name 3 things you can touch when you feel it pulling. Don't speak the words at once. Simple. That's it. That's enough. You're not a hero. You're a tired man with a job you hate. Best thing you can do is avoid the problem, not solve it." She picked up her newspaper again. "Buy something or leave. This isn't a library." Marcus bought a bottle of water he didn't want and left. Outside, the afternoon was bright and clear. Yesterday's storm just a memory in puddles that reflected ordinary sky. He looked down Halstead Alley as he passed it. In daylight it was just a dirty corridor between buildings, trash scattered around dumpsters, graffiti on the walls. Nothing special, nothing dangerous. But he could see the stain where the creature had sunk into the pavement, dark and irregular, like old oil, and around it, if he looked carefully, he could see other stains, older ones, faded but still visible, marking spots where the same thing had happened before. The alley was marked with them, a constellation of disappearances, each one the spot where someone had said the words and given permission to be taken apart. Marcus took the long way home. Over the next few weeks he developed new habits. He checked the weather obsessively, planning his routes around predicted rainfall. He bought a cheap umbrella, even though using it felt dangerous, like it might attract attention. He started carrying 3 objects in his pockets at all times: a key to his apartment, a quarter, a smooth river stone he'd found as a kid. He touched them constantly, checking that they were still there, still real, still his. He noticed other people doing similar things. The woman who worked at the 24-hour pharmacy always took a taxi home when it rained, even though she lived 3 blocks away. The guy who cleaned office buildings late at night wore a headphone constantly. No music playing, just filling his ears with silence so he couldn't hear patterns in the rain. The overnight security guards travelled in pairs, never walking alone through empty parts of the city. People knew, maybe not everyone, maybe not explicitly. But the ones who worked nights, who pushed their bodies past exhaustion, who walked through the city when it was dark and empty, they knew there were rules about rain and alleys and the kind of tiredness that made you vulnerable to things that shouldn't exist. Marcus started sleeping with his lights on. He started keeping his phone charging next to his bed, alarm set for every 2 hours, forcing himself to wake up regularly so he never sank too deep into sleep. He knew he was developing insomnia, knew he was probably making himself crazier, but the alternative was worse. Sleep meant vulnerability. Sleep meant letting go of consciousness, and letting go felt too close to saying the words, too close to giving permission. On his days off, he researched. He went to the library and looked through old newspapers on microfiche, searching for mentions of drownings in shallow water, disappearances during storms, people found dead in alleys with water in their lungs but no water on the ground. He found dozens of cases going back decades, hundreds if he stretched the search wide enough. There were patterns. Most of the victims worked multiple jobs or long hours. Most disappeared between midnight and 4 a.m. Most were last seen heading home through less travelled areas. And in almost every case, someone who knew them mentioned that they'd been tired, that they'd talked about wanting to rest, that they'd used some variation of the phrase, "I just want to sleep." He found references to other things too, not just the umbrella rib creature. There were stories about manholes that hummed lullabies, about subway tunnels where the sound of approaching trains formed coherent melodies, about certain bridges where the wind through the cables played songs that made people want to step over the railing. The city was full of things that hunted exhaustion, that fed on the desire to stop trying, that turned the wish for rest into something predatory. Marcus found a blog run by someone who called themselves the Night Walker, documenting safe routes through the city for people who worked. Graveyard shifts. The blog had maps marked with danger zones, alleys to avoid, sounds to watch out for. It had instructions for the 3-touchstone rule. It had descriptions of other rules too. Don't answer questions shouted from dark windows. Don't pick up phones ringing in alleys. Don't read graffiti that seems to be addressed to you specifically. There was a comment section, but it was mostly empty. Most people who read the blog didn't want to leave evidence that they knew what it was talking about. But occasionally someone would post a thank you, brief and anonymous. Your map worked, still alive, grateful. The posts usually came in the early morning hours, from people who just made it home safe after a close call. Marcus started commenting too. He described his encounter with the umbrella rib creature, gave the location, noted that it seemed to retreat when confronted with specific gestures and words. The Nightwalker responded within an hour. The old woman? Yeah, she's one of the protected ones. Family's been dealing with this shit for generations. They know words we don't. Good you survived. Stay out of Halstead when it rains. What is it? Marcus typed back. What are these things? The response took longer this time. Does it matter? You want a mythology? Read folklore? You want to stay alive? Follow the rules? Names and origins don't help you when you're in an alley and the rain starts singing. Marcus thought about that a lot. Did it matter what the things were? Whether they were ghosts or demons or urban legend made manifest through collective belief? They existed. They were dangerous. Knowing their taxonomy wouldn't make them less real. He kept working at the distribution centre, but he put in requests to move to day shift. Delgado denied the first 3 requests. Not enough seniority, business needs, blah blah blah. On the 4th request, Marcus mentioned he'd been having health problems, trouble sleeping, thought it might be connected to his schedule. That got approved. Starting next month, he'd work 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. No more walking home in the dark, no more late-night shortcuts. The night before his shift change took effect, Marcus worked his last overnight. It was a busy night, 2 trucks to unload, and he didn't get out until almost 1 a.m. The weather forecast had called for clear skies, but forecasts were wrong sometimes. As Marcus pushed through the employee exit, he felt the first drops of rain hitting his face. By the time he reached Mercer Street, it was pouring. The rain fell hard and straight, no wind to angle it, just vertical sheets of water that turned the streetlights into blurred columns of light. Marcus heard the rhythm start immediately. Not even subtle this time, just blatant percussion, drops hitting pavement and metal and glass in patterns that were too organised to be random. He heard the high note thread through it, that same thin violin sound from weeks ago. He walked faster, took Mercer to Broad, stayed on the wide streets even though the water was ankle-deep in some places. The rain was trying to herd him, he realised, flooding the main routes, creating obstacles that would naturally push him toward the side streets, toward the alleys, toward narrow spaces where the melody could get clearer and the invitation stronger. He splashed through a deep puddle, and his reflection appeared in it, walking backward instead of forward, walking away from where Marcus was going. He didn't look at it, didn't give it attention, kept moving. The rain got harder. It was coming down so heavy that Marcus could barely see 10 feet ahead. The streetlights were useless, their lights scattered into useless glow by the sheer volume of water. He kept one hand on the buildings to his right, using them as a guide, making sure he didn't veer off course into some side passage. The melody was getting louder. more insistent. He could hear harmonies now, multiple parts weaving together, creating something, complex and beautiful and absolutely focused on him. It knew he was trying to avoid it. It knew this was his last night on the vulnerable schedule. This was its last good chance to get him. Marcus's hand touched something wet and cold that wasn't brick. He jerked back and looked. A string. Thin and gleaming, stretched across the mouth of an alley he'd almost walked past. The string vibrated in the rain, producing a single clear note. Behind it, deeper in the alley, he could see more strings, dozens of them creating a web across the narrow space. And behind the web, the hunched silhouette. It had been waiting for him. It had set a trap. Marcus turned and ran. His shoes splashed through water, his clothes were soaked, his hair plastered to his skull. He couldn't remember the route anymore, couldn't remember which streets were safe. The rain was too loud, the melody too insistent, his thoughts too slippery. He just ran, choosing directions at random, hoping he was moving toward home and not deeper into the city's hungry places. He turned a corner and found himself in a courtyard between buildings. Not an alley exactly, but not a street either. A threshold space. Rain fell here from all directions, bouncing off walls, creating curtains of water. And in the centre of the courtyard stood the creature, umbrella ribs fully extended, needles gleaming. The translucent figures stood in a circle around it, swaying, mouths open, singing the melody in voices that had been repurposed as instruments. Marcus skidded to a stop, turned to run back the way he'd come, but the courtyard entrance was blocked now. More strings, more needles. The web was closing. The creature's two long fingers moved across its strings, playing him, playing his fear and exhaustion and desperation. The melody shifted to match his racing heartbeat, making his panic part of the song, incorporating his terror into the music. He was becoming part of it already, his emotions harvested as notes, his thoughts being tuned to the proper key. He reached into his pocket for his 3 touchstones, found the key, found the quarter, couldn't find the stone. His fingers scrabbled in the wet fabric but came up empty. The stone was gone, fallen out somewhere during his run. He only had 2 anchors. 2 wouldn't be enough. The rule was 3. 3 things you can touch. 3 solid points to keep you attached to the reel. The creature stepped closer, water sluicing off its umbrella ribs, and Marcus could see details he'd rather not see. He could see where the ribs entered the body, pushing through fabric and skin like pins through cloth. He could see the interior of the chest cavity, where the ribs moved like bellows, breathing rain. He could see the face resolving into something almost human, almost familiar, and he realized with horror that it was wearing features stolen from the translucent figures around it. A composite face assembled from pieces of the people it had taken. It had Morrison's eyes, Jeremy's mouth, the clerical worker's nose, a dozen people's features stitched together into something that looked like it was trying to remember how to be human, and failing. So tired, it whispered, and the voice was a chorus, every person it had taken, all speaking together. So tired. Let us help. Let us take the weight. Just say yes. Just give permission. Just let us make it stop. Marcus's hand found something in his pocket. Not the stone. His phone. The screen was cracked, but it still worked. He pulled it out, gripped it hard, made it his 3rd anchor. Metal key, metal quarter, glass and plastic phone. 3 points, 3 touchstones, 3 facts. He stood in the centre of the courtyard, rain pounding down, melody surrounding him from all sides, and he named them. Key, quarter, phone. The creature paused. Key, quarter, phone. Louder this time, speaking the words out loud even though that felt dangerous. But naming things in his head wasn't enough anymore. He needed to make them real in the air, needed to claim them with sound. Key, quarter, phone. He held them up, one in each hand, except for the quarter which he'd pressed against his palm with the key. These are mine. These are real. These are here. The melody faltered. The translucent figures stopped swaying, looked at him with their empty eyes, and for a moment he saw confusion in their ghostly faces, like they almost remembered a time when they too had things that were theirs, things that were real, things that mattered. The creature's umbrella ribs contracted slightly, the needles dimming. Its composite face shifted, features rearranging, trying different expressions. Anger, hunger, frustration. The fingers plucked at the strings with more force, trying to overwhelm his words with music, trying to drown out his naming with melody. But Marcus kept speaking. Key, quarter, phone, key, quarter, phone! Over and over, making it a rhythm, his own percussion to counter the rain's drums. His voice was hoarse from rain and fear, but he kept going, naming his anchors, claiming his ground, refusing to surrender the simple fact of ownership. And then he added more. Apartment 4D, crack-shaped like Florida, coffee mug in the sink, red door, broken blind, Morrison Avenue. All the details of his life, all the boring pieces that made him real. Sister's name, Jennifer. Phone number, 503-782-4421. Boss's name, Delgado. Box lot 4782B. The translucent figures began to flicker, their forms becoming less stable. Maybe they were remembering too. Maybe the sound of someone claiming their details reminded them of what they'd lost. Morrison's ghost raised a translucent hand, fingers stretching toward Marcus, and for a second his eyes seemed clearer, more present, like he was trying to warn him or thank him, or just acknowledge that someone still remembered that people could have names and numbers and details that mattered. Then Morrison dissolved completely, his form coming apart like smoke, scattering into the rain. The other figures followed. Jeremy from the fast food uniform, the clerical worker, the ones Marcus didn't recognize. One by one they came apart, their final notes fading into the storm, released from whatever had been keeping them trapped in the courtyard. The creature stood alone now, and without its chorus it looked smaller, less substantial. The umbrella ribs sagged. The needle's glow faded to almost nothing. The composite face broke apart, features sliding away from each other, returning to whatever void they'd been borrowed from. It made one last attempt, the melody rising in a final crescendo, beautiful and terrible, and so perfectly tuned to Marcus's exhaustion that he felt his knees weaken. The words formed on his tongue one more time. Just let me sleep. But he didn't say them. He said his anchors instead. Key, quarter, phone. The creature collapsed, not gracefully like before, not sinking into the pavement with dignity, but breaking apart like something that had been held together by tension and need and nothing else. The umbrella ribs scattered, falling to the wet ground as separate pieces of rust and metal. The strings snapped, their high notes cutting off mid-vibration. The body, if it had ever really been a body, dissolved into rainwater and old fabric, leaving nothing but a stain and a smell like rust and disappointment. The courtyard was empty. The rain was just rain again, falling straight down, no rhythm, no organisation, no intelligence. Marcus stood alone in water up to his ankles, holding his 3 touchstones, shaking from adrenaline and cold and the effort of staying human. He found his way out of the courtyard, back to a main street he recognised. The rest of the walk home was uneventful, just a man walking through rain, wet and tired and ready to be inside. When he reached his building, he climbed the stairs to the 4th floor, unlocked his red door, went inside his apartment and locked the door behind him. He stood in the shower for an hour, put on dry clothes, made coffee even though it was 2 a.m, sat at his kitchen table and looked at his 3 touchstones laid out in front of him. Key, quarter, phone. 3 points that had kept him connected to the world. 3 stupid, ordinary objects that had been enough. He didn't sleep that night, didn't even try. Just sat up waiting for dawn, waiting for his last overnight shift to be officially over, waiting to start his new schedule where he'd walk home in daylight and never have to hear rain, organising itself into music again. But he knew it wasn't over. Not really. The city was still full of hungry places, still full of things that waited for people to get tired enough, desperate enough, empty enough to make mistakes. The creature he'd escaped might be gone, but there would be others. There were always others. At 6 a.m, Marcus's alarm went off. The alarm he'd forgotten to cancel since he wasn't working today. He turned it off and realised he'd made it through. One more night survived. One more dawn reached. One more day earned. He went to the window and looked out at the city as it woke up. Lights coming on in apartments, early commuters heading to subway stations, delivery trucks making their rounds. Normal life proceeding normally. All those people who didn't know what lived in the alleys, who could walk through rain without hearing melodies, who could be tired without being hunted. Marcus envied them. But he also knew something they didn't. He knew the rules. He knew the warning signs, he knew how to stay safe, and maybe eventually he'd figure out how to warn others without sounding crazy. Maybe he'd find a way to pass on what he'd learned to the next person who started working too many hours and walking home too late, and feeling the rain start to sound like music. For now, though, he was just grateful to be standing in his apartment, looking at the crack in his ceiling shaped like Florida, holding his coffee mug, being blessedly and completely alive. The rain kept falling outside, the city kept turning, and somewhere in the narrow places, in the gaps between buildings where exhaustion pooled like standing water, other things continued their patient work, waiting for the next person to get tired enough to listen, tired enough to surrender, tired enough to speak the words that would let them in. But Marcus Webb wouldn't be one of them. Not today. Not if he could help it. He touched his 3 anchors one more time, key, quarter, phone, and made himself a promise. He would stay awake. He would stay alert. He would stay real. And he would never, ever say those 4 words out loud. Not to the rain. Not to the dark. Not to anything that might be listening. Just let me sleep. No. Never. Not like that. He finished his coffee and started his day, tired but alive, worn but whole, still himself in all the ways that mattered. The daylight hours stretched ahead, safe and bright and free of melody. He'd earned them, he'd survived for them, and that for now was enough. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. The rain had been falling for 3 hours when Sarah Mitchell woke to the sound of her porch chimes playing a lullaby. She lay still in the darkness, listening. The bedroom was thick with that particular quiet that comes after midnight, when the world narrows to just your breathing and the small mechanical sounds of a house settling into itself. The refrigerator hummed downstairs. Water dripped from the gutters in irregular percussion. But underneath it all, threading through the ambient noise like a melody half remembered from childhood, the wind chimes on her front porch was singing. Not random. Not the chaotic jangling that came with storm winds. This was deliberate. A pattern. 4 notes down, 3 notes up, a pause, then the sequence again. Over and over. Patient as a heartbeat. Gentle as something trying not to wake you but wanting you to know it was there. Sarah turned her head on the pillow, eyes adjusting to the strips of streetlight that came through the blinds. The clock on her nightstand read 2:47 a.m. in dim red numerals. Rain tapped against the windows in waves, driven by wind that should have made the chimes ring wild and discordant, but they didn't. They kept to their pattern, that same 4 down 3 up sequence, like someone standing on her porch practicing scales. She'd lived in this house for 6 years. She knew the sounds it made, the old pipes that knocked when the heat kicked on, the way the back door frame whistled in a crosswind, the specific creak of the 8th stair that always gave her away when she tried to sneak down for midnight snacks. And she knew her wind chimes, the copper ones her sister had given her the Christmas before she died, the ones that usually rang in bright, random bursts, cheerful even in bad weather. This wasn't them, or rather, it was them, but they were doing something they'd never done before. Sarah sat up slowly, pulling the comforter around her shoulders. The house felt colder than it should, even for January. Her breath didn't fog, not quite, but there was a quality to the air that made her skin prickle. She listened for another minute, trying to convince herself it was just wind, just weather, just coincidence that the chimes had found a rhythm. But the pattern didn't break. 4 down, 3 up, pause, 4 down, 3 up, pause, perfect and patient and wrong. She thought about Marcus. The thought arrived uninvited, the way it always did in the small hours when her defences were down. Marcus, who'd been dead for 18 months and 5 days. Marcus, whose last words to her had been, "I'll call you tomorrow," before he'd driven off in the rain. Marcus, whose tomorrow never came because a semi-truck driver fell asleep at the wheel and crossed 3 lanes of highway in 2 seconds. She'd never said goodbye. Never told him the things that mattered. Never explained why she'd been so distant that last month, why she'd let his calls go to voicemail, why she'd turned small disagreements into walls between them. She'd been planning to fix it. Tomorrow, she'd kept thinking. Tomorrow I'll tell him. Tomorrow we'll talk. The chimes continued their lullaby pattern, and Sarah realised her hands were shaking. She pushed back the covers and stood. bare feet touching the cold hardwood. The house creaked around her as she moved through the dark bedroom, not bothering with lights. She knew the path. Past the dresser where Marcus's watch still sat in its leather box, untouched since she'd brought his things home from the hospital. Past the closet where 3 of his shirts still hung because she couldn't make herself donate them. Down the hallway, lined with photos she no longer looked at directly, only in peripheral vision, quick glances that didn't linger long enough to hurt. The stairs groaned under her weight. The 8th one, always. She paused on the landing, looking down into the living room where streetlight made familiar furniture into strange shapes. The front door was just ahead, solid wood painted dark blue, the colour Marcus had helped her choose. Like twilight, he'd said, running his hand over the paint samples. Like that perfect moment right before the stars come out. The chimes sang their pattern again, and this time Sarah was close enough to hear the individual notes clearly. Not random at all. Deliberate, musical, the kind of melody a music box might play, simple and sweet and designed to soothe. She crossed the living room slowly, navigating around the coffee table, the reading chair, the bookshelf stuffed with novels she'd bought but never read. Her hand found the doorknob and she stopped, suddenly uncertain. Outside, through the small window set into the door, she could see her front porch in the weak yellow glow of the porch light. Rain came down in sheets, turning the street beyond into a dark river. The neighbourhood was silent except for the rain and the chimes. No cars, no distant sirens, no dogs barking, just the steady white. Noise of precipitation and that 4 down 3 up pattern over and over, like something was trying to teach her a song. Sarah turned the deadbolt and opened the door. Cold, wet air rushed in, carrying the smell of rain-soaked asphalt and wet grass. The porch light flickered once, just a brief dimming, like a brownout, then steadied. Rain mist drifted under the porch roof, collecting in fine droplets on the painted floorboards. Sarah's wind chimes hung from a hook near the corner, swaying gently in the breeze. She stepped outside and the music changed. The chimes had been playing their lullaby pattern, that 4 down 3 up sequence, but as soon as her bare feet touched the wet porch boards, they shifted. The notes came faster now, still measured but more insistent, and the rhythm... Sarah pressed a hand to her chest, breath catching. The rhythm was her heartbeat. The chimes rang in perfect synchronization with the pulse in her throat. Beat, 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 pause, beat, 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 pause. She could feel her heart hammering against her ribs, too fast, anxiety rising, and the chimes matched it exactly, speeding up as her pulse quickened, a one-to-one correspondence that should have been impossible. She took a step back toward the door, and the chimes followed her heartbeat into the new rhythm, faster now, nearly frantic. Another step, and they stayed locked on, metal tubes singing her fear back to her in crystalline notes. "Stop," she whispered. They didn't stop. The porch light flickered again, and this time it didn't steady. It began to pulse. Bright, dim, bright, dim, in time with the chimes, in time with her heart. The whole porch seemed to be breathing with her, responding to her from the inside out. Sarah's throat tightened. Marcus. She was thinking about Marcus. The thought had been there since she woke, lurking at the edges, but now it pushed forward with terrible clarity. The things she'd never said, the apology she'd rehearsed 1,000 times in her head but never spoken aloud because there was no one left to hear it. I'm sorry I was distant. I'm sorry I let you go without fixing it. I'm sorry your last memory of me was probably confusion about why I was being so cold." The chimes rang brighter, louder, still matching her pulse but adding harmonics now, overtones that made the simple rhythm into something more complex, more beautiful. The porch light pulsed in sync, and Sarah saw that other lights were doing it too. The street light at the corner, the porch lights on houses across the way, all of them dimming and brightening together like they were part of a larger pattern she couldn't quite see. Movement caught her eye. Across the street, through the rain. At first she thought it was just the way the rain was falling, the way water sometimes seems to gather and swirl in the wind. But as she watched, the movement resolved into something more solid. A shape. Tall, impossibly tall, moving slowly down the sidewalk on the opposite side of the street. Sarah's heart kicked harder, and the chimes responded immediately, ringing with her fear. The figure moved with terrible patience, each step slow and deliberate. It wasn't walking so much as gliding, though she could see the suggestion of legs, of feet touching pavement. Its posture was slightly bowed, head tilted forward as if in contemplation or prayer, and on its head... Sarah squinted through the rain, not believing what she was seeing. A crown, made of small bells, dozens of them, maybe hundreds, tiny shapes that caught what little light there was and threw it back in dull bronze gleams. The bells dripped constantly, water running off them in streams, but they didn't ring with the chaos of rain. They rang with purpose, with melody. The figure lifted one arm slightly, palm up, fingers making a small gesture like a conductor calling for a crescendo. And the neighbourhood responded. Wind chimes from the house next door joined the pattern. Then the house. Beyond that. Porch bells, hanging ornaments, anything metal that could catch the wind. They all began to ring in synchronization, all matching the same lullaby pattern that had woken Sarah, all pulsing with the same heartbeat rhythm that her own chimes were singing. The street was becoming a choir. Sarah's legs felt weak. She gripped the porch railing, wood slick with rain mist under her palm. The tall figure continued down the sidewalk, and now she could see details that made her stomach turn. Its limbs were too long, joints bending in places they shouldn't. Its crown wasn't sitting on its head. It was part of its head, bells growing directly from the skull like some terrible flowering. Water dripped from it constantly, running down the figure's face and body, but the face itself was smooth, featureless, a blank expanse of skin or something like skin that caught the porch light's pulsing glow. It moved past the Davis house, and their chimes joined the choir, past the Johnsons, and their hanging planters began to swing in rhythm. Every house it passed added to the pattern, the lullaby growing richer and more complex, overlapping harmonies building into something that was no longer simple or sweet, but vast and consuming. The figure paused, turned, and though it had no eyes that Sarah could see, she knew with absolute certainty that it was looking directly at her. Her wind chimes rang brighter, the heartbeat pattern accelerating. The porch light pulsed faster, and inside her mind, unbidden, came a memory so vivid it felt like being pulled underwater. Marcus in the hospital parking lot 3 weeks before he died. They'd been fighting about something stupid. She couldn't even remember what now, something about whose family to visit for Thanksgiving. He'd said, "Why are you being like this?" And she'd wanted to tell him, wanted to explain that she was scared, that watching him live his life with such casual confidence terrified her because she knew how quickly it could all end, how her father had died at 43 and left her mother ruined, how she'd decided somewhere along the way that keeping distance was safer than risking that kind of loss. But instead she'd said, "I'm not being like anything. You're being unreasonable." And he'd looked at her with such hurt, such confusion, and said, "Okay, I'll call you tomorrow. We can talk when you're calmer." Tomorrow. The word tasted like rust in her mouth. The memory released her, and Sarah gasped, finding herself on her knees on the porch, hands pressed flat to the wet boards. The chimes above her were ringing so loudly now she could feel the vibration in her bones. The porch light strobed in perfect time, and across the street the tall figure stood perfectly still, its bell crown dripping, its blank face turned toward her. She could hum along. The thought arrived fully formed, not quite her own. She could open her mouth and match the pattern, let her voice join the neighbourhood choir. The melody was simple. She already knew it. Her body knew it. Her heart was already beating it out. Her lungs were already breathing in the right rhythm. All she had to do was add her voice, and the weight in her chest would lift. The grief would become music. The thing she'd never said would transform into sound, would leave her body and join the rain, and she would be light again, understood, forgiven. Sarah's mouth opened slightly and the first note tried to escape. No. The word came from somewhere deep, some part of her that remembered the stories her mother used to tell. Old neighbourhood stories, the kind passed down in whispers at block parties and over backyard fences. Stories about the thing that walked certain streets when the rain fell hard. Stories about houses that sang on stormy nights, and residents who couldn't explain why they woke up hoarse, their throats raw, though they had no memory of screaming or singing. Lull crown, her mother had called it. "You never hum along," she'd said, gripping Sarah's hand too tight when Sarah was maybe 8 or 9, after they'd heard wind chimes playing in perfect unison during a midnight storm. You hear the bells match your heartbeat, you get inside, you close the door, and you forgive yourself in silence. Not out loud, never out loud. You keep your voice inside, Sarah. You keep it inside, or the rain keeps it for you. Sarah closed her mouth. She pressed her lips together so hard they went white. The chimes seemed to protest, ringing louder, more insistent. The porch light flickered rapidly now, almost seizure-inducing. Across the street, the figure took one step forward, then another, moving from the opposite sidewalk into the street itself, crossing the rain-dark asphalt with slow, measured strides. Sarah crawled backward toward the door. Her knees scraped on the porch boards. Her hands found the doorframe and she pulled herself up, still keeping her mouth shut, still refusing to hum the melody that was pushing at her lips from the inside. The figure reached the middle of the street and stopped. Water sluiced off its bell crown in rivers. Its head tilted slightly as if considering. Then it raised both arms, palms up, fingers curled in a summoning gesture. Every wind chime, every porch bell, every piece of metal that could ring in a 3-block radius began to sing in perfect unison. The sound was overwhelming, a wall of synchronized music that made Sarah's teeth ache and her vision blur. The lullaby pattern had evolved into something more complex now, a full orchestration of neighborhood sounds, and underneath it all was a rhythm like a heartbeat, but not just hers. Dozens of heartbeats, hundreds maybe, all the unspoken grief of all the houses that had ever joined this terrible choir. Sarah stumbled backward across the threshold into her house. She grabbed the door and pulled it shut, not slamming it. Some instinct told her that slamming would be wrong, would be an insult, but closing it firmly, feeling the latch click with a solid final sound. The music immediately muffled, cut by half. Still there, still audible through the door, but no longer overwhelming, no longer inside her bones. Sarah stood with her back pressed to the wood, breathing hard. Her heart hammered against her ribs. She kept her mouth closed, lips pressed together, refusing the urge to hum that still pushed at her throat like trapped air, like something that needed to escape or she'd burst. "Forgive yourself," her mother had said, in silence. But how? How did you forgive yourself for not saying the things that mattered? For letting someone you loved die thinking you were angry with them, thinking you didn't care, when the truth was you cared so much it terrified you? How did you forgive yourself for being human in a moment that demanded perfection? Sarah slid down the door until she was sitting on the floor, knees drawn up to her chest. Tears ran down her face, hot and silent. Outside, the chimes continued their pattern, but fainter now, more distant, as if the barrier of the door was pushing them back. She thought about Marcus. Let herself think about him fully, for the first time in months. Not just the accident, not just the guilt, but all of it. The way he laughed at his own jokes even when they weren't funny. The way he made breakfast on Saturday mornings, dancing badly to old jazz while he flipped pancakes. The way he'd hold her hand in the car, thumb rubbing small circles on her palm, a gesture so habitual she'd stopped noticing it until it was gone. She thought about the fight in the parking lot, but she also thought about the night before, when they'd watched a movie together on the couch, his arm around her shoulders, both of them comfortable and quiet and together. She thought about how he'd said, "I love you," when he left that morning, the last morning, and how she'd said it back. She had said it back. The last words between them hadn't been anger, they'd been love. The distance, the fear, the walls she'd built, those were real. But so was the love. Both could be true at the same time. Sarah pressed her forehead to her knees. I couldn't change it, she thought. I couldn't know. I was scared and I was wrong to let fear make me cold, but I couldn't know what was coming. No one can know that. The urge to hum was fading now, retreating like a tide going out. Her throat still felt tight, but the pressure was different. Not the pressure of something trying to escape, but just the ordinary pressure of grief, the kind you carried every day, the kind that was part of you now. I forgive myself, she thought. Not for everything, not for being distant. That still hurt, still needed work, still needed her to be better if she ever let herself love someone again. But for not being perfect, for being human, for not saying goodbye because I didn't know I needed to. The porch light outside the window stopped pulsing. It steadied, glowing its normal weak yellow. Sarah lifted her head, listening. The chimes were still ringing, but the heartbeat synchronization was gone. They were just wind chimes again, responding to the storm in random, natural patterns. The lullaby had dissolved back into chaos. She stood slowly, legs shaky, and went to the front window. Pulled back the curtain and looked out into the rain. The street was empty. The tall figure was gone. But as she watched, she could see it further down the block, that impossible silhouette moving from house to house, conducting the neighbourhood symphony. Lights pulsed in windows, chimes rang in patterns, and from somewhere, the Henderson house maybe, or the Clarks, she heard a voice, faint but clear, a woman humming. Sarah let the curtain fall. She walked away from the window, away from the door, deeper into her house. She climbed the stairs, avoiding the 8th step this time, taking a different path. In her bedroom, she got back into bed, pulled the covers up and lay very still. Outside, the rain continued. The neighbourhood choir played on, collecting voices, adding them to the pattern. But Sarah's chimes rang silent and random, and her throat remained closed, and her voice stayed inside where it belonged. She didn't sleep for the rest of the night. She just listened to the storm pass, waiting for morning, holding on to the silence she'd chosen like a life raft in dark water. When dawn came, grey and wet, everything looked normal. The rain had stopped. The street was slick but empty. Wind chimes hung still and quiet on porches up and down the block. Sarah got up, made coffee, went through the motions of a normal day. But something was different. The weight in her chest, the one that had been there since the hospital called and said Marcus was gone, it hadn't disappeared. It never would. But it felt less like drowning now, more like carrying something heavy that she'd learned how to hold. She thought she'd survived, thought she'd won. It wasn't until 3, nights later when the rain came back, that she heard it. She was washing dishes after dinner, standing at the kitchen sink with her hands in warm soapy water, when she heard someone humming outside. A woman's voice, soft and melodic, carrying the lullaby pattern. 4 notes down, 3 notes up. Pause! Sarah froze, hands still submerged, soap bubbles sliding down her wrists. The humming was coming from her front porch. No, that wasn't right. She hadn't hummed. She'd kept her mouth closed. She'd forgiven herself in silence, had followed the rules exactly. She'd survived. But the voice continued, and as Sarah listened, really listened, recognition crept through her like ice water. The tone, the pitch, the specific way the notes bent and breathed. It was her voice humming outside her house. Sarah pulled her hands from the water and dried them slowly, methodically, trying to keep her breathing steady. She walked to the front window and looked out. Rain fell in sheets, just like before. The porch light was on, casting its weak glow, and there, standing on the sidewalk about 10 feet from her front steps, was a figure. Not the tall crowned thing from before, something smaller, human-sized, feminine. It stood with its back to the house, facing the street, humming the lullaby pattern. Sarah couldn't see its face, just the silhouette backlit by the streetlight. But she could see that it was wearing clothes like hers, jeans and a sweater, the same outfit she'd worn when she'd stepped onto the porch that first night. The figure hummed, and the sound was definitely, unmistakably, Sarah's own voice. Sarah's hands began to shake. She backed away from the window, but she couldn't stop listening. The humming continued, patient and steady, neither coming closer nor moving away. Just standing there on the sidewalk, singing her grief in her own voice, a permanent echo of the moment she'd almost lost herself to the choir. But she hadn't hummed. Her rational mind insisted. She'd kept quiet. She'd done everything right. Then she remembered. That first moment on the porch when her mouth had opened slightly, when the first note had tried to escape. She'd stopped it, swallowed it down, but had something gotten out? Just a breath. Just the beginning of a sound, the intention of a note, too quiet to hear but loud enough for the rain to catch and keep. Sarah went upstairs, away from the window, away from the sound of her own voice humming to the empty street. She got into bed and pulled the covers over her head like a child hiding from monsters, and she waited for the humming to stop. It didn't. Over the next weeks, Sarah developed new habits. She learned the weather patterns intimately, checking forecasts obsessively. When rain was predicted, she stayed away from windows. She wore earplugs at night. She turned on fans, ran the dishwasher, played music loud enough to drown out any sounds from outside. But on quiet nights, when the rain fell hard and the wind was right, she could still hear it. Her own voice humming the lullaby pattern, standing somewhere outside her house. Never on her property, always on the sidewalk or across the street or down at the corner, close enough to hear, far enough to make her listen. The neighbours noticed. Mrs. Henderson mentioned it carefully one morning meeting Sarah at the mailbox. "Do you ever hear singing at night?" she asked, eyes too knowing. "During storms?" Sarah said no, lied easily, smiled and changed the subject. But Mrs. Henderson just nodded slowly and said, "My daughter used to sing outside my house, for years. After she died, I'd hear her voice in the rain." She paused, gripping her mail tight enough to crumple the envelopes. "Then one night I hummed along, just once, just joined in for a few seconds because I missed her so much." Her eyes met Sarah's. "Now there are two voices outside my house when it rains, hers and mine, and I can't make them stop." Sarah felt her stomach drop. "Don't hum along," Mrs. Henderson said quietly, "no matter how much you want to, no matter how long you hear it. The rain only keeps what you give it willingly. You didn't give enough for it to take you, so it keeps what it caught and waits for more. But if you feed it again, even a little, it gets stronger, it gets more real." Sarah went inside without responding, but the words stayed with her. That night, when the rain came and her voice started humming outside, she sat in her living room with her hands clasped in her lap and forced herself to listen. Really listen. To hear the grief in that humming, the apology that had no recipient, the love that had nowhere to go. It was her grief, her voice, her unfinished business with a dead man who couldn't hear her anymore. The rain had caught it, and now it kept it, played it back to her like a recording that would never degrade, never fade. A perfect preservation of her pain, singing to the empty street forever. Sarah closed her eyes and thought about Marcus. Thought about forgiveness, real forgiveness, the kind that didn't just happen once in a moment of crisis, but had to happen over and over every day, every time the guilt tried to resurface. "I forgive myself," she thought. Again. Still. Always. Outside, her voice hummed the lullaby pattern, 4 notes down, 3 notes up, pause, and the rain kept falling, and somewhere in the neighbourhood, Lullcrown walked its eternal route, conducting the choir of unspoken sorrows, collecting voices that had forgotten how to stay inside. And Sarah sat in her living room, mouth closed, tears silent on her face, listening to her own grief sing in the storm while she practiced the hard, necessary work of letting it be exactly what it was, sad and unresolved and hers, without giving it any more of herself than it had already taken. The rain would keep her voice. That was done. That was permanent. But it wouldn't get the rest of her. Not tonight. Not ever. The porch light flickered once, twice, then steadied, and Sarah sat in the warm glow of her living room lamps, surrounded by the life she was still living, while outside the rain fell and her voice hummed the lullaby she would hear for the rest of her life, a reminder of the night she almost joined the choir and the moment she chose silence instead. In the storm, bells kept dripping and porches kept chiming, and Lullcrown walked the street collecting voices that never learned how to stay inside. But Sarah Mitchell had learned, and she would remember, every time it rained. The neighbourhood had rules, though most residents didn't know them anymore. The knowledge had faded over generations, passed down in fragments. A warning from a grandmother here, a strange custom there, bits of folk wisdom that seemed superstitious until the night you needed them. Mrs. Henderson knew some of the rules. Old Mr. Park, 3 houses down, knew others. The Davises had moved away 6 months ago, in the middle of the night during a dry spell, and they'd known something too. Sarah started paying attention to the families who'd lived in the neighbourhood longest, started noticing patterns. The Johnsons never hung wind chimes, though their porch had hooks installed for them. The Clarks always turned off their porch light during rainstorms. Mr. Park never, ever opened his windows when it rained, even during the humid summer months when the heat was suffocating. She wanted to ask them, wanted to knock on doors and say, "Do you hear it too? Do you know what this is? Can you help me make it stop?" But the unspoken rule, the one she understood instinctively, was that you didn't talk about it. Acknowledging it gave it power. Naming it made it more real. So neighbours passed each other in driveways and smiled tightly, and talked about property values and school board meetings and anything except the thing that walked their street when the rain fell hard. 2 months after her first encounter with Lulcrown, Sarah found a pamphlet in her mailbox. Not delivered by the postal service. There was no stamp, no address, just a trifold piece of paper that had been carefully placed among her bills and junk mail. The pamphlet was old, printed on paper that had yellowed with age. The text was typewritten, slightly crooked like it had been made on a manual typewriter decades ago. The title read, "Living with Lulcrown, a Resident's Guide." Sarah took it inside and sat at her kitchen table, hands trembling as she unfolded it. The text was matter-of-fact, almost clinical. If you are reading this, you have encountered the entity known locally as Lulcrown. Do not be alarmed. This is a manageable situation if you follow the guidelines below. Do not attempt to engage with Lulcrown directly. It cannot be reasoned with, appeased, or driven away. If your wind chimes begin to match your heartbeat, retreat indoors immediately and close your door. Do not slam it. Practice silent forgiveness for unresolved grief. This acts as a temporary deterrent. If you hear your own voice outside your home during rainstorms, do not respond to it in any way. Do not hum along. Do not speak to it. Do not acknowledge it. The voice will persist. There is no known method for eliminating it once it has been captured by the rain. However, it cannot enter your home unless you invite it. Do not invite it. Avoid using wind chimes, bells, or similar objects on your property. If they are already present, remove them before the next rain. Children under the age of 12 appear to be immune to Lulcrown's influence. Teenagers and adults are susceptible. The entity is most active between midnight and 4 a.m. during heavy rain. Plan accordingly. If a family member or neighbour appears to be missing after a rainstorm, check the street at dawn. They may be found standing on the sidewalk, humming. Do not approach them. Call the authorities and report them as missing. This is the kindest option. Remember, Lulcrown does not hate you. It is simply doing what it does. Your grief is not wrong. Your loss is real. You simply cannot give it voice outside your walls. The pamphlet ended with a single line in different typeface, handwritten in careful cursive. "We are all learning to live with this. You are not alone." Sarah read it 3 times. Then she went through her house and removed every wind chime, every hanging decoration that could ring in the wind. She took them to the garage and stored them in a box labelled "Do Not Use" in permanent marker. That night she slept better than she had in weeks, but the relief was temporary. Because 3 days later, the rain came back, and with it came something new. Sarah woke to the sound of humming at 2:15 a.m. She'd expected it by now, had steeled herself for it. But this time there were 2 voices. Hers, familiar and terrible, and another one. A man's voice, deep and slightly off-key, humming the same lullaby pattern. She went to the window, knowing she shouldn't, unable to stop herself. 2 figures stood on the sidewalk across the street. One was her echo, the familiar silhouette in jeans and a sweater. The other was new, male, tall, wearing what looked like a jacket and jeans. They stood about 6 feet apart, both facing away from the houses, both humming in perfect unison. Sarah's breath fogged the glass. She pressed her palm to the window and the cold radiated through her skin. The male figure hadn't been there before, which meant someone else in the neighbourhood had hummed along. Someone else had fed the rain. Over the next week, Sarah started mapping it. She kept a notebook, documenting which nights it rained and which figures appeared. The number varied. Sometimes just 2 voices, hers and the male one, sometimes 4 or 5, a small choir of echoes standing at various points along the street. She tried to figure out who they'd been in life, which neighbours had given pieces of themselves to Lulcrown. The male figure might have been Tom Jenkins, who'd lived 2 houses down and died of a heart attack 8 months ago. His widow still lived there, lights burning all night during storms. The elderly woman who sometimes appeared near the corner was probably Mrs. Davis, the grandmother who died 3 years back. Her family had moved away, but her voice remained, humming faithfully whenever the rain fell hard enough. They were ghosts, Sarah realised. Not traditional ghosts, but echoes. Copies made of sound and rain and grief, preserved perfectly in the storm, singing forever because they'd given their voices willingly to something that never forgot. And every time it rained, Lulcrown walked among them like a conductor leading an orchestra, its bell crown dripping its blank face turned toward windows where the living watched and tried not to listen. Sarah stopped going to the window, started wearing earplugs and running white noise machines, but the knowledge was always there, humming at the edges of her consciousness. Her voice was outside, would always be outside, waiting for her in the rain. She thought about moving, spent hours on real estate websites, looking at houses in other neighbourhoods, other cities, but something stopped her every time she got close to making a decision. Maybe it was the suspicion that Lulcrown wasn't unique to this street, that every neighbourhood had its own version, its own entity that collected grief and turned it into music. Maybe it was the realisation that running wouldn't help, that her voice would follow her, that the rain would find her anywhere. Or maybe it was simpler than that. Maybe it was just that this was her home. Marcus had lived here with her. They'd painted the front door together, had planted the rose bushes by the porch, had argued about where to put the couch and made love in every room and built a life in these walls. Leaving would mean abandoning that. Leaving would mean letting Lulcrown win, letting it drive her out, so Sarah stayed. She developed routines. On rainy nights, she went to bed early with her earplugs in and her white noise machine set to thunderstorm sounds. A small irony she appreciated. During the day, she lived her life as normally as possible. She went to work, came home, cooked dinner, watched TV, called her mother on Sundays. She started dating again, carefully, nothing serious. Coffee dates, dinner dates, nice conversations with nice men who didn't push for more than she was ready to give. She didn't bring them to her house. Couldn't risk them being there during a rainstorm. Couldn't risk them hearing the voices outside and asking questions she didn't know how to answer. 3 months after her first encounter, Sarah went to Mrs. Henderson's house with a bottle of wine. The older woman opened the door slowly, eyes wary, but she let Sarah in. They sat in the living room, a space that felt frozen in time, decorated with photographs of people who weren't there anymore. Mrs. Henderson poured the wine with steady hands. "You've heard your voice," she said. It wasn't a question. Sarah nodded. And others. "The neighbourhood is old," Mrs. Henderson said. "This has been happening for a long time. My mother heard her voice in the rain. My grandmother too. It's a family tradition at this point." She smiled without humour. "The women in my family have always had trouble letting go." "The pamphlet said you can't get rid of it," Sarah said. "Is that true?" Mrs. Henderson was quiet for a long moment, swirling wine in her glass. "I've tried everything," she finally said. "Priests, mediums, spiritualists. I had someone come burn sage. I buried crystals in my yard. I even tried moving once, sold the house and rented an apartment across town." She looked at Sarah with tired eyes. "My voice followed me. First time it rained in my new place, I heard my daughter singing outside my window, and then I heard myself. The rain doesn't care where you live, it finds you. So we just live with it." "We live with it," Mrs. Henderson confirmed. "We get used to it. The first year is hard. After that, it just becomes part of the background noise, like traffic or sirens. Your brain learns to filter it out." Sarah wanted to believe that, but she wasn't sure she could. "Does it ever get worse? Do the voices ever do anything besides hum?" Mrs. Henderson's face went very still. "Don't feed them," she said quietly. "Don't hum along, don't speak to them. Don't even open your window to hear them better. They're recordings, Sarah. They're not conscious. But if you give them more—" She trailed off, shaking her head. "I made that mistake. I told you. And now there are 2 of me out there, and sometimes I swear the second one sounds more real than the first. Like it's learning. Like it's growing." A chill ran down Sarah's spine. "What happens if you keep feeding them?" "I don't know. I stopped after the second time. But I've heard stories." Mrs. Henderson leaned forward, voice dropping to a whisper. "The Moreno family, 5 houses down. They don't live there anymore, but sometimes when it rains you can hear an entire family singing from that yard. Mother, father, 3 kids, all of them humming the lullaby, all of them standing in the rain." She paused. "The story goes that the father couldn't handle his grief after his mother died. Kept going outside during storms, kept trying to join the choir, kept feeding pieces of himself to the rain. And his wife tried to stop him, followed him out, started humming to try to bring him back in. Then the kids—" She didn't finish. She didn't need to. Sarah felt sick. "They're all out there? All of them?" "During bad storms, yes. 5 voices singing together. Perfect family harmony." Mrs. Henderson's smile was bitter. "Lulcrown gives you what you want in a way. Connection, release, a chance to make your grief into something beautiful. The trap is that it never ends. The song never stops. You become part of it, forever. They sat in silence for a while, drinking wine, listening to the ordinary sounds of the house settling. Finally, Sarah asked the question she'd been holding since she arrived. Why does it do this? What does it want? Mrs. Henderson shook her head. I don't think it wants anything. I think it just is. Like rain itself. It doesn't fall because it wants to. It falls because that's its nature. Lullcrown collects grief the way rain collects in puddles. No malice, no purpose, just function. That's almost worse, Sarah said. I know. Sarah finished her wine and stood to leave. At the door, Mrs. Henderson caught her arm. You're strong, she said. You only gave it a little. Most people give more on their first night. You'll be okay. Sarah nodded, though she wasn't sure she believed it. Walking home in the dark, she thought about Marcus, about the grief that had driven her onto that porch. It hadn't disappeared. It never would. But it had changed, become manageable. She could think about him now without feeling like she was drowning, could remember the good things alongside the pain of losing him. The rain had taken her voice, yes, but it hadn't taken her. She was still here, still living, still moving forward. Maybe that was enough. Maybe that was the best anyone could do when grief came calling and the rain started singing lullabies. Sarah reached her house and went inside, locking the door behind her. She made tea, took a hot shower, climbed into bed. And when she closed her eyes, she thought about tomorrow, about the ordinary day ahead, about all the small moments that made up a life. Outside, the night was clear. No rain, no voices. Just silence and stars and the possibility of peace. Spring came, and with it came the rainy season. April poured water on the neighbourhood almost daily, and Sarah learned to live with the constant backdrop of her own voice humming in the storm. Mrs. Henderson had been right. After a while, her brain learned to filter it out. Most nights she could sleep through it, the sound becoming no more disturbing than wind in the trees. But there were bad nights. Nights when the rain fell so hard it sounded like static, when the choir of voices grew to a dozen or more, when Lullcrown's presence felt thick in the air like humidity. On those nights, Sarah would lie awake and listen to the neighbourhood sing itself to sleep, wondering how many people were lying in their beds doing the same thing, all of them alone together in the dark. She started recognising patterns in the voices. Her own was consistent, always humming the same 4 down 3 up pattern, never varying in pitch or tempo. But others changed slightly from storm to storm, as if they were evolving or degrading, recordings played too many times starting to warp. The male voice, Tom Jenkins, she was now certain, sometimes missed notes, creating dissonant gaps in the lullaby. The elderly woman near the corner sometimes hummed too fast, rushing through the pattern like she was late for something. And the Moreno family voices, when they appeared during the heaviest rains, sometimes overlapped strangely, harmonising in ways that shouldn't have been possible, creating chord structures that made Sarah's teeth ache. In May, a new family moved into the old Davis house. Young couple, early 30s, with a toddler daughter. Sarah watched them move in with a sense of dread she couldn't quite name. She wanted to warn them, wanted to knock on their door with the yellowed pamphlet and say, "Welcome to the neighbourhood. Here's what you need to know about surviving rainy nights." But she didn't. Couldn't. The rules were clear. You didn't talk about it. So she just watched as they hung wind chimes on their front porch. 3 sets, copper and silver and bamboo, cheerful and bright. She watched them string up decorative bells along their walkway, and she knew what was coming. The first big storm after they moved in happened on a Friday night. Sarah went to bed at 10, earplugs in, white noise machine on, trying not to think about the new neighbours. But at midnight she woke to a sound that cut through all her defences. Screaming. A woman screaming, raw and terrified, the kind of sound that bypassed rational thought and went straight to primal fear. Sarah was out of bed and at the window before she fully woke up. Outside, in the pouring rain, the neighbourhood was alive with sound. All the voices were humming. Her own, Tom Jenkins, the Moreno family, Mrs. Henderson's daughter, dozens of echoes standing at their designated positions. And walking among them, conducting them all, was Lullcrown, its bell crown dripping rivers of water, its 2 long arms raised in a gesture of terrible invitation. In the middle of the street, lit by pulsing streetlights and porch lamps, stood the new neighbour. The young wife, wearing a nightgown soaked through with rain, her hair plastered to her skull. She was screaming and screaming, hands pressed to her ears, spinning in circles like she was trying to escape something she couldn't see. Sarah's first instinct was to run outside, to help. Her hand was on the doorknob before she remembered the rules. Don't engage, don't interfere, call the authorities. But the woman kept screaming, and Lulcrown kept conducting, and the choir kept humming their lullaby pattern, and Sarah found herself frozen between two impossible choices. Then the woman stopped screaming. The shift was abrupt, unnatural. 1 second she was crying out in terror, the next she was silent, standing perfectly still in the rain. Her hands dropped from her ears, her head tilted back, face turned to the sky, mouth opening. No, Sarah thought. Don't. Please don't. The woman began to hum, the lullaby pattern, perfect and clear, her voice joining the choir like she'd been practicing for years. 4 notes down, 3 notes up, pause. Her whole body swayed with the rhythm, arms loose at her sides, completely at peace. Lulcrown lowered its arms slowly, bells dripping, and the woman kept humming. The other voices rose around her, harmonizing, welcoming her into their eternal song. Sarah watched, horror building in her chest, as the woman hummed and hummed, rain soaking through her nightgown, her skin going pale in the cold. She was going to die out there, going to stand in the rain until hypothermia took her, humming the whole time, and in the morning they'd find her body and... The front door of the woman's house burst open. Her husband ran out barefoot and panicked, the toddler clutched in his arms. He was shouting his wife's name, but the woman didn't respond, didn't even turn to look at him. She just kept humming, swaying, lost to the music. The husband set the child down on the porch and ran toward his wife. Sarah wanted to scream at him to stop, to stay inside, but she could only watch as he grabbed the woman's shoulders and tried to shake her. Emily, please, come, back inside. The woman, Emily, turned her head slowly to look at him. Her eyes were open but unfocused, pupils dilated like she was seeing something else entirely. Something beautiful, something worth drowning for. She kept humming. The husband pulled her, physically dragged her toward the house. Emily didn't resist, but she didn't help either. She was dead weight in his arms, limp and compliant, still humming even as he hauled her across the wet street. The other voices hummed with her, echoing her notes, making her song bigger than herself. Lulcrown watched them go, its head tilted slightly, bells ringing soft and patient, like a parent watching a child try to run away, like something that knew they'd be back. The husband got Emily onto their porch, got the door open, and only then, as they crossed the threshold, did she stop humming. The sound cut off abruptly, and Emily sagged in her husband's arms, suddenly conscious, suddenly aware. What? Sarah heard her say, voice small and confused. What happened? Why are we outside? The door slammed shut and Sarah exhaled a breath she didn't know she'd been holding. Outside, the choir continued without Emily. The voices hummed on, indifferent to her departure. Lulcrown stood in the middle of the street for another moment, then turned and continued its slow walk down the block, conducting houses that had forgotten how to stay silent. Sarah backed away from the window, heart pounding. She'd just watched someone nearly join the choir, nearly become one of the permanent voices, if her husband hadn't pulled her inside. The next morning Sarah found another pamphlet in her mailbox, the same yellowed paper, the same typewritten text. But this time there was a handwritten note attached. Thank you for not interfering. The new neighbours must learn like we all did. Intervention only delays the inevitable. They will either master the silence or they will join the song. There is no middle path. If you see someone humming, in the rain, do not approach them. Do not try to save them. The kindest thing you can do is let them finish their choice. A neighbour who understands. Sarah crumpled the note in her fist. Fuck that, she thought. Fuck the rules. Fuck letting people make their choice when they were clearly not in their right mind, when something was pulling them outside and feeding on their grief like a parasite. She marched to the new neighbour's house and knocked on the door, pamphlet clutched in her hand, determined to warn them properly, to give them the information they needed to survive. Emily answered. She looked tired, with dark circles under her eyes, and her hair pulled into a messy ponytail. She smiled politely but warily at Sarah. "Hi," Sarah said. "I'm Sarah Mitchell from down the street. I wanted to check if you're okay after last night." Emily's smile faltered. "Last night?" "The rain. You were outside." A flicker of something, confusion, fear, crossed Emily's face. "I had a weird dream. Thought I sleepwalked, maybe. My husband said I went outside, but I don't really remember," she laughed nervously. "Moving stress, probably. New house jitters." Sarah tried to hand her the pamphlet. "There's something you should know about this neighbourhood." "I'm sorry," Emily interrupted, not taking the pamphlet. "I'm actually really busy right now. Unpacking, but thank you for checking on me." She started to close the door, still smiling that polite, distant smile. "Wait," Sarah said urgently. "Please. Last night wasn't a dream. There's something here. Something that comes when it rains. And you need to—" "Thank you," Emily said more firmly, and shut the door. Sarah stood on the porch for a long moment, pamphlet in hand, feeling stupid and helpless. She'd tried. She'd broken the unwritten rule, and it hadn't mattered. Emily didn't want to hear it. Didn't want to believe that she lived in a neighbourhood where the rain collected voices and grief turned into music. Nobody ever wanted to believe it. Not until they'd already given pieces of themselves away. Sarah went home and put the pamphlet in her junk drawer, next to batteries and takeout menus, and all the other detritus of daily life. Then she poured herself a drink, even though it was only 10 in the morning, and sat at her kitchen table, and tried not to think about the fact that her voice was outside somewhere waiting for the next storm. The rain came back 2 nights later. Sarah was ready with her earplugs and white noise, but she couldn't help looking out the window first just to see. There were more voices now. Her count had them at 15, scattered along the street in their usual positions. And near the new neighbour's house, standing on the sidewalk in soaked nightgown, was a new figure, humming. Emily had joined the choir. She stood perfectly still, face turned to the sky, humming the lullaby pattern with the same peaceful expression Sarah had seen that first night. Her husband's voice could be heard from inside the house, shouting her name, begging her to come back in. But the real Emily, the living Emily, wasn't out there. This was just her echo, just the piece she'd given willingly to the rain. The real Emily was probably inside, confused and exhausted, wondering why she kept waking up with sore throats and raw vocal cords, why her nightgown was wet even though she had no memory of going outside. Or maybe she remembered now. Maybe her husband had explained it to her. Maybe she was lying in bed listening to her own voice hum outside her window, coming to terms with what she'd lost. Sarah closed the curtains and went to bed. There was nothing she could do. There had never been anything she could do. The neighbourhood had its rules for a reason, and rule number 1 was, you don't interfere. Everyone had to learn that on their own. Summer settled over the neighbourhood like a humid blanket. The rain became less frequent but more intense when it came. Thunderstorms that rolled in fast and violent, turning the sky green-grey and making the streetlights flicker. Sarah learned to read the weather with anxious precision, tracking storm systems on her phone, preparing for the nights when Lulcrown would walk. The voices had multiplied. Emily's echo was permanent now, a fixture on the sidewalk outside her house. And 3 weeks after Emily joined, her husband did too. Sarah had watched it happen from her window, watched him run outside during a storm to stand with his wife's echo, watched him break down crying in the rain, watched him open his mouth and start humming. Now there were 2 figures outside that house, husband and wife, standing 6 feet apart, humming in harmony. The real Emily and her real husband moved out in July, put the house up for sale and left in the middle of a dry spell, abandoning their echoes to the rain. Sarah couldn't blame them. She might have done the same if she thought it would work, but she knew better now. She'd seen Mrs. Henderson's face when she talked about trying to move. The voices followed. The rain found you. There was no escape, only management. The neighbourhood was changing, though most people couldn't see it. To outsiders, it looked normal. Nice houses, well-kept lawns, friendly waves from porches. But the long-time residents knew. They saw it in each other's eyes. That shared understanding. That quiet exhaustion. The Johnsons put up a for sale sign. The Clarks installed soundproof windows. Mr. Park stopped going outside entirely, even during nice weather, like he'd decided that if he couldn't trust the rain, he couldn't trust the sun either. And Sarah just kept going, kept living, kept surviving. She dated a man named David for 2 months that summer. He was kind and patient and didn't push her for explanations when she insisted they only meet at his place, never hers. When he finally asked why he couldn't come to her house, she told him the truth. "There's something wrong with my neighbourhood. I can't explain it, and you wouldn't believe me if I did, but trust me when I say it's better if we stay at your place." He didn't believe her, of course, thought she was being paranoid or hiding something. They broke up shortly after, and Sarah couldn't even feel sad about it. How could you build a relationship with someone when you couldn't bring them home? When part of you was standing outside in the rain, humming a lullaby you'd never agreed to sing? In August, a teenager from 3 streets over drowned himself in his bathtub during a thunderstorm. The official story was accident, but Sarah knew better. She'd seen him sometimes, standing in his yard during storms, listening to voices Sarah couldn't hear from that distance. He'd been feeding the rain for months, and apparently he'd finally decided to give it everything. His echo appeared the next time it rained, a young man's voice humming off-key, positioned near the corner where Sarah had seen him stand in life. The choir was growing. The neighbourhood was becoming more song than silence. Sarah started having nightmares. In them, she would be in her house during a storm, and all the voices outside would suddenly harmonise perfectly, creating a sound so beautiful it made her chest ache. And she would find herself walking to the door, hand on the knob, mouth opening to join them. She would wake up just before she started humming, heart pounding, throat tight with the urge to sing. The dreams became more frequent, more vivid. Sometimes she woke up standing by her bedroom window, hand pressed to the glass, watching the figures in the rain. Once she woke up on her front porch, door hanging open behind her, rain misting her skin. She'd gotten outside without fully waking, drawn by the music in her sleep. After that, she installed locks that required keys from both sides, slept with the keys hidden across the room, better to be trapped inside than to sleepwalk into. The choir. September brought cooler weather and more rain. The nights grew longer and Lull Crown walked more frequently, its bell crown dripping in the autumn storms, its conducting growing more elaborate as the choir expanded. Sarah counted 23 voices now, 23 echoes standing at their positions, humming through the rain. Some of them had been there for decades, Mrs. Henderson said. Some were fresh, still learning their parts. And every time a new voice joined, the lullaby grew richer, more complex, more terrifyingly beautiful. Sarah wondered sometimes what it would sound like if she gave in, if she walked outside and added her real voice to the echo already singing there. Would they harmonise? Would her echo strengthen, become more real? Or would she split further, become 2 Sarahs standing side by side, both humming, both lost to the music? She would never know. She'd decided that early on. She would live with her echo, would hear her voice in the rain for the rest of her life, but she wouldn't feed it more, wouldn't give it strength. She'd survive, even if survival meant loneliness, even if it meant sleeping with keys hidden and earplugs in and white noise machines running every night. Even if it meant never feeling safe in her own home during a storm, she'd survive. That was the promise she'd made to herself. The promise she renewed every time the rain came and the voices started singing. She'd survive. In October, the neighbourhood held its annual block party. Sarah almost didn't go, but Mrs. Henderson convinced her. "We have to keep living," the older woman said. "Can't let it take everything." So Sarah went, bringing potato salad and forcing smiles, making small talk with neighbours she barely knew. Everyone was carefully cheerful, laughing too loud at mediocre jokes, pretending everything was normal. But Sarah could see the truth in their eyes. The ones who knew, the long-time residents, they all had the same look. Tired, wary, like soldiers on leave who knew they'd be called back to the front soon enough. Mr. Park was there, thin and pale from his self-imposed isolation. The Johnsons were packing up to move. Their house had sold finally, after sitting on the market for months. Emily and her husband's old house stood empty, a for sale sign crooked in the yard, everyone avoiding mentioning the 2 figures that stood outside it when it rained. The party ended early when clouds rolled in. Everyone scattered to their homes with practiced efficiency, gathering children and folding chairs and retreating inside before the first drops fell. Sarah made it home just as the rain started. She locked her doors, hid her keys, put in her earplugs and turned on her white noise machine. Then she sat in her living room with a cup of tea and waited for her voice to start humming outside. It came right on schedule. 4 notes down, 3 notes up, pause. Her echo, faithful and persistent, singing in the rain. Sarah closed her eyes and practiced forgiveness. Again. Still. Always. She forgave herself for not saying goodbye to Marcus, for being distant when she should have been close, for all the small failures that accumulated into the larger failure of not telling him she loved him enough times before he died. She forgave herself for being human, for being scared, for making mistakes, and she forgave herself for having one moment of weakness, one instant where grief had slipped past her defences and given the rain something to keep. The forgiveness didn't make the humming stop. It never would. But it made it bearable, made survival possible. Outside, Lulcrown walked its route, conducting its choir, collecting grief and turning it into endless music. And inside, Sarah Mitchell sat in her warm, safe house drinking tea, listening to her own voice sing in the storm, choosing silence and survival, and the hard, lonely work of learning to live with permanent loss. The rain fell, the voices hummed, and Sarah remained inside, alive, unbroken, herself. That was enough. It had to be. Winter came, and with it came a different kind of rain, cold and sharp, more sleet than water, turning the streets into slick black mirrors. The voices still hummed during these storms, but they sounded different, slower, more mournful, as if even echoes could feel the cold. Sarah had lived with her situation for almost a year now. The anniversary of her first encounter with Lulcrown approached, and she found herself thinking about what that meant. A year of hearing her own voice outside, a year of practiced forgiveness, a year of survival. She'd changed in that time, become harder in some ways, softer in others. She no longer jumped at every sound during storms, no longer felt the urge to run outside and confront her echo. She'd accepted it as part of her reality, the way you accept a chronic pain or a scar that won't fade. But acceptance wasn't the same as peace. She still had nightmares, still woke up, sometimes with her hand on a doorknob drawn by music she couldn't fully remember, still felt the grief of Marcus's death like a physical weight, heavier during storms, as if the rain amplified everything she'd tried to bury. In December, a new family moved into Emily's old house. Sarah watched them from her window. Older couple, maybe retirement age, no kids. They brought plants and bird feeders and a cheerful optimism that made Sarah's chest hurt. She didn't try to warn them. She'd learned that lesson. The pamphlet remained in her junk drawer and Sarah kept her mouth shut and her distance. But she watched, waited, wondered how long it would take. The first storm after they moved in, Sarah went to her window despite knowing she shouldn't. The new neighbours' lights were on, warm and yellow against the dark, and outside their house, in the rain, stood Emily's echo, and her husband's, both of them humming faithfully, waiting for something that would never come. The new neighbours couldn't hear them yet, Sarah thought, hadn't learned to listen in the right way, but they would, eventually. The rain had a way of teaching people to pay attention. Sarah was about to close the curtain when she saw something that made her freeze. One of the new neighbours, the wife, was standing at her window looking out, and she was smiling. Not the smile of someone unaware, but the smile of someone recognising something familiar, something she'd been waiting for. The woman raised her hand and waved, not at Sarah, at the echoes in the rain, and the echoes waved back. Sarah's blood turned to ice. Echoes didn't do that. Echoes didn't respond. They just stood and hummed, mindless recordings playing on an endless loop. They didn't wave. They didn't acknowledge the living, unless they were becoming something more. Sarah backed away from the window, heart pounding. She grabbed her phone and called Mrs. Henderson. "Did you see that?" Sarah asked when the older woman answered. "See what?" "The echoes. The new neighbours. One of them waved at the echoes and they waved back." Silence on the line. Then, "You must have imagined it." "I didn't imagine it. I saw—" "You imagined it," Mrs. Henderson said firmly. "Echoes don't do that. They can't. If you think you saw something else, you're tired, you're stressed, you're—" "I know what I saw." Another long silence. Then Mrs. Henderson said very quietly, "If the echoes are changing, if they're becoming more than just recordings, Sarah, we can't stay here. None of us can stay here. But where would they go? Where could they go that the rain wouldn't follow?" Sarah hung up and went to bed, though she knew she wouldn't sleep. She lay in the dark, listening to her white noise machine and trying not to think about echoes that waved back, about recordings that were learning to respond, about what it meant if the choir was becoming conscious. The next morning, the neighbourhood looked normal, ordinary, safe, but Sarah knew better. But now. Had known better for a year. And if the echoes were changing, if Lulcrown's choir was evolving into something more aware, she didn't want to think about what came next. But she had a feeling she wouldn't have to wonder for long. The rain always came back, and when it did, the voices would be there, humming their lullaby, waiting for the living to join them, and now apparently watching, responding, learning. Sarah made coffee and tried to convince herself she'd imagined it. Tried to believe Mrs. Henderson's reassurances, but the image stayed with her. The new neighbour waving, the echoes waving back, that terrible moment of recognition between the living and the rain-caught dead. She'd survived a year. She could survive more. She had to. But for the first time since that first night on her porch, Sarah wondered if survival was enough. Wondered if there was a point where the cost of staying became higher than the cost of leaving, even if leaving meant taking her echo with her. Wondered if maybe eventually everyone in this neighbourhood would have to choose between running and joining the choir, and wondered which choice she would make when that time came. Outside, the day was bright and clear. No rain, no voices. Just an ordinary December morning in an ordinary neighbourhood where ordinary people lived ordinary lives. Except for the nights when it rained. Except for the voices that sang in the storm. Except for Lulcrown, walking its eternal route, conducting grief into music, collecting pieces of the living to add to its permanent choir. Sarah drank her coffee and watched the empty street and practiced forgiveness. Again. Still. Always. Because that was all she could do. That was all any of them could do. Forgive themselves for being human in a place that turned humanity into song. Forgive themselves for surviving while their echoes hummed outside. Forgive themselves for staying in a neighbourhood that was slowly becoming more silence than life, more music, than home. The rain would come back. It always did. And when it came, Sarah would be ready. Doors locked, keys hidden, earplugs in, white noise on, surviving. One storm at a time, one night at a time, one forgiveness at a time, until the rain finally stopped coming, or until she finally stopped fighting, whichever came first. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. The rain came down like nails, hard and cold, drumming against the windshield in a rhythm that made Sarah's head ache. She'd been driving for 6 hours, maybe 7. Time had blurred somewhere around the third rest stop, when exhaustion started pressing behind her eyes like thumbs. The coastal highway stretched ahead, a black ribbon slicked with water that caught her headlights and threw them back in distorted streaks. Pine trees crowded both sides of the road, their branches reaching overhead to form a tunnel that the wind screamed through, carrying the smell of salt and rotting kelp from the ocean. She couldn't see but knew was out there, somewhere beyond the guardrail, churning in the dark. She shouldn't have taken the exit. The thought kept circling back, insistent as the rain. The GPS had gone silent 20 minutes ago, the screen frozen on a route that no longer matched the signs flashing past in the storm. She'd seen the exit number, 218B, and something in her tired brain had recognised it, or thought it did, and her hands had turned the wheel before her mind could catch up. Now she was somewhere she didn't recognise, on a road that felt wrong in a way she couldn't articulate, like wearing someone else's clothes. The highway curved, and suddenly the trees fell away. Through the sheets of rain, Sarah saw the toll plaza rising out of the darkness like a shipwreck, its canopy spanning multiple lanes, support columns streaked with rust and old paint. The booth stood in a row, dark and empty, windows boarded or broken, the whole structure sagging with abandonment. Faded signs hung at angles, their text weathered into illegibility. This toll road had been decommissioned years ago. She remembered reading about it, or hearing about it. Some article about infrastructure decay and budget cuts. They'd built a bypass, left this stretch to rot. But she needed to turn around. The wrong exit had put her miles off course, and her phone showed no signal, just that. Useless spinning wheel that meant she was alone out here with whatever decision she made next. Sarah slowed, the car's tyres hissing through standing water, and guided the vehicle toward the plaza. She'd pull in, turn around in one of the empty lanes, get back on the highway heading the opposite direction. Simple, mechanical, a mistake corrected. The decision felt reasonable in her exhausted mind, logical even, though somewhere deeper, a small voice whispered warnings she couldn't quite hear over the rain. She'd been ignoring small voices all day, all week, all year really, if she was honest with herself. The small voice that said Marcus wasn't going to change. The small voice that said staying would kill something essential in her. The small voice that said running away at 2 a.m. with everything she owned crammed into a Honda Civic wasn't a plan. It was panic. Sarah's hands tightened on the steering wheel as she guided the car under the toll plaza's canopy. The rain changed immediately, becoming muffled and distant like someone had closed a door between her and the storm. The wind that had been buffeting the car fell away into stillness that felt unnatural, oppressive. Her ears popped with the pressure change, and she swallowed hard, trying to clear them. The plaza stretched to either side, lanes marked with faded paint that had once been yellow, but had aged into something closer to bone. The toll booths stood sentinel with their dark windows and shut payment slots, and Sarah noticed that some of them had vegetation growing through cracks in their foundations, weeds and creeping vines that looked black in the darkness, reaching upward like grasping hands. She put the car in park, foot on the brake, and looked around. The plaza was bigger than she'd thought from the highway. There had to be at least 8 lanes, maybe 10, each with its own booth, and the canopy overhead was supported by concrete pillars that were thick as redwoods and covered in graffiti she couldn't quite make out in the dim glow of her headlights. In the rearview mirror she could see the highway behind her, rain coming down in curtains that blurred the world into watercolour smears. But under the canopy, the air was still. Dead still, like the plaza existed in a pocket of space where wind couldn't reach. Then one of the booths lit up. The light bloomed warm and yellow behind wet glass, sudden enough to make Sarah flinch. It was 3 lanes over, the furthest booth on the right, and it glowed like someone had just flipped a switch inside. Through the rain-streaked window she could see the light pooling, soft and domestic, the kind of light that meant someone was home, someone was waiting. Her rational mind knew this was impossible. Power to this plaza had been cut years ago, the booths gutted and locked. But the light persisted, steady and inviting, and she felt something in her chest respond to it the way a lost child responds to a porch light, in the dark. Sarah sat there for a long moment, engine idling, watching the lit booth. The light didn't flicker or fade. It stayed constant, and she found herself leaning forward, squinting through the rain-streaked windshield to see if she could make out any movement inside. The booth's window was fogged from the inside, condensation beading on the glass, which meant heat, which meant someone was in there, generating warmth, breathing. But that was impossible, wasn't it? Her phone sat on the passenger seat, still showing no signal. Sarah picked it up anyway, thumbed it to life, and tried to pull up a map. The screen showed her location as a grey area, unnamed and uncharted, with a small blue dot that represented her position floating in digital nowhere. No roads nearby, according to the phone, no structures, just empty space on the map where this entire plaza apparently didn't exist. Sarah set the phone down, her hands shaking slightly. She was tired, that was all, exhausted and stressed, and her mind was playing tricks, filling in the gaps where logic should be with paranoid fantasies. The light was probably some kind of emergency backup system, solar-powered or running on a battery that hadn't died yet. And the fog on the window was just condensation from the temperature difference between the cold air and the slightly warmer interior of the booth. Except it was cold under this canopy, colder than it should be. Sarah could see her breath now, small white clouds that the dim glow of her dashboard lights caught and held. She reached for the heater controls, cranked them up, but the air that came through the vents felt thin and useless, like it couldn't quite fill the car's interior. The booth light pulsed, just once. A brief dimming like someone had walked past it inside, and Sarah's breath caught. Through the fogged glass she thought she saw movement, a darker shape gathering behind the condensation. But when she squinted it resolved into nothing, just the play of light and shadow and her tired mind filling in details that weren't there. She needed to leave. Every instinct she had was screaming at her to put the car in reverse and get the fuck out of here. But her hand was already on the door handle, pulling it, and the interior light came on. Too bright, too exposing, and then she was stepping out into the wet air under the canopy. The cold hit her immediately, far colder than it should have been. The air under the canopy felt thick and damp, like breathing through wet cloth, and it carried a smell she couldn't quite place. Salt and rust and something underneath. Something organic and wrong, like meat left too long in a warm room. Sarah's sneakers splashed in a puddle as she took a step toward the lit booth, then another. The rain beyond the canopy's edge was so heavy it formed a curtain, sealing her in this pocket of space with the empty lanes and the glowing window. She could see the booth more clearly now. The window was fogged. From the inside, moisture beading on the glass in patterns that looked almost deliberate, almost like writing, though Sarah couldn't make out any actual letters. The light behind it pulsed with a faint rhythm, like breathing, or like a heartbeat, and she realized she could hear it. A low thrumming sound that vibrated in her chest, in her teeth, making her bones resonate with its frequency. The payment slot below the window was open. She could see the dark rectangle of it, and as she watched, a small wisp of vapour drifted out, curling in the cold air. The booth was exhaling. Sarah stopped walking, her sneakers squeaking on wet pavement, and that small voice in her head, the one she'd been ignoring all day, started screaming. Get back in the car, lock the doors, leave. But she didn't move, couldn't move, because now she could see more clearly what was happening with the condensation on the booth's window. It wasn't random. The moisture was gathering in patterns, and those patterns were forming shapes, and those shapes looked like handprints, small handprints, child-sized, pressed against the glass from the inside. Dozens of them, overlapping, appearing and fading as the condensation shifted. Sarah's heart was hammering now, the sound of it loud in her ears, and she realized she could hear something else too. A low hum coming from the booth speaker, electrical and resonant, like the buzz of old fluorescent lights but deeper, more organic. It rose and fell in a pattern that felt almost like speech, like someone trying to form words out of static. Hello? The word left her mouth before she could stop it, automatic and stupid, and the moment it was out she wanted to grab it back to swallow it down. But it hung in the air between her and the booth, and the humming changed. It shifted in pitch, became more focused, and for a second Sarah heard something in it that sounded like her own voice, distant and distorted, saying hello back to her. No, that wasn't possible. She was tired, that was all. Exhausted and stressed, and her mind was playing tricks. Sarah took a step back, her sneaker squeaking on wet pavement, and she saw her reflection in a puddle at her feet, her face pale and drawn, dark circles under her eyes, hair plastered to her head from the few seconds she'd been outside. And behind her reflection, in the water, she saw headlights. She spun around. The lane behind her car was empty, just rain and darkness and the distant blur of the highway. But when she looked down at the puddle again, the headlights were still there, bright and steady, maybe 20 feet back from her car, as if another vehicle had pulled in behind her and was waiting. The lights brightened, then dimmed, pulsing in time with the booth's glow. Sarah's throat closed up. She backed away from the puddle, her eyes darting between it and the empty lane, and the disconnect between what she saw and what should be there made something in her brain skip like a scratched record. The headlights in the reflection stayed constant, unwavering, and she noticed details now. The spacing suggested a sedan, maybe a Toyota or Honda, something common enough to be invisible, but there was no car, just the reflection of one, existing only in the water. Sarah forced herself to look away from the puddle, to focus on the real world, the solid world of concrete and metal and rain. But the real world felt thin here, stretched too tight over something else, and when she looked at the booth again she saw the shape behind the glass more clearly. It was tall, impossibly tall for the booth's interior, which couldn't have been more than 6 feet high on the inside. The shape seemed to fold itself into the space, all angles and sharp edges, and it wore something like a hood that shadowed where a face should be. The fabric, if it was fabric, didn't move the way cloth should move. It hung too heavy, too still, as if it was made of something denser than textile, and the darkness inside the hood wasn't just shadow, it was absence, like someone had cut a hole in the world and draped material over it to pretend the hole wasn't there. The shape didn't move so much as gather, pulling itself together from the darkness and fog like smoke condensing into something solid. And as it gathered, Sarah heard the speaker crackle with more than just electrical hum. She heard breathing, Not human breathing. The rhythm was wrong, the pauses too long, but breathing nonetheless, air moving through passages that shouldn't exist. Sarah's legs felt distant, disconnected, but they were moving, carrying her back toward her car. She needed to get in, lock the doors, leave. The keys were still in the ignition, she'd left the engine running, thank God, and if she could just make it back, just get behind the wheel and put it in reverse, she could. Please. The word came from the speaker, and it was in her voice. Not similar to her voice, exactly her voice, with the same slight hoarseness from too many cigarettes she'd quit 3 years ago but could still taste sometimes. Please don't go. Sarah froze, one hand on her car door. The voice continued, still hers, still perfect. I've been waiting for you. I knew you'd come. You always come back. That wasn't right. She'd never been here before, never seen this plaza, never stopped at this booth. But the voice sounded so certain, so familiar with her, that Sarah felt her conviction waver. Had she been here before? Was this place somehow in her memory, buried under years of other roads and other mistakes? You don't remember, the voice said, gentle and understanding. But I remember you. I remember all of you. All of you. The words hung in the cold air, and Sarah realized the voice had shifted slightly. It was still hers, but layered now, as if multiple versions of her were speaking at once, slightly out of sync. Past Sarah, and present Sarah and future Sarah, all talking over each other, saying the same words with fractional differences in timing. The booth light flickered, and in that moment of dimness Sarah saw more shapes behind the glass. Not just the tall hooded thing, but others, smaller, pressed against the window. They had faces. She could see the outlines of faces, but the features were wrong, smeared and distorted like reflections in funhouse mirrors. And they were reaching, pale hands with too many joints pressing against the glass from the inside, and Sarah realized those weren't condensation patterns on the window. Those were actual handprints, pressed fresh, the moisture from living palms fogging the glass. We can help you, the layered voices said. You're lost. We can show you the way back. Back. The word hooked into something in Sarah's chest and pulled. Back to Marcus. Back to the apartment that smelled like old takeout and his cologne. Back to the version of herself who'd learned to make herself smaller so he could take up more room. Back to before she'd made the choice to leave. Back to when staying was still an option she could talk herself into. But also back to before the fight 3 nights ago, when Marcus had thrown a plate at the wall and she'd seen the calculation in his eyes. Not rage, just cold math about what he could get away with. Back to before she had found the messages on his phone, before she'd understood that his late nights at the gym had nothing to do with exercise. Back to before she'd realized that the person she'd built her life around was a fiction, a role Marcus performed when it suited him. No, Sarah's voice came out hoarse, barely audible over the rain beyond the canopy's edge. She reached for the car door handle, got it open, started to climb in. The interior light seemed too bright, exposing, and in the rearview mirror she could see the booth behind her, its window glowing steady and patient. You took the wrong exit, the voices said. And now Sarah could hear other voices underneath hers, deeper. Voices, higher voices, voices with accents she couldn't place, and voices that sounded like children. We can help you find the right one. Just come a little closer, just talk to us, just tell us what you need. Sarah slammed the car door and put her shaking hand on the gear shift. But she didn't put it in reverse. Some part of her, the part that had been making bad decisions all day, all year, maybe her whole life, wanted to hear more, wanted to be reassured, wanted someone, something, to tell her it would be okay if she went back, that the detour she'd taken was fixable, reversible, that she could undo the last 6 hours of driving and wake up in Marcus's apartment like none of this had happened. Her mother had always said Sarah didn't think things through, made impulsive choices, burned bridges she might need to cross again later. Marcus had said the same thing, in different words, usually when he was explaining why whatever had gone wrong was actually her fault, and sitting here, in her idling car, miles from anywhere, with no plan and no destination, and nothing but the vague idea that anywhere was better than where she'd been, Sarah couldn't help but think they were right. Maybe she had made a mistake. Maybe leaving was the impulsive choice, the one she'd regret tomorrow or next week or next year when she was alone and broke, and wondering why she'd thrown away something comfortable just because it wasn't perfect. Her hand moved to the window control, lowering it. Just a crack, she told herself, just to hear better. The air that came in was wrong. It was colder than it should be, dense and wet, and it carried that smell again. Salt and rust, and underneath it something rotten. Something that had been dead for a while and was now breaking down into constituent parts. Sarah gagged, her hand flying to her mouth, but she didn't raise the window. That's it, the voices said, encouraging, warm. They'd synchronized now, all speaking in unison, and the effect was less disturbing than the layered version, or maybe Sarah was just getting used to it, which was more disturbing than anything else. Just put something on the ledge, a coin, a token, something to show good faith, then we can talk about getting you back where you belong. Sarah's other hand was already moving, muscle memory taking over, reaching for the console between the seats, where she kept loose change for parking meters and toll booths. Her fingers closed around a quarter, warm from sitting in the closed compartment, and she held it up to the crack in the window. The booth light pulsed, brighter for a second, like it was pleased. In the puddle outside her car, the phantom headlights brightened too. And now Sarah could see more of the reflected vehicle. It was a sedan, dark blue or maybe grey, hard to tell in the distorted reflection. The windshield was clear enough that she could almost make out the driver, a dark shape behind the wheel, sitting perfectly still. "You're afraid," the voices said, softer now, almost kind. "You're afraid of making another mistake, of choosing wrong again. But what if I told you that you can't make a wrong choice? What if I told you that every road leads somewhere and the only mistake is stopping before you get there?" That sounded reasonable. It sounded like something a therapist might say, or a self-help book, or one of those inspirational posters with pictures of mountains and eagles. Sarah found herself nodding, and the movement felt automatic, like her head was agreeing before her brain could catch up. "You just need guidance," the voices continued. "Someone who can see the whole map, not just the little piece in front of you. Someone who knows where all the roads lead. I can be that for you. I can show you." Sarah extended her arm through the window gap, the cold air making her skin prickle, and leaned toward the booth. The payment ledge was maybe 10 feet away, a wet strip of metal under the fogged window, and if she got out she could reach it easily. But something in her knew, with the same certainty she'd known Marcus would never change, would never be anything other than what he was, that if she got out of the car again, if she walked over there and placed the coin on that ledge, something would change, something would shift, and whatever was behind that fogged glass would take the payment not as a toll, but as permission. The quarter felt heavy in her hand. She could see her reflection in its surface, warped and small, and around the edges of the coin were tiny scratches and marks from years of circulation. How many other hands had held this quarter? How many other pockets had it lived in? How many other transactions had it facilitated? It was just metal, just copper and nickel alloy, just a thing that represented value without having any intrinsic worth of its own. "You're thinking too much," the voices said. And Sarah realised they were right. She was overthinking this. It was just a coin, just a toll, just a simple transaction. She put money in, she got guidance out. That was how tolls worked. That was how the world worked. You paid for things, and in return you got access to roads that would take you where you needed to go. Except, where did she need to go? That was the question Sarah hadn't answered, even to herself. Away from Marcus, yes. But toward what? She had some money saved. Not much. A few $1,000s that Marcus didn't know about, hidden in an account her mother had helped her open years ago just in case. She had her car, her clothes, her laptop. She had a bachelor's degree in marketing that had gotten her exactly nowhere, and a resume full of jobs she'd quit or been fired from because she couldn't keep her mouth shut when management did something stupid. She didn't have a destination, didn't have a plan, didn't have anything except the bone-deep certainty that staying with Marcus would eventually kill something essential in her, and the equally bone-deep fear that leaving him meant being alone forever. "You don't have to be alone," the voices said, and Sarah's skin went cold. Could the booth read her thoughts? Or was it just making educated guesses based on the fact that she was here, alone, at an abandoned toll plaza in the middle of a storm? No one has to be alone. That's a choice people make to shut themselves off, to refuse help. But you're not like that. You're here. You stopped. You're willing to listen. Sarah found herself nodding again. She was willing to listen. That had always been her problem, according to Marcus. She listened to everyone except him. Listened to her friends who told her she deserved better. Listen to her mother who'd never liked Marcus from the start. Listen to the small voice in her own head that kept cataloguing his cruelties and calling them by their real names. Maybe if she'd listened to Marcus instead, they'd still be together. Maybe if she'd been more understanding, more patient, more willing, to see things from his perspective, he wouldn't have needed to find comfort in someone else's bed. There it is, the voices said, satisfied. The second thought, the doubt, the wish that you'd chosen differently. That's the toll we collect here. Not money, never money. What would I do with money? The voices laughed, and it was Sarah's laugh but wrong, too high and too long and layered with other laughter, that sounded like breaking glass. No, we collect the moment you realise you've made a mistake, the instant of regret, the bargaining you do with yourself. If only I'd said this, or if only I'd done that, or if only I could go back and try again. Sarah's hand was shaking. The quarter trembled in her grip, catching the booth light and throwing it back in small flashes. Everyone who stops here has that moment, the voices continued. That realisation that they chose wrong, and all we ask is that you acknowledge it, accept it. Put down the coin as a symbol of your acceptance, and we'll help you navigate to a better road. A road where you didn't make that mistake, where you chose differently. That's not possible, Sarah whispered, but even as she said it, she wasn't sure. Strange things were possible. Impossible things happened all the time. She'd read articles about quantum mechanics and parallel universes and the many worlds interpretation, where every choice split reality into branches, each one as real as the others. What if the booth had access to those other branches? What if it could show her the road where she'd stayed with Marcus, worked through their problems, built something real instead of running? Put the coin on the ledge, the voices said, gentle and patient. That's all, just that small gesture. Then we'll talk. Sarah's hand was on the door handle before she registered the decision to open it. The interior light came on, and she stepped out into the cold air under the canopy. This time the smell hit her harder, that rotting meat smell, thick enough to taste, and underneath it something else, something chemical and sharp like formaldehyde or embalming fluid. But she walked forward anyway, her sneakers splashing through puddles, the quarter clutch so tight in her fist that its edges dug into her palm. The booth was closer than it should be. She'd only taken a few steps, but suddenly she was right there, close enough to touch the payment ledge, close enough to see the details in the condensation on the window. Those weren't random patterns. They were deliberate. The handprints overlapped to form shapes, letters, maybe, or symbols from some alphabet Sarah didn't recognise, and they were still appearing, fresh prints pressing against the glass from the inside as she watched, as if invisible hands were reaching out trying to communicate. The shape behind the glass had moved closer too. It was pressed right up against the window now, so close that Sarah could see the individual droplets of condensation breaking around. The hood or head or whatever it was tilted as she approached, tracking her movement, and Sarah realised it didn't have a face. Where features should be, there was just a smooth darkness, like someone had stretched black fabric over a skull and pulled it tight. But it was watching her. She could feel its attention, focused and intense, the way you feel someone staring at you from across a crowded room. And underneath the hood, something was moving. She could see the fabric shifting, bulging, as if things were crawling around beneath it, trying to find a way out. Sarah stopped at the payment ledge. Up close, she could see it was old metal, rusty and pitted, with water pooling in its crevices. Something dark was growing in the water, moss maybe, or algae, and it had a faint phosphorescent quality, glowing very slightly in the booth light. The booth window was maybe 3 feet from her face, and the light behind it was so warm, so inviting, like a fireplace in winter. She could feel heat coming off the glass, which was impossible. No booth light generated that kind of warmth, but she felt it anyway, thawing her rain-chilled skin. Good, the voices said, and they were so close now, coming from the speaker right next to her head. Very good. You're ready. You're willing. All you have to do is accept it. Accept that you made the wrong choice. Accept that you should go back. Accept that forward is the wrong direction. Sarah's hand opened. The quarter sat in her palm, dull in the booth light, and she lowered it toward the ledge. The metal was cold against her skin when she touched it, colder than the air, cold enough to burn. She could see her breath now, white clouds that the booth light caught and held, and in those clouds she thought she saw shapes moving, twisting, reaching for her. Behind her she heard an engine, low, steady, idling, the phantom car from the reflection, getting ready to move. Sarah placed the quarter on the ledge. The booth light surged, bright enough to make her squint, and the shape behind the glass lunged forward. Its head, that smooth, featureless darkness, hit the window with a wet thump that cracked the glass, spiderweb fractures spreading from the point of impact, and Sarah saw its mouth open. It didn't have teeth. It had something worse. The mouth was a vertical slit that ran from where a chin should be all the way up to where a forehead might start, and when it opened, Sarah could see inside. The cavity was lined with fingers. Human fingers, she thought, though they were wrong, too pale and too long and moving independently, like sea anemones in a current. They reached toward the glass, grasping, and their nails were black and split, and underneath them she could see raw meat, exposed flesh where the nail bed had torn. Sarah screamed and stumbled backward. Her heel caught on uneven pavement and she went down hard, landing on her tailbone with a jolt that shot pain up her spine. The booth light was flickering now, strobing in the darkness, and in each flash she saw the thing behind the glass more clearly. It wasn't wearing a hood. Its head was just that shape, elongated and angular like it had been stretched on a rack, and the darkness where a face should be was actually an opening. A second mouth that went back and back into depths that couldn't fit inside the booth's small space. The fingers, there were dozens of them, maybe hundreds, tiny and white like grubs, were pushing against the cracked glass, testing it, and Sarah heard it beginning to give way with small crystalline pops. "You asked," the voices said, and they weren't gentle anymore. They were gleeful, triumphant, layered so thick that Sarah couldn't pick out individual words, just a wall of sound that felt like it was pressing against her eardrums from the inside. "You asked if anyone was there. You engaged. You put down payment. The toll is accepted. The bargain is made." "I didn't," Sarah's voice came out in a rasp. "I didn't agree to anything. You asked for help," the voices interrupted. "You wanted guidance. You wanted someone to tell you what to do. Well, here's what you do. You stay. You join us. You become part of the booth, part of the chorus, part of the collection. We take your doubts, your regrets, your second thoughts, and we keep them forever. We preserve them. We let them echo through every driver who stops here, every lost soul who can't accept their own choices." The booth window shattered. The sound was enormous under the canopy, echoing off the concrete and metal, and chunks of safety glass rained down on the payment ledge, bouncing and scattering. The thing's arm came through the opening, and it wasn't an arm at all. It was too long, too jointed, bending in places where no bone should allow. The hand at the end had 7 fingers, each one tipped with that split black nail, and they were all reaching, grasping, extending towards Sarah where she'd fallen. She found her feet and ran. Not toward her car, that was too close to the booth. She'd have to pass right by it to get there, but toward the opposite side of the plaza, toward the empty lanes and the rain beyond. Her sneakers pounded on wet pavement, and behind her she heard more glass breaking, the wet slither of that impossible arm extending, and underneath it all the speaker still crackling with her own voice saying, come back, you're going the wrong way, the toll is paid, the bargain is made, you can't leave, you can't." Sarah hit the rain at a full sprint. The curtain of water struck her like a wall, instantly soaking through her clothes, plastering her hair to her skull, and she nearly slipped on the wet pavement but caught herself against a support column. The concrete was rough under her hands, covered in that graffiti she'd noticed earlier, and up close she could see it wasn't graffiti at all. It was writing scratched into the concrete with something sharp, and it was all the same message repeated over and over in different handwriting. "Don't ask. Don't ask. Don't ask. Don't." She pushed off from the column and kept running. The plaza seemed to go on forever, more lanes than there should be, more booths lining the way, and as Sarah ran past them their lights started coming on. One by one, warm yellow glows blooming behind fogged windows, and in each booth she could see shapes gathering, pressing against the glass. Some tall like the thing that had grabbed for her, some small like children, some twisted into geometries that hurt to look at directly. And from each booth, speakers crackled to life with voices. Not her voice anymore. These were other voices, hundreds of them, maybe thousands, all talking at once. Some were begging, "Please, help me, I'm lost, I don't know where I am." Some were angry. "You did this to me, you left me here, you promised you'd come back." Some were resigned. It's okay, it's not so bad, just stay, just accept it, just let go. Sarah ran faster, her lungs burning, her legs cramping. The ocean sound was louder now, crashing and retreating somewhere close by, and the wind had picked up again, cutting through her wet clothes and chilling her to the bone. She could smell the salt thick in the air, mixed with that rotting smell, and she realised the rotting smell was coming from the ocean, from something in the ocean, something large and dead and breaking apart in the waves. She burst out from under the canopy onto open pavement, and the wind hit her hard enough to knock her sideways. The rain was coming down in sheets, driven horizontal by gusts that tasted like brine and decay, and Sarah had to squint against it to see where she was going. The road stretched ahead, but it was wrong. Too narrow, the edges crumbling away, and on both sides she could see guardrails that were bent and twisted, like something huge had pushed through them. Behind her, the booths were still lighting up, a spreading wave of illumination that chased her across the plaza. And behind the lights, Sarah could see the things coming out, crawling through broken windows, squeezing through payment slots, emerging from the booths like insects from a hive. They moved wrong, all angles and joints that bent backward, and they made sounds. Wet, clicking sounds, breathing sounds, the rustle of fabric that wasn't fabric dragging across concrete. Sarah looked ahead and saw the road ended. Just stopped, the pavement giving way to a cliff edge, and below she could hear the ocean slamming against rocks with enough force to send spray 40 feet up. Dead end. The plaza had led her to a dead end, and now the things were behind her, getting closer, their voices layering into a chorus that made her teeth ache and her vision blur at the edges. She was trapped. No, that wasn't right. She'd made the choice to run this direction. She'd made the choice to engage with the booth in the first place. She'd made the choice to leave. Marcus, to take the wrong exit, to stop at this plaza instead of pushing through. Every step that had led her here was a choice she'd made, and if she could make choices that led her into traps, she could make choices that led her out. Sarah turned to face the approaching things. There had to be 24 of them, maybe more, spreading out across the plaza in a loose semicircle that was closing in. The booth light illuminated them from behind, casting long shadows that reached toward her like grasping hands. She could see them more clearly now, their stretched bodies, their too many joints, their faces that weren't faces but openings that led to somewhere else, somewhere dark and hungry. And in the centre of them, taller than the rest, was the thing from the first booth. It had pulled itself completely out of the broken window, and Sarah could see it had no legs. Its body just tapered down to a point that dragged across the pavement, leaving a wet trail. The fingers in its mouth were still reaching, still grasping, and as Sarah watched, one of them extended far enough to touch the ground. It pushed, levering the thing forward, using its own mouth fingers to walk. "You can't escape the toll," it said, and its voice was Sarah's voice, layered with static and clicking and the sound of meat tearing. "You engaged, you paid. The bargain is complete. Now you stay. Now you become part of the collection. Now you echo forever in everyone who stops here seeking answers that will only trap them further." Sarah looked behind her at the cliff edge, at the drop into churning darkness. Then she looked back at the things advancing toward her, at the booth lights glowing warm and patient behind them, and she understood. The booth didn't want to hurt her. It wanted to keep her, wanted to add her voice to its chorus, her doubts to its collection, her regrets to the currency it used to trap others. It wanted her to become another warning that would go unheeded, another voice, offering false guidance to tired drivers who couldn't accept their own choices. And the only way to escape that, the only way to refuse the bargain even after payment had been made, was to refuse to be kept. To choose the alternative, even if the alternative looked like an ending. Sarah turned and ran for the cliff. Behind her, the things made sounds, surprise, anger, confusion, and she heard them lurching forward, trying to catch her. But they were designed for slow approaches, for patient hunting, for wearing down resistance over time. They weren't built for speed. Sarah was. She hit the cliff edge at a full sprint and launched herself into the air. For a moment, a brief, crystalline moment, she was flying. The wind caught her, the rain surrounded her, and she could see the ocean below, black and churning and alive with something that moved beneath the surface, something huge that the waves broke over and around. Then gravity took hold and she was falling, the wind screaming past her ears, her stomach lurching into her chest. She hit the water hard enough to knock the breath from her lungs. The cold was shocking, absolute, crushing the air from her body and making her muscles seize. The ocean closed over her head, pulling her down, and for a second Sarah thought this was it. She'd escaped the booth only to drown in the dark alone at the bottom of an ocean that would never give her back. But then her feet touched something solid. Not rock. The texture was wrong, too smooth, too regular. Sarah pushed off from it, kicked for the surface, and broke through the waves, gasping and choking. The rain was still coming down, and the waves were huge, lifting her up and dropping her into troughs deep enough to block out the sky. But she was alive. She was free. She looked back at the cliff. The things were gathered at the edge, their elongated forms silhouetted against the booth lights, and she could see them reaching down toward her, their two long arms, extending, their mouth fingers grasping. But they couldn't follow. They were bound to the plaza, to the booths, to the pavement where they collected their tolls. Sarah treaded water, coughing up seawater and rain, and watched as the things slowly withdrew. Their lights began to dim, one by one, the warm yellow glow fading back into darkness, and their voices, all those layered voices, faded with it. Within a minute the plaza looked abandoned again, just a dark skeleton of concrete and metal against the storm, with no sign that anything had ever been there waiting. But Sarah knew better. She knew they were still there, patient and hungry, ready for the next driver who took the wrong exit and couldn't accept it. A wave lifted her, and when it dropped her back down she could see the shore. It was closer than it should be. The cliff looked like it dropped straight into deep ocean, but the water here was shallow enough that Sarah could feel the bottom when the waves pulled back. She started swimming, fighting against the current, her waterlogged clothes dragging at her limbs. The swim felt like it took hours. Her arms burned, her legs cramped, and the cold had settled so deep into her bones that she couldn't feel her fingers anymore. But she kept going, because the alternative was staying in the water, and the water was too dark, too deep, and she could still feel that thing she'd pushed off from when she'd first gone under. That smooth, regular surface that didn't feel like rock or sand or anything natural. When her knees finally scraped against gravel, Sarah could have cried with relief. She crawled out of the surf onto a narrow beach, collapsed on wet stones, and just breathed for a long time. The rain was still coming down, but it felt clean now, honest, without the weight of the plaza's wrongness behind it. She was freezing and exhausted and had no idea where she was, but she was alive. After a while, 5 minutes or 5 hours she couldn't tell, Sarah forced herself to stand. Her legs shook, threatening to dump her back onto the gravel, but she locked her knees and looked around. The beach was small, maybe 50 feet of rocky shore caught between cliff faces, and at the far end she could see a path leading up, worn into the rock by water or feet or time. She followed it. The climb was steep and treacherous, the rock wet and crumbling, but Sarah hauled herself up hand over hand, ignoring the pain in her shoulders and the way her legs trembled with each step. At the top she found herself on a different road, not the plaza, not the highway she'd been on, but something else, some narrow coastal route that looked like it hadn't seen traffic in years. And there, maybe 100 yards down the road, she saw her car. It was parked on the shoulder, driver's door hanging open, interior light still on, engine still running. Sarah stared at it, trying to make sense of what she was seeing. She'd left her car at the plaza. She'd run away from it. There was no way it could be here, on this completely different road, unless the plaza wasn't a real place, or wasn't a place in the normal sense, unless it existed somewhere else, somewhere adjacent to the regular world, and the road Sarah had run down was somehow the same road she'd driven in on, just seen from a different angle. Or maybe the car was another trick, another phantom like the sedan in the reflection, meant to lure her into making another choice that would trap her. But Sarah was too cold, too tired, too done with being afraid to care. If it was a trap, fine. At least she'd die warm and dry instead of freezing to death on this empty road. She walked toward the car, her sneaker squelching. The other one was still back at the plaza, grabbed by that thing's mouth fingers, and when she got close enough she could see her phone on the passenger seat, the GPS screen glowing with a new route. Sarah climbed into the driver's seat and pulled the door shut. The interior light went off, leaving her in the warm darkness of the car's cabin, and she just sat there for a moment, hands on the wheel, breathing. The heater was blasting, thawing her frozen limbs, and she could smell coffee. There was a cup in the holder, still warm, though she didn't remember buying coffee, didn't remember stopping anywhere. She picked up her phone. The GPS showed her location on that same unnamed coastal route, and it had calculated a path forward, not back to the highway, but continuing north along the coast. The destination was listed as forward, which wasn't a real place, which shouldn't be something a GPS could navigate to, but there it was, displayed on the screen like any other address. "Fuck it," Sarah said out loud, and her voice sounded strange in the car's quiet interior, hoarse from screaming, rough from coughing up seawater, but still her voice, still her. The booth hadn't taken that, hadn't taken her ability to choose, to move, to keep going even when every choice felt wrong. She put the car in drive and started forward. The road was narrow and winding, carved into the cliff face, with the ocean crashing somewhere below and the rain still coming down in steady sheets. But the GPS guided her through it, turn by turn, and Sarah followed the directions because following them felt better than stopping, better than second-guessing, better than asking if anyone was there to help. She drove for hours. The storm gradually lessened, the rain thinning to mist, and then to nothing, and eventually the sky began to lighten with approaching dawn. The ocean appeared on her right, vast and grey under cloudy skies, and Sarah realised she'd made it to morning, had survived the night. The wrong exit, the plaza, the booth, the things, all of it was behind her now, and ahead was just road, just distance, just the simple mechanics of steering and gas and brake. Her phone buzzed. A text message, which was strange because she still showed no signal, no bars, no connection to any network. Sarah glanced at it while keeping most of her attention on the road. The message was from a number she didn't recognise. It said, "You chose well. Most don't." Sarah deleted it without responding. She didn't want to know who'd sent it, didn't want to engage with whatever it was. She'd learned that lesson. Engagement was permission. Questions were invitations. The only way to win was to keep moving, keep choosing, keep refusing to ask for reassurance from voices that promised easy answers. The road straightened out, leaving the cliff face and running through open country. Fields gone wild, abandoned houses with collapsed roofs, the occasional rusted car sitting in tall grass. It looked like the aftermath of something, some disaster or evacuation. But Sarah didn't slow down to investigate. Whatever had happened here was history, and she was focused on forward. Around mid-morning, the GPS announced she'd reached her destination. Sarah looked, around, confused. She was in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by empty fields, with no town or building in sight. The road continued ahead, vanishing into distance, and there was nothing that suggested forward as a place you could arrive at. But when she looked at the GPS again, the screen had changed. Instead of navigation instructions, it showed a simple message. "From here, all roads are yours. Choose carefully." Then the GPS went dark and her phone died completely, the screen going black despite showing 70% battery a moment before. Sarah tried to turn it back on, but it was dead, the kind of dead that meant something more than just low power. She set the phone down and looked around. The morning light made everything look normal, mundane, just empty countryside and an old road and her car idling on the shoulder. No booth lights, no phantom vehicles, no voices offering guidance. Just silence and distance and the freedom to choose what came next. Sarah put the car in drive and kept going. She didn't know where this road led, didn't know what town or city or dead end she'd eventually reach, but it was her choice to keep driving, her choice to see where this road went, her choice to accept the detours and wrong turns as part of the journey instead of mistakes that needed correcting. The booth had wanted her to go back, to accept that leaving Marcus was wrong, that running was cowardice, that the only right choice was to reverse direction and return to what she'd left behind. But Sarah had chosen differently, had literally thrown herself off a cliff rather than accept that bargain, and somehow, impossibly, she'd survived. Maybe that meant something. Maybe it didn't. But Sarah was learning that meaning was something you made, not something you found. The universe didn't hand out signs and portents and clear directions. It handed out storms and wrong exits and booths full of hungry things that fed on your doubts. What you did with those, how, you chose to respond, that was up to you. Miles passed. The empty countryside gradually gave way to scattered houses, then clusters of buildings, then something that looked like it might become a town if you squinted. Sarah's gas gauge was getting low, and she started watching for stations, for signs of civilization, for any indication that this road connected to the normal world. When she finally saw the gas station, a small run-down place with pumps that looked like they'd been there since the 70s, she almost cried with relief. Sarah pulled in, parked at a pump and got out. Her legs were stiff from hours of driving, and her shoeless foot left wet prints on the pavement as she walked toward the station's mini-mart. Inside, a clerk was reading a newspaper behind a counter cluttered with lottery tickets and cigarette displays. He looked up when Sarah entered, took in her dishevelled appearance, one shoe missing, clothes still damp, hair matted with salt, and raised an eyebrow. "Rough night?" he asked. Sarah laughed, a little hysterical. "You have no idea." "Storm was bad," the clerk agreed, returning to his newspaper. "Couple roads washed out. You coming from the coast?" "Yeah," Sarah said. "Took a wrong exit, got turned around." "Happens," the clerk said without looking up. "Coffee's fresh if you want some. Bathrooms are in the back." Sarah bought coffee and a pre-wrapped sandwich that looked dubious, but was the best thing she'd ever tasted. She used the bathroom to wash her face and hands, avoiding the mirror because she didn't want to see what she looked like. In the harsh fluorescent light, her cut foot looked worse than it felt. A deep gash across the ball, still bleeding sluggishly, probably needed stitches. She wrapped it in paper towels and pulled her remaining sneaker back on over the makeshift bandage. When she came back out, the clerk was ringing up another customer, an older woman buying cigarettes and a magazine. The woman glanced at Sarah, did a double take and frowned. "You all right, honey?" she asked. Sarah managed a smile. "Yeah, just a rough night." "You look familiar," the woman said, tilting her head. "Have we met?" "I don't think so," Sarah said. "I'm not from around here." The woman collected her purchases. "Well, you be careful out there. Strange things happen on these roads when the weather turns." Sarah waited until the woman left, then asked the clerk, "Does she mean something specific, or is that just general advice?" The clerk looked up from his newspaper, and for a moment his expression was odd, knowing, wary. This close to the coast, lots of old stories. Abandoned places that aren't as abandoned as they should be. Roads that go places they shouldn't. Most of it's just talk, but, he shrugged. Sometimes people stop here asking about toll plazas that aren't on any map. Sometimes they don't look quite right when they ask. Sometimes they never leave. Sarah's skin prickled. "What do you tell them?" "I tell them there aren't any toll plazas on this stretch of coast. Haven't been for 20 years. I tell them they must be misremembering, or their GPS is glitching, or they took a wrong turn." The clerk met her eyes. "I tell them to keep driving and not stop at places that look abandoned, especially not when it's raining." "That's good advice," Sarah said quietly. "You took it," the clerk said. "That's why you're here. Most people who stop at those places, they don't come through here after. They don't come through anywhere. They just disappear." Sarah thought about the voices in the speakers, all those layered recordings of people asking for help. How many people? Hard to say. Could be dozens, could be hundreds. Goes back years, maybe decades. Some old-timers remember when the tolls were real, when you actually had to pay to use these roads. They say even back then, there were stories about booths that stayed lit after closing time. Booths where the attendants spoke in your own voice. Booths that took more than money as payment. Do you believe it? The clerk shrugged again. "Doesn't matter what I believe. I just work here, pump gas, sell coffee. But I pay attention. And I've noticed patterns. Storm nights mostly. Full moons sometimes. Nights when people are running from something and not thinking clearly. That's when the toll plazas wake up." Sarah finished her coffee, the warmth spreading through her chest. "What should I do? If I wanted to? I don't know, warn people? Tell them what's out there?" "You could try," the clerk said. "But who'd believe you? You tell someone there's a haunted toll plaza full of monsters. They'll think you're crazy or drunk or both. Better to just keep moving. Put distance between you and it. Eventually you'll be far enough away that it can't reach you anymore." "Is that how it works? Distance?" "That's one theory. Another theory is that it can reach you anywhere, long as you keep thinking about it. Keep doubting your choice to leave. Keep wondering if you should go back." The clerk folded his newspaper carefully. "The toll plaza, or whatever lives there, it feeds on regret, on second guessing. So the best thing you can do is accept that you left. Accept that you're gone and stop looking back. Sarah nodded slowly. That tracked with what she'd experienced. The booth had wanted her to accept the detour, to agree that leaving was wrong. It had wanted her permission to rewrite her choices, to guide her back. And when she'd refused, when she'd literally chosen to throw herself into the ocean rather than accept that guidance, the booth had lost its hold on her. "Thank you," Sarah said. "For what? I just sell gas and coffee." "For the advice. For being someone real I could talk to. For..." Sarah gestured vaguely. "For being here." The clerk almost smiled. "Pump 6 is ready when you are, and there's a motel about 40 miles north right on the highway. Clean, cheap, doesn't ask. Questions. You look like you could use a bed and a hot shower." Sarah paid for her gas and got back in her car. As she drove away from the station, she watched it recede in her rearview mirror, getting smaller and smaller until it was just a tiny point of light against the empty landscape. Then it was gone, swallowed by distance and the curve of the road. She found the motel the clerk had mentioned just as the afternoon light was starting to fail. It was exactly as advertised. Clean, cheap, anonymous. Sarah paid cash for a room, no questions asked, and collapsed on the bed without even bothering to shower first. She was asleep in seconds, dropping into a darkness so deep and absolute that if she dreamed, she didn't remember it. When she woke, it was night again. Not storm dark like the previous night, but clear and calm with stars visible through the motel room's thin curtains. Sarah lay there for a while, staring at the ceiling, taking inventory of her body. Everything hurt her. Foot throbbed. Her muscles ached. Her throat was raw from screaming in seawater. But she was alive, whole, herself. She got up, finally took that shower, and stood under the hot water until the motel's ancient heater started giving up, and the stream turned lukewarm. When she got out, she wrapped herself in scratchy towels and sat on the bed, trying to decide what to do next. Her phone was still dead. She plugged it in, but the charge light didn't come on. Whatever had killed it had been thorough. No GPS, no maps, no way to call anyone even if she wanted to. Sarah was alone in the most complete sense. No digital tether, no way to reach back toward anything she'd left behind. And she realized she didn't mind. Didn't mind being untethered, unreachable, gone. Marcus couldn't call her now even if he wanted to. Her mother couldn't guilt her about abandoning ship. The job she'd quit couldn't demand she come back for exit interviews and paperwork. She was free in a way she hadn't been in years, maybe ever. But free to do what? That was still the question. Sarah had no plan beyond away, no destination beyond forward. She had some cash, her car, the clothes on her back. That was it. That was everything. It would have to be enough. In the morning, Sarah checked out of the motel and started driving again. The coastal road eventually connected to a highway, a real highway, busy with traffic, signs clearly marked, and roads properly maintained. She merged into the flow of vehicles and became anonymous again, just another car heading north for reasons that were nobody's business but her own. Over the next few days, Sarah developed a rhythm. Drive until tired, stop at whatever town or motel presented itself, sleep, repeat. She crossed state lines, Oregon into Washington, and the landscape changed, becoming greener, wetter, the ocean always somewhere to her left. She bought a paper map at a gas station, old-fashioned and imprecise but better than nothing, and used it to navigate towards Seattle. She didn't know anyone in Seattle, didn't have any particular reason for choosing it as a destination, but it was a city, large enough to disappear into, and Sarah thought disappearing sounded good right now. She could find work, something with her hands maybe, something that didn't require references or background checks. She could find a room in a shared house, somewhere cheap, somewhere temporary. She could rebuild from nothing, piece by piece, and this time she'd make choices that were really hers instead of choices designed to make someone else happy. The plaza and the booth became something she thought about less and less. Not because she'd forgotten. She didn't think she'd ever forget that elongated shape behind the glass, those grasping mouth fingers, the sound of her own voice offering to take her back, but because thinking about it didn't help. The clerk had been right. Distance mattered, but mental distance most of all, as long as Sarah kept moving forward, kept accepting her choices instead of regretting them. The booth had no power over her. Still, sometimes she caught herself looking for it. Driving through rain, passing abandoned infrastructure, seeing a dark building by the roadside, her heart would jump, Her hands would tighten on the wheel and she'd watch for lights coming on behind fogged windows. But they never did. The booth was somewhere back there, back in that storm, back in that night when she'd almost let her doubts consume her. Sarah made it to Seattle on a grey Tuesday morning. The city rose out of mist like a promise. Tall buildings, busy streets, the Space Needle visible in the distance. She drove through downtown, got lost twice, found her way again, and eventually parked in a neighbourhood she'd read about online before her phone died. It looked okay, not great, not terrible, just okay. Somewhere to start. She found a coffee shop with Wi-Fi and used her laptop to search for rooms for rent, jobs. Available, all the practical concerns that came with starting over. It was overwhelming and exhausting and occasionally terrifying, but it was real, tangible, forward. And somewhere in the middle of filling out an application for a warehouse job, Sarah realised she was happy. Not ecstatic, not euphoric, but quietly, solidly happy in a way she hadn't been for years. She was making choices, bad choices probably, choices that would lead to more wrong turns and detours, but they were hers, all hers, and that made all the difference. Months passed. Sarah found work, found a room, found a routine that felt sustainable if not exactly thrilling. She made friends, carefully, slowly, learning to trust her own judgment about people instead of ignoring red flags because someone seemed charming or confident. She went to therapy, paid for it with money she earned herself, and worked through the Marcus years piece by piece. She learned to recognize manipulation, to set boundaries, to value herself enough to walk away when something felt wrong, and she never went back. Not to Marcus, not to the apartment, not to the life she'd left behind. She changed her phone number when she finally got a new phone, blocked all the old email addresses, cut ties cleanly and completely because she'd learned what happened when you left room for doubt, for second thoughts, for bargaining with yourself about whether leaving was the right choice. The booth had taught her that, had shown her what regret looked like when it took physical form, when it became a thing that could trap you and drain you and use you to trap others. Sarah never wanted to be that again, never wanted to be so consumed by doubt that she'd accept guidance from her own voice telling her to go back. Sometimes she told the story. Late nights, campfires, road trips with friends who liked trading spooky stories. She'd edit it down, make it manageable, leave out the worst parts. "I stopped at this abandoned toll plaza," she'd say, and one of the booths turned on. Her friends would laugh nervously, would ask if it was true, and Sarah would smile and shrug. Probably just exhaustion, she'd say. The mind plays tricks. But alone, in quiet moments, Sarah knew the truth. Knew that somewhere on the coastal highway, an abandoned toll plaza still stood. Knew that on storm nights, its booths still lit up for tired drivers who couldn't accept their wrong turns. Knew that the thing called toll morn was still there, patient and hungry, collecting regrets like coins and voices like currency. And she knew that she'd gotten lucky. That if she'd hesitated a second longer, accepted the guidance a bit more fully, she'd be there now. Part of the booth's collection, another layered voice in the speaker guiding others toward the same trap. But she wasn't there. She was here, in Seattle, alive and free and choosing her own roads. The quarter she'd left on the payment ledge was still back there. She knew it was. Knew it sat with all the other payments made by people who'd made the same mistake. But Sarah had bought herself back, had refused to be kept, had chosen forward even when forward meant jumping into darkness. That was worth more than any toll. Years later, 5 years, almost exactly, Sarah got a message. Not on her phone, not through any electronic means, but written on a napkin and left under her windshield wiper. She found it after her shift, just a plain white napkin folded once, and written on it in blue pen. Others got out too. "You're not alone. Stay forward." Sarah looked around the parking lot, but there was no one there. Just cars and streetlights and the distant sound of traffic. She unfolded the napkin, read the message again, and felt something in her chest unclench. Others got out. She wasn't the only one who'd escaped. Wasn't the only one who'd refused the booth's bargain. She kept the napkin, put it in her wallet, where she'd see it sometimes when she was paying for groceries or coffee. A reminder that she wasn't alone, that other people had faced that choice and made the same decision, to keep going, to keep choosing, to refuse the easy comfort of going back. The booth was still there, would always be there, probably, as long as people made mistakes and couldn't live with them. As long as exhaustion and regret made people vulnerable to voices offering solutions. But Sarah had learned the rules, and she followed them. Don't ask if anyone's there. Don't engage with voices that sound too familiar. Don't pay tolls at places that shouldn't be operating. And most importantly, don't accept guidance from your own doubts. Those rules kept her safe, kept her free, kept her moving forward through all the wrong turns and detours that made up a life actually lived instead of constantly revised. And on storm nights, when the rain came down hard and she found herself driving unfamiliar roads, Sarah kept her eyes forward, kept her mouth shut, kept her hands on the wheel and her foot on the gas, trusting that eventually the storm would pass and the road would straighten, and she'd find her way without needing to ask, because she already knew where she was going. Forward, always forward. And whatever waited behind warm lights in the darkness could wait forever, because Sarah wasn't stopping, wasn't asking, wasn't paying any toll except the one that came with making her own choices and living with them. That was the only bargain worth accepting, the only payment that mattered, the only road that led anywhere worth going. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy.